Chapter 29. One soldier paced along the electrified fence. The other remained several hundred yards away with the jeep. A light snow had begun to fall. From behind the tree stump in the overgrown grass, Janson considered his Beretta, but then thought better of it. He didn't want to risk exposing his position to the second gunman. The soldier clenched his AK-47, alert and ready, as he trudged along the fence in Janson's direction. Perched on his haunches, like a tightly coiled spring, Janson took a deep breath and steeled himself. He intended to take the soldier down with a chokehold before they could be spotted by the gunman with the jeep. But just as Janson was about to launch himself, the soldier sensed his presence and spun toward him, aiming the assault rifle directly at Janson's head. Janson didn't hesitate. Like a cornered king cobra, he sprang at the soldier anyway, clutching the barrel of the rifle and jerking it away from his face. The gun went off, 3 successive shots straight up into the blank sky, and Janson realized he had to act swiftly before the other soldier made his approach. There wasn't time to execute a chokehold. Instead, driving his shoulder into the gunman's chest and grabbing the backs of his knees, Janson lifted the soldier up and flung his body backward, dumping him against the fence. Instantly upon impact, the soldier's upper body began to convulse. Over the hiss and sputter of thousands of electric volts, the soldier shrieked, but there was nothing Janson could do to ease his suffering. Covering his face against the sparks and the stench of charring flesh, Janson dropped to his knees and snatched the fallen AK-47. As the current cut off and the soldier's corpse thumped against the hard ground, Janson swung the rifle in the direction of the jeep, tearing toward him. Janson restrained himself from firing. He didn't want to blow his blessing in disguise to kingdom come. Instead of running, he dropped into a crouch. A thinning fog still hung conveniently in the air like a threadbare bedsheet drying in the breeze, and stationary targets, though easier to hit, were more difficult to see, particularly in the mist. The jeep roared toward him, though not at full speed. The driver was exercising caution. He clearly didn't want to plow the military's jeep into the electrified fence. Janson didn't want that either. The jeep was traveling at roughly 40 miles per hour, not fast, but fast enough to make braking on the frozen earth a problem Janson meant to use to his advantage. He popped up from his crouch so that the driver would see him through the fog and falling snow. Then Janson confused him. From roughly 1,000 yards away, Janson ran straight toward the oncoming jeep, the dead Korean's AK-47 swinging from his right arm. The driver instinctively slowed, then caught his mistake and accelerated. Janson knew he was playing a dangerous game of chicken, but saw no other choice. He waited until the jeep was almost on him, then feinted left but broke hard to his right. The driver bit, and there was no time to correct course. The jeep fell into a skid and continued sliding sideways for several seconds before finally coming to a dead stop a few hundred yards from the fence. Janson, who'd been racing after the vehicle from the moment it passed him, halted just as the jeep did. In one fluid motion, he planted his left foot and raised the AK-47. With the selector locked in the lower, semi-automatic position, he aimed through the sight into the driver's side window and pulled the trigger. Following one crisp and concise burst, the driver's body slumped forward against the steering column. Janson released his breath in a puff of smoke, then lowered the rifle and hustled toward the vehicle, all the while mouthing a silent entreaty that he hadn't damaged the windshield too badly. A little over an hour later, the body of the soldier was clear of the vehicle, and the blood and bits of skull and brain were cleaned up as well as Janson was ever going to get them using the few tools he had at his disposal. After a few minutes of rest, he changed into spare fatigues he'd found in the rear of the jeep and collected his weapons and go bag. As far as Janson could tell, the soldiers hadn't been able to alert reinforcements. Of course, given the potential punishment for allowing an infiltrator to escape, it was possible they'd simply chosen not to sound the alarm. At least, not until they had Janson dead or in custody. The windshield of the Jeep had suffered a minor crack, which had begun to spiderweb. No doubt it would get worse in the hours to come, forcing Janson to change vehicles. But for now, he could see the field in front of him well enough. He started the engine and backed away from the fence before swinging the Jeep around so that it was facing north. There were just 110 miles between him and the capital, and only a 1,000,000-man standing army with a $6 billion annual budget to try to stop him. With his right foot, Janson pressed down hard on the accelerator and moved forward through the thinning mist. Chapter 30. Reunification Highway, Kaesong, DPRK. The vehicle in which Janson was now traveling held at a steady 50 miles per hour. Although the speed was slower than he would have liked, he had to admit he felt bizarrely comfortable. The temperature inside his compartment was well below zero, but at least he was protected against the ruthless Siberian winds. His unrelenting claustrophobia, on the other hand, kept him on edge, made his entire body feel as though it were being stuck repeatedly by countless pins and needles. The stench was unpleasant but tolerable, especially considering the fact that he was packed head to toe among thousands of cheap, frozen seafood lunches and dinners destined for the Kaesong industrial complex. Knowing he'd never make it past the first checkpoint, Janson had abandoned the Jeep as soon as the reunification highway came into view. With his go-bag strapped to his back, he moved parallel to the road through the dense forest to the east, hoping to spot a vehicle in which he could hide. Problem was, traffic heading north along the 6-lane reunification highway was light. Beyond light, the road was very nearly deserted. So when he spotted the small white truck with the Fresh Fish logo, he didn't hesitate to step onto the roadway to flag it down. Seeing the KPA uniform, the driver, whose truck bore South Korean tags, didn't hesitate to pull to the side of the road. By the time the driver noticed that the soldier wasn't Korean, his engine was turned off and his door was standing open. Janson helped the driver down from the cab and tried to reassure him that he was safe. In fact, he was about to receive the deal of a lifetime. Even now, as the truck rumbled on toward the Kaesong industrial complex, Janson's greatest concern remained the driver. Simply standing outside his truck in the frigid winds, the man had been sweating. Janson noted, too, that the man's voice grew shakier with every sentence he uttered. It had been difficult enough to understand the driver's slaughtered English at the start of the conversation. By the end, Janson was just nodding and flashing more Korean currency. He's going to fold the moment he pulls up to the checkpoint, Janson thought. But no. Since Janson and Kincaid had arrived in Seoul just 2 days ago, Janson had encountered innumerable surprises, from the brilliant 13-year-old girl who fought off a well-trained cons ops agent at least twice her age to being betrayed by one of his oldest and dearest friends. The traitor's name hung in Janson's head like a bloated body at the end of a noose. Nam Se-hun. When the truck finally slowed, Janson tried to envision the KPA checkpoint they were no doubt approaching. From the freezer in the rear of the vehicle, he willed the driver to remain calm and cool. After all, the driver had nearly as much at stake as Janson himself. He'd accepted a bribe to smuggle an American into the Kaesong industrial complex. Even if the man lied and said he had been threatened, there was no guarantee that the North Koreans would believe him. They wouldn't want to believe. Why arrest one when they could arrest two, an American and a South Korean? Surely the driver knew he'd be thrown into the same labor camp as Janson, at least until one or both could be executed. The man had a wife and 3 school-aged children waiting for him back in South Korea. His family was the reason he'd risked his life and accepted the bribe in the first place. The poor guy had to commute more than 100 miles every day into the bowels of North Korea, and for what? To earn $160 a month, a fifth of the minimum wage in his home country of South Korea. No, Janson felt confident that the driver would remain strong. He'd tell his lies and collect his money and return to the South, never to set foot in the North again. Given the man's motivation, Janson felt certain of it. Still, as the truck rolled to a sudden standstill, Janson gripped the Beretta tightly in his right hand, his finger hovering over the trigger. Just in case. Sinbei stepped into the Grand Hyatt Seoul, wearing a thick overcoat and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes, both items borrowed from the apartment he'd just vacated. He suffered no illusion that the coat and hat would provide a disguise, but he didn't want his face and form to be captured by the ubiquitous surveillance cameras monitored by the hotel. And of course, he didn't want to enable staff and other hotel guests to provide an accurate description of him to police once the job was done. Moving quickly through the luxuriant, modern lobby, he surveyed the scene. The first trick would be finding out in which room the man, woman, and child were hiding. There were 601 rooms and suites in total, according to his handler Ping, who had accessed the Hyatt's computer system from Shanghai. Unfortunately, Kincaid's name was not in the Hyatt's database. Evidently, the resourceful American woman had checked in using a false identity, undoubtedly one of many she kept at the ready. Sinbei now needed to access the closed-circuit television system. He might not learn exactly which room the trio had taken, but at a minimum he hoped to discover the floor on which they were placed. Since he had no intention of attempting to force his way inside Kincaid's room, that was the only information he truly needed. She and the man she was with were no doubt armed. Therefore, his strategy involved luring all 3 out of the room in order to strike. Sinbei took the stairwell to the 2nd floor. According to the building's layout, which Ping had forwarded to him, that was where he would find the security office. Ping had also been able to purchase, or perhaps trade for, some intelligence. Specifically, he learned that no more than 2 officers occupied the security room at any time. Several other guards, sometimes dressed in plain clothes, patrolled the hallways and staffed the main lobby. Sinbei didn't need a photograph to recognize one such guard. The individual was obvious. A young Korean male, dressed in a dark blue suit with a muted red tie, walked right past him in the 2nd-floor hallway. Sinbei turned and watched him punch the button to summon the down elevator. Sinbei returned to the stairwell and descended 1 flight to the lobby. Just as he entered, so did the guard he'd seen upstairs. Sinbei looked on as the man stepped over to the front desk, stopping briefly to flirt with a young staffer. The guard leaned in as he spoke to the comely desk clerk and even touched her arm in a familiar manner before heading outside and liberating a package of cigarettes from the inside pocket of his jacket. When he exited, the guard acknowledged a pair of doormen, then turned left. Surely hotel rules prohibited him from smoking directly outside the main entrance. Sinbei followed the man around the corner, keeping his eyes peeled for outdoor surveillance cameras. The man turned again at the rear of the Mammoth Hotel and moved toward a line of dumpsters, where he fished a silver lighter out of his right front pant pocket and thumbed the flint wheel. Slowly, he turned his back against the wind until he was facing the hotel. Sinbei scanned the area for bystanders. When he saw no one, he reached for his left cufflink and quickly advanced on his target. When the door to the freezer finally opened, it was the driver's face Janson saw. And mercifully, he was alone. As Janson stepped down from the tailgate, he noticed how calm the man now was, how unrushed and unafraid. A broad smile materialized on the man's face. Clearly, he was proud of his accomplishment and already thinking of the many ways in which his family's life was about to change for the better. After the driver took his money and drove off, Janson gazed up at the tall buildings of the sprawling industrial park. The 800-acre complex housed more than 120 South Korean companies, which employed North Koreans at a rate of roughly $45 a month. Appalling, yet still a better opportunity than most for men and women in the North. Not surprisingly, the light industrial park was forced to close its many doors when tensions inevitably rose between the hostile neighbors. For Janson, Kaesong represented a real shot at making it to Pyongyang to locate Yoon Jin-ho. When Gina Jiun's house was blown to pieces, so was his original plan to have Kang Jung help him pinpoint Yoon Jin-ho's location via computer in the morning. When Kang Jung was subsequently attacked in her home, any pieces of the plan that might have remained intact were obliterated. Janson had thus entered North Korea blind. Although his path was still in no way clear, the first leg of the reunification highway had proven successful and bolstered Janson's confidence. Yet he was under no illusion. Even if he made it to the capital city and located Nam Se-hun's spy, he'd still face the uphill challenge of convincing Yoon Jin-ho to trust him, not only a complete stranger, but an American, and to cooperate. Surely it would be no easy task. But first things first. Clear like water, cool like ice. One precious step at a time. Chapter 31. Kim Il-sung Square, Pyongyang, DPRK. Janson couldn't help but feel as if he'd just stepped onto a film set in Burbank, California. Though he had traveled the world, he'd never once set foot in a city quite like this. Draped in freshly fallen snow, Pyongyang seemed to Janson like a well-preserved corpse, lovingly manicured, meticulously arranged, respectfully presented. Despite a population of over 3 million, however, the capital of North Korea gave the distinct impression of serving merely as a vessel, a shell, a foundation for a city utterly devoid of life. The architecture was as old as the nation itself, erected atop the rubble of the Korean War. Yet there was not a speck of graffiti to be found. While poverty ran rampant in the rest of the country, not a single homeless person lurked in these city streets. The sky was as white as the snow and clean. Only one motor vehicle, the old gray Pyeonghwa Pronto he'd hot-wired in Kaesong, could be seen from Janson's vantage point in Kim Il-sung Square, making it impossible to imagine a traffic jam. The sidewalks were litterless, but lifeless as well. The impressive structures Janson thought sadly, were indeed set pieces, show things for visitors who would never be permitted to view the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, of wrongly imprisoned and starving. Janson broke away from the depressing, albeit scenic, vista to continue his hunt for Yun Jin Ho. In Kaesong, Janson had realized that the industrial park represented his last opportunity to obtain some intelligence. Of course, his cellular phone had become useless the moment he entered the tunnel in the DMZ, and calls to South Korea from the north were barred except calls emanating from the Kaesong Industrial Region, which housed the North's only South Korean companies. So Janson had stealthily entered the buildings looking for a landline. The mission was less difficult than he imagined. Much of the complex was not currently in use. With Kim Jong-un as a landlord, Janson supposed, it shouldn't have come as a great shock. Once he located a functional yet unoccupied office, Janson immediately tried dialing Park Kwan. When the call went straight to voicemail, he hung up and attempted Kang Jung. Both had their phones shut off, just as he'd feared. Good security on their part, bad luck for Janson, at least until he spotted an inconspicuous slip of paper posted on a cork bulletin board on the wall directly behind the desk. The paper listed the area codes inside the People's Democratic Republic of Korea, nearly all of them within Pyongyang's city limits, since the capital was just about the only place in the country where telephones were permitted. Janson's first thought was to call the Swedish embassy, which provided protective power for U.S. citizens in North Korea. Risky, but initially it seemed to be his only option. Then his finger slid down the page to a spot where 2 international calling codes were enumerated. Although the countries were identified by Korean symbols, Janson recognized the codes. The first belonged to Russia, the second to China. Janson's heart began to beat faster. Before entering the tunnel, he had tried reaching both Morton and Grigory Berman. Neither hacker had answered his phone. Janson now had at least one more shot at contacting Berman in Moscow. He lifted the handset of the old phone and dialed the Russian's number from memory. Grigory Berman picked up on the first ring. 10 minutes later, Janson had a Pyongyang address for Yun Jin Ho, an address that was unavailable even in Nam Se-hun's system at the National Intelligence Service in Seoul. Although Janson repeatedly asked, Berman refused to divulge his source. After a few half-hearted attempts, Janson decided not to press the issue. "All right, forget it," he finally said, just before hanging up. "Again, spasibo. You are very much welcome, Polly." Janson would later regret not pushing harder. When Janson finally located the address, a few blocks north of Kim Il-sung Square, he decided his best bet was simply to ring the doorbell of Yun Jin Ho's apartment. But when he reached the top of the front concrete steps, the yellowed label next to apartment 5B didn't contain Yun's name. Janson considered the possibilities. Perhaps this was a new address and the ancient tape hadn't yet been updated. Could he be using a legend? Given the regime's tight controls over the population, Janson didn't think so. No, it was far more likely that this was the wrong address altogether. Janson deflated. Just like that, he lamented, he could very well be returned to square one. Nevertheless, he pressed the buzzer for 5B and waited. If no one answered, he'd break into the building and enter the apartment to search for clues. But following a few silent, uneasy moments, a voice, young and female, squawked through the intercom. Janson leaned in toward the speaker, but couldn't make out what the young woman was saying. He responded by reciting Yun Jin Ho's name, leaving a clear question mark at the end. Then he waited for a reaction. He expected at the very least a barrage of questions about who he was and what he wanted with the man. Janson had prepared several answers in advance, but the woman surprised him by pressing the buzzer instead. The door came unlocked, and Janson opened it, unsure whether this was an auspicious beginning or he was marching straight into a trap. He muttered a curse at Berman's obstinacy over not disclosing his source for the address. But then he thought, does it really matter at this point? For Janson, there was clearly no turning back now. As he opened the door and started up the stairs, he pictured the bridge that Gina Jiun had pointed out in the demilitarized zone and briefly considered the irony. Without question, Janson had long ago passed the point of no return. Stepping into apartment 5B felt like stepping back in time. To the left was a kitchen, clean but cluttered, showcasing appliances that had no doubt lived through the installment by the Soviets of Kim Il-sung as leader of North Korea 6 decades ago. On the kitchen table, large enough for two, sat a single plate containing half a pancake, kimchi, and an egg, with a small cup of soy sauce on the side. Janson's eyes wandered around the flat. The interior was every bit as gray as the exterior, with little else to boast about. A tape deck resting next to a stack of audio cassettes, a boxy 12-inch television topped with rabbit ears, a prehistoric sofa that would unquestionably crack under Grigori Berman's ample weight. The young woman who opened the door stood in front of him with slumped shoulders that rose as she took in the full sight of him. If she was frightened by Janson's presence, she had no intention of showing it. "You are an American," she whispered. Having just passed a number of gargantuan billboards featuring cartoonish American soldiers dressed in uniforms from the mid-20th century, all carrying rifles with razor-sharp bayonets pointed threateningly at young children, Janson wasn't sure how to respond. When in doubt, Janson often went with the truth, as he did now with a single bob of his head. "You are looking for Yun Jin Ho," she said, so softly he could barely hear her. "May I to ask you why?" For a North Korean, at least, the young woman's English was sublime. "Are you his wife?" he said, trying to match her volume. She hesitated, then finally shook her head. "But this is his home," Janson said, motioning toward walls covered in faded gray wallpaper, peeling at both ends. "No," she said. "This is my parents' home. I live with them." She evidently noticed the subtle change in Janson's features. "Do not worry. They are both at work and will not be home until late." "They work in Pyongyang?" he said, to keep her talking. "Yes, both my mother and father. They work for the party." Janson felt something shift in his chest. In North Korea, the party could only mean the Workers' Party, the Communist Party, the party of the late Kim Il-sung, the late Kim Jong-il, and the country's current dictator, Kim Jong-un. "Are you hungry?" the young woman said, pointing to her small breakfast plate. Although he was famished, Janson shook his head. North Koreans barely had enough food to eat themselves. The famine of the 1990s killed off 10% of the country's population, and according to a recent United Nations panel, hunger and malnutrition continued to be widespread and continued to result in untold deaths. Janson studied his host's face. Like most North Korean women, she wore no makeup. She, in particular, needed none. She was a natural beauty, her body slim but healthy. People in Pyongyang ate better than the rest of the country. Janson fought off the confusion he felt. If this were the delicate dance he'd anticipated, he didn't want to step on her toes. Yet he couldn't account for her letting him into her home, for her offering him breakfast, for her not running away screaming the moment she recognized that he was an American bastard, as the North's ubiquitous propaganda espoused. He had so many questions, but even in his state of exhaustion, he quickly puzzled together the reason the young woman would not be willing to provide any answers, and why she spoke in such a low voice despite the fact that they were alone. The home could well be bugged. The Ministry of State Security, North Korea's primary counterintelligence service, was responsible for investigating cases of domestic espionage. If Yun Jin-ho and this young woman were even remotely suspected of spying, the MSS would be listening in. Janson's eyes instinctively moved to the wall over the television, where 3 spotless framed photos hung. One of Kim Il-sung, the great leader. One of Kim Jong-il, the dear leader. One of Kim Jong-un, the great successor. The young woman stepped closer to him. For a moment, Janson thought she was about to embrace him. Instead, she stood on tiptoes and cupped her right hand behind his left ear. She whispered, "We should go someplace else to talk, yes?" Janson nodded, but said nothing. He felt embarrassed by how filthy he must be, how awful he must smell. From the hours he spent crawling through the tunnel, from his brawl and firefight in the DMZ, from his unanticipated ride in the fish truck. He'd managed to find a bathroom and clean up some in Kaesong, but not nearly enough to make himself presentable. Her lips went to the side of his head again. "There exists a safe house not far from here." Janson mustered all his concentration as she softly spoke the street address and apartment number into his ear. "You should go first," she said, "if we were to be seen together." Janson didn't need her to complete the sentence. If they were seen together, the young woman would very likely face the same penalty that Janson would face if he was spotted in the country alone. Chapter 32. In the security room on the second floor of the Grand Hyatt Seoul, Sinbei removed his heavy overcoat and draped it over the man who had been monitoring the cameras. Then he took the dead man's seat and studied the controls. He needed to move quickly. The body of the first guard, whose keys he had taken, was tucked safely away in the dumpster behind the hotel, but there was no way to know whether yet another guard would attempt to enter the security room before Sinbei could extract the information he needed. Sinbei identified the controls that switched the monitors from one camera to another, then flipped through all of the cameras to identify the location of each. He played with the buttons until he figured out how to rewind a specific video feed. Fortunately, each video was time-stamped. Since Sinbei had made a note of the precise time Kincaid and Kang Jung had entered the hotel, as well as when the man from the nightclub arrived nearly a half-hour later, locating the floor they were assigned to would be that much easier. Voices in the hallway caused him to pause and turn toward the door. The voices, those of 2 or more Korean men, increased in volume as they drew near. Sinbei rose from the dead man's chair. But then one of the men broke out into laughter, and the second man joined in. Soon the voices faded down the hallway. Sinbei sat down and relaxed, determined to get the information he needed quickly, so that he could get clear of the security room without killing any more of the hotel's staff. Kincaid watched Park Kwan pace the room holding the cordless telephone provided by the hotel. Her thumb went to her lips of its own accord, and she bit down hard, catching both nail and flesh. "Damn!" she nearly shouted. She pulled her thumb from her mouth and examined the fingernail and surrounding skin. Raw, but no blood. She cursed herself. This was a habit Janson had drummed out of her years ago. That she was returning to it now while he wasn't here made her even more frustrated. Where is he now? Is he safe? Please, let nothing have happened to him. She returned her attention to Park Kwan's baritone as he switched seamlessly between English and Korean. "I see," he said into the phone, his expression giving away nothing. "Yes, please." He stopped in front of the desk Kang Jung was sitting at and picked up a pen and a pad of stationery with the Grand Hyatt logo. "All right, go ahead." Kincaid casually wandered over to him, her arms folded across her chest. She peeked over his forearm to see what he had written. Double damn. Whatever it was, he had written it in Korean. Finally, he set down the phone. "Good news?" she said. Well, he was clearly being guarded with his words. He didn't want to get her hopes up. "It's news, at least. I shall leave it to you to determine whether it is good or bad." Kincaid nodded, displaying a crooked smile that undoubtedly betrayed her fierce anxiety. "Okay, mister. Out with it, then." "Okay," Park Kwan said. They were able to triangulate the SIG. The phone on the desk began to ring, sending a startled chill up Kincaid's spine. She reached for the phone, but Park Kwan was slightly faster. She took a step back and listened to him speak to the caller in Korean. Holding the handset against his chest, he turned to her. "Do you know a gentleman named Nam Se-hun?" The name instantly rang a bell. Kincaid recalled Janson mentioning the name during the flight to Seoul from Honolulu. "One of my oldest and closest friends," he'd said. She reached out for the receiver. "This is Kincaid." "Miss Kincaid," the voice on the phone said, "I will be blunt. You and the people you are with are in grave danger. I need to bring you in." "Bring us in?" "I am told that your pursuers know that you are at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. An assassin is on his way. You have 10 minutes, 15 at most." "We can't come in," Kincaid protested. "Listen to me." The man's voice was stern, authoritative. "You have no choice. You must get out of there as quickly and quietly as possible. There is a safe house just across the road. It is in an 11-story apartment building. You can see it from the hotel. Take the stairs and go to the top floor. From there, you can watch the entrance to the Grand Hyatt. The apartment number is 11E. At this moment, the door is unlocked. "I'm sorry to cut you off," Kincaid said, "but we finally have a lock on the boy, and we have to pursue him immediately." Following a moment of hesitation, he said, "My men can handle that, I assure you. Where is the boy?" "He's—" Kincaid turned to ask Park Kwan, but suddenly thought better of it. "Bad security," Janson would say. If he found out she'd told anyone, even an old friend of his like Nam Se-hun, where Wyckoff was, she'd never hear the end of it. She paused again. "I can't exactly say right now, but I'll know soon." There was a lengthy silence on the other end of the line. Finally, the man said, "All right. Pursue your lead, but please use extreme caution. We will, and you are leaving the hotel now, I presume. We'll leave right away, I promise. Good. Let me give you a number where you can reach me. Sinbei froze the screen. There she was, Kang Jung. He was amazed again to find how much she looked like Sura. In the days following their arrival at Yuduk, Sinbei had learned more and more about the ghastly conditions in which he and his family were expected to live. The prison camp stretched for miles in every direction, 10 villages packed to overflowing with nearly 3,000 people. Malnutrition was rampant. No one had enough food. A fellow prisoner who possessed little training and no medical supplies played the role of doctor. Many, especially children and the elderly, died of simple colds. And the latrines, outhouses consisting of nothing more than shacks over holes in the ground, were far too few in number. The putrid stench of urine blended with excrement hung everywhere. As he grew older, Sinbei realized he no longer wanted to live. But he knew his death would mean the death of his mother and father, and eventually his sister, Sura. So he exerted himself even harder and grew stronger each year. He ate frogs and salamanders and earthworms for nutrition. He stole clothes from the freezing and rice from the starving. In order to survive, he became something less than human. Because by the age of 13, Sinbei no longer wanted to die. The phone in Sinbei's hand lit. He held it to his ear, but said nothing. Ping said, "Change of plans." Sinbei looked down at the body at his feet, covered with the overcoat he'd borrowed from the apartment across the street. He frowned in frustration. Ping said, "You are going to follow them from the hotel. They will lead you directly to the boy. You are not to engage them until the boy is in sight and his identity is confirmed." "Understood," Sinbei said softly. "The little man will take care of the packages you are leaving behind, but you must hurry. The 3 are leaving the hotel now." Chapter 33. Just over 120 miles northwest of Seoul, Paul Janson entered the Pyongyang safe house with trepidation. He took a quick look around. The apartment resembled the one in which he'd just met the young woman, but was even smaller. After making certain that all of the curtains were drawn, he took a seat at the uneven dining room table and waited. Several minutes later, he heard light footsteps on the stairs outside the door. He stood and ducked behind a wall in case someone came in shooting. After all, thanks largely to Berman's stubbornness, Janson still wasn't quite sure whom he'd met at the other apartment or why he'd been invited here. But the young woman's voice was the next sound he heard. "Hello?" she said tentatively. Janson stepped around the corner. "You never mentioned your name." "Mi-suk." She didn't ask for his in return. "You're sure this place is clean?" "Certain of it. Jin-ho has it checked for the listening devices twice weekly." "Where is he now?" "On his way. I alerted him as soon as you left." Janson tried to keep the puzzlement out of his voice. Alerted him to what, exactly? "That you arrived." When Janson didn't reply, she added, "We have been expecting you." "Expecting me?" he repeated. "Yes, of course." Janson's mind, moving sluggishly from lack of sleep, tried to process what was happening, but his gaze was repeatedly diverted to the small cot in the rear left corner of the room. His chin felt all but glued to his chest. His eyelids weighed as much as each of his arms. "Please," Mi-suk said. motioning to the table Janson had been sitting at before she entered the apartment. "Have a seat. May I to offer you some tea?" "Just water, please." He ran his hand up the right side of his face through 2 or 3 days of unchecked growth. He considered how he must look to her. He'd rubbed a handful of fresh, powdery snow on his face just before he entered the safe house, but otherwise still wore all the scars of his hellish trip through the tunnel, the DMZ, the reunification highway, and beyond. They sat together silently. Before Janson could finish his glass of water, he heard footfalls in the hallway again. This time, the steps were much heavier, sounded much more purposeful. "It is okay," Mi-suk said, noticing Janson's reaction. "It is only Jin-ho. He was close by when I called him." Yun Jin-ho entered the apartment with an urgency that sharply contrasted Mi-suk's reasonably laid-back demeanor. "I cannot believe you are here," Yun exclaimed as soon as his eyes fell on Janson. "I was certain you had been killed trying to enter the country." "Why is that?" Janson said, wondering for the first time if news of the soldiers' deaths in the DMZ had already reached the palace. "There were reports that a foreign spy had been executed at a checkpoint on the road to Kaesong." Janson's heart dropped into the pit of his stomach as he pictured the driver of the food truck being shot and killed on his way back to his family in South Korea. An incredible weight suddenly pressed against Janson's sore shoulders. "When?" was the only word Janson could manage. 2 days ago, Yun Jin-ho replied. "The foreigner was carrying false papers he apparently purchased or stole from a South Korean worker at the industrial park." Janson was struck with a dual wave of relief. First, that the man he'd bribed wasn't the victim, and second, that he'd heeded Gina Jiun's advice not to enter the north directly through Kaesong. But this news presented a different quandary. If not Janson, who exactly were Jin-ho and Mi-suk expecting, and why? Better, Janson decided, to extract that information before telling them who he really was and why he was there. "Who told you to expect me?" Janson tried. Yun Jin-ho's pliable facial features scrunched up. Doubt entered his eyes. According to Kang Jung's information, Yun was on the back nine of middle age, but life in North Korea had added decades to his face. "The boy, of course." "The American," Janson said, framing it as fact rather than question. Yun Jin-ho hesitated. "Yes, the senator's son." Janson allowed himself to breathe again. "When was the last time the boy got in touch with you?" "A few days ago," Yun Jin-ho said, his sinewy body full of nervous energy. "I had been expecting another message. When I didn't hear from him again, I was sure something had gone terribly wrong. Then I heard about the incident at the checkpoint in Kaesong, and I was sure my worst fears had been confirmed." "So then you didn't hear about the girl," Janson said, remembering how cut off from the rest of the world all North Koreans were. Yun Jin-ho shook his head, genuine concern washing over his previously puzzled face. "The young man's girlfriend? No. Has something happened to her?" "I'm afraid so," Janson said. "The girl was murdered in a hanok in central Seoul." Yun Jin-ho's eyes fell to the floor as he slowly lowered himself into the seat across from Janson, the nervous energy he'd displayed just moments ago seemingly sucked from his body by news of Linnell Yi's death. "Murdered," Yun said, but it wasn't a question. Janson continued, "The boy managed to escape, but he immediately became the primary suspect in his girlfriend's death. He had no choice but to run. Yun Jin-ho looked up at him with misty eyes. While his hair remained jet black, it was visibly thinning, and his hairline was badly receding. "How was the girl killed?" he asked. Janson said, "She was strangled." Yun Jin-ho slapped his palm against the top of the wooden table. "I told the boy they were in grave danger." Mi-suk laid a slender hand on Yun Jin-ho's forearm. "It is not your fault, my dear." Yun Jin-ho said to Janson, "Where is he now, the boy?" "We don't know. My partner is back in Seoul searching for him. Needless to say, we're trying to find him before the police do." Yun Jin-ho and Mi-suk exchanged uneasy looks. Then, without warning, Yun Jin-ho suddenly cried, "If the boy is not found, then all is lost. I possess only one side of the equation." "The equation?" Yun Jin-ho buried his face in his hands. When he finally removed them, his voice was hoarse, his sallow cheeks wet with tears. "I managed to gain access to plans here in the north, but I know nothing about what is transpiring in the south. It was too dangerous for the boy to send the details at the time." "The details of what?" Yun Jin-ho abruptly rose from his wooden chair, which tipped over and struck the floor with a loud clank. His sadness had suddenly morphed into complete despair. "Tell me, did he send it with you? Did the boy leave you the flash drive?" Janson measured his words carefully and spoke calmly. All the boy left behind was a brief message. The message said, "Contact Yun Jin-ho in the DPRK." Yun Jin-ho listlessly rotated his body so that his back was facing the table. Janson stole a glance at Mi-suk, who now had tears in her eyes too. "Without both halves of the puzzle," Yun Jin-ho said softly, "we are helpless to do anything." "My partner will find the boy," Janson said, hoping the man would be able to rein in his emotions long enough to help him. "So let's start with the half we already have." Yun Jin-ho glared at Janson over his shoulder. He cleared his eyes of tears. "Before I help you," he said with a new edge to his voice, "I need to know that you will still honor our deal." Janson lifted an aching shoulder. "I wasn't told about any deal." As soon as Janson observed their collective reaction, he regretted his words. Damn his mind for moving so languorously. "Who are you?" Yun suddenly shouted as his body spun back around. His words now held the unmistakable tone of an accusation. Mi-suk gently pushed her chair back from the table as though she was suddenly afraid. Janson stood, hesitantly so as not to alarm them, but he needed to be able to defend himself in case one or both of them pulled a weapon. "My name is Paul Janson," he said. "I was hired by Senator Wyckoff and his wife to find their son." Mi-suk shook her head sadly. "So you know nothing of what is happening," Yun Jin-ho said with a heavy sigh. A feeling of futility as thick as the fog in the demilitarized zone had fallen over the entire room. Janson tried to cut through it. "In the past few days, my partner and I have learned a hell of a lot. We don't have the entire picture yet. That's why I'm here. I need your help." With narrowed brows, Yun Jin-ho said, "And the deal I made with the boy, what of that?" "If you tell me the terms, I will do my best to honor it." Yun Jin-ho turned to Mi-suk, who grudgingly nodded. The spy drew a deep breath and exhaled audibly. Then he bent over and lifted the chair he had knocked over and sat. "Then have a seat, Mr. Janson," he said quietly. "You and I have much to discuss, and time is not on our side. Chapter 34. "Quickly," Kincaid said in the hotel room. "We don't have much time. What did your source tell you about where we might find Gregory Wyckoff?" "According to the signal," Park Kwan said, "it appears the boy is traveling to Beijing." Kincaid shook her head, nonplussed. "That doesn't make any sense." She paused to give it more thought. If Gregory Wyckoff suspected that the State Department was involved, he wouldn't be running to the American embassy in Beijing. "Maybe he anticipated the police getting hold of his image at the mall," she said. "Maybe he's using the phone as a means of misdirection." Park Kwan appeared doubtful. "If he is, it's an elaborate ruse. It would mean he sent the phone on a train heading west, then bought it a one-way ferry ticket to China." Kincaid frowned. "But why Beijing?" "Edward Snowden ran to Hong Kong," Kang Jung interjected. Kincaid suppressed a smirk. "I think we're dealing with a very different kind of person here, with a very different agenda. Wyckoff's not running because he committed a traitorous act against the most powerful nation on earth. He's running from an assassin, and because he's being falsely accused of murder." Kang Jung pursed her lips, but refrained from engaging Kincaid in a debate about Snowden. "There is other evidence of his intentions, I am afraid," Park Kwan motioned to the phone. "I was told that Wyckoff made several calls from this stolen cell phone, none of which was to his family in the United States." "Where to, then?" Kincaid said, fearing the answer. "Most of the calls were to Chinese government officials in Beijing. 2 were to an unknown cellular phone in Shanghai." He turned to Kang Jung. "He also visited Chinese government websites." Kincaid bit down on her lower lip. Why go west to China when he can just as easily go east to Japan? At least Japan's an ally. "But," Kang Jung said, "Japan is an enemy to North Korea." She placed her hands behind her back and lowered her head to her chest, pacing as she spoke. "This is beginning to make some sense. Wyckoff's last message to Tsai was to find a South Korean spy in North Korea. We assumed it was to gain information, but what if Wyckoff was actually trying to warn the North? A South Korean spy at the palace may well have been his best and only chance to find someone receptive to the warning. Anyone else in the North would have dismissed it as an American ploy. The only enemy North Korea hates more than Japan is the United States." So once that door closed for him, Park Kwan thought aloud, he went to the next best thing. Kang Jung nodded. North Korea's only ally. Kincaid looked from Park Kwan to Kang Jung and finished their collective thought. Beijing. "Precisely," Park Kwan said. Kincaid placed her thumbnail in her mouth. But to warn them of what? Kang Jung clenched her fists at her sides. "That is exactly what we need to find out, and the only way we are going to accomplish that is by following Gregory Wyckoff to China." Park Kwan nodded. "The young lady is right." Kincaid gazed down at the girl. Her first thought was, we can't take this 13-year-old to Beijing. But then, what else could they do? Kincaid was responsible for the kid's safety. They couldn't just leave her in Seoul. "What did your mother say when you spoke to her?" "Grandfather's fine. He was never taken to the hospital. He was never even ill." "I mean you. What did she say about you?" "I told her I was safe as long as I remain with you. She's worried, but she trusts me. She told me not to leave your side." Park Kwan said, "I spoke to her mother too. She's keeping safe, staying with relatives in Jeollanam, and she's counting on us to keep Chung safe as well." "Then we'd better get moving," Kincaid said, "because Janson's friend in the NIS just warned us that we're in danger." "You mean?" Kincaid nodded. "This hotel has already been compromised." Chapter 35. Mi-suk had returned to her parents' apartment, leaving Janson alone with Yun Jin-ho at the safe house. Once Janson summarized his and Kincaid's involvement in the case, from the phone call he received from the senator aboard the Embraer 650 on his way to Honolulu, to the moment he arrived at the door to the safe house in Pyongyang, Yun Jin-ho nodded and said, "It is as you suspect. The young translator overheard something that got her murdered. Exactly what that something was, we still need to find out. The question is," Janson said, "who can we trust?" In relaying the events since his and Kincaid's arrival in Seoul, Janson had left out his dealings with Yun Jin-ho's handler, Nam Se-hun. In time, he'd ask for the details of how Yun had been recruited and how he maintained contact with the South. But for now, Janson wasn't entirely sure where the spy's loyalties truly lay. "You mentioned a deal you had with Gregory Wyckoff." Janson did his damnedest to keep the unequivocal disappointment out of his voice. He'd sneaked into North Korea in the hope of finding answers, yet all he'd uncovered thus far were more questions. He would have been much more useful had he remained in Seoul, helping to locate the kid he'd been hired to find. "Yes," Yun Jin-ho lifted his gaze to meet Janson's. "To be frank, I do not know how the boy knew to contact me. At first, I assumed he was an American liaison working with the South. But then I discovered who he was. A sitting U.S. senator's son who was only 19 years old. I dismissed the possibility that he was an agent for the CIA or some other American intelligence agency. After a few online conversations, I observed how deft he was with a computer, and I thought that perhaps he was a freelance hacker. He later told me that he was a hacktivist with an organization known as the Hive Mind." Janson was thankful that Yun Jin-ho had managed to get his emotions under control, though he strongly suspected the man could snap in either direction at any time. He wanted to keep the spy talking until he could figure out his next move. "What else did the boy tell you?" he asked. "Our conversations were very limited, you must understand. Although we are both fluent in English, we could not be sure who was listening in or watching our monitors. So we were essentially speaking two different languages, each of our own invention." Janson nodded, but said nothing. "And time, too, was a major limiting factor. He contacted me from internet cafes, and he had to be very careful. My access to a clean computer with an internet connection was nearly non-existent, but I made do. Enough to arrange to meet with his representative here in Pyongyang in order to exchange vital information. That, and to come to terms on our agreement. We spoke of nothing else." "What exactly were those terms?" Janson said. He sensed that Yun Jin-ho was trying to evade the question, which didn't bode well for Janson. "I would provide him with top-secret information that was apparently relevant to what his girlfriend had learned while acting as an interpreter in the joint security area during the recent four-party talks. And in return, he evidently needed to warn me of something. He wanted me to bring something to the attention of the palace. But I made it clear that last request was not necessarily part of the deal. I had no intentions of getting myself killed, so in exchange for the information I provided, his representative, who is now you, I suppose, would do me a significant favor. Here it was, and that favor is? Yun Jin Ho swallowed visibly and caught Janson in his intense glare. You must agree to get Mi Suk out of the country within the next 24 hours. Janson instantly thought he'd misheard the spy, that his lack of sleep was now causing him to experience auditory hallucinations. You're kidding, right? That's impossible. I don't even know how the hell I'm going to get out myself. For all I know, I bought myself a one-way ticket to this Stalinist utopia when I entered the tunnel in the demilitarized zone. Yun's expression didn't change. You will find a way, Mr. Janson, I am sure. Janson shook his head. Even if I do, I couldn't possibly risk bringing Mi Suk. Let's set aside for a second the fact that she would slow me down. If, and since I'm certain of it, when we got caught, your girlfriend would be executed. She'd be charged with conspiring to leave the country with an American. We'd both be lucky to be shot on sight. Yun Jin Ho sat stoically, his face frozen with resolve. Janson was actually beginning to miss the fireworks of an hour ago. This, I am afraid, is non-negotiable, Mr. Janson. Yun Jin Ho rose from his chair and stared down at him, maintaining a steady pitch as he continued. Unless you agree, I will not provide you the information you need, and without that information, you will be putting at risk millions of lives. Janson saw an opening. Just what kind of information did you promise the boy? Yun Jin Ho remained steadfast. Do you or do you not accept my terms? Janson didn't feel he had much of a choice. I do. Slowly, carefully, in the same even tone, Yun Jin Ho said, If you lie to me, Mr. Janson, if you attempt to leave North Korea without Mi Suk, I assure you that you yourself will not make it out of this country alive. And if that is the case, do not waste your energy hoping for a fast, easy death, because I promise you, I will make certain you receive nothing of the sort, even if it costs me my life. I give you my word, Janson said forcefully. Now let's move forward. Get me what I need, and I'll collect Mi Suk and take her south with me. Yun Jin Ho's thin lips finally turned up in a grin. His grin soon morphed into a humorless chuckle. I am afraid it is not so easy as that, Mr. Janson. What do you mean? I mean, I am not in possession of this intelligence. I only gained access. I am afraid the task of stealing these secrets must fall to you. Janson's fortunes in North Korea continued to plummet. Steal them? He said. Steal them how? Steal them from where? From the palace, of course. Janson clenched his jaw. And how am I supposed to get near the palace? Yun Jin Ho leaned back in his chair and pulled a package of cigarettes from his pocket. He removed one from the pack, placed it between his lips, and lit a match. He held the flame to his tobacco and watched it burn. After a few puffs, he gazed at Janson through the smoke. That is something I can help you with, Mr. Janson. When darkness falls, I will personally escort you into the Forbidden City. Chapter 36. Beijing Capital International Airport, Beijing, China. Sinbei expertly navigated past the countless duty-free shops and restaurants in Asia's busiest airport, Beijing Capital International, while reading Ping's encrypted email on his phone. Because Sinbei had needed to avoid crossing paths with Jessica Kincaid at Incheon International, his handler had flown from Shanghai to Beijing to pick up surveillance from the time the trio disembarked the plane until Sinbei arrived on a later flight from Seoul. Seeing his head lowered, crowds parted for Sinbei as though he were an ambulance speeding down a busy freeway with sirens blaring. Little did these people know that his awareness was impeccable, at a level higher than any professional athlete who performed in this city's Summer Olympics several years ago. If Sinbei crashed into you, it was purposeful on his part, and he'd most likely just relieved you of your wallet or handbag, not for money, but for methods of identification or access. Or perhaps he'd planted on your person a phone or a tracking device or something more sinister. In any case, it was no accident. Actually, as he breezed through the airport, Sinbei was not Sinbei at all, but Song Jin-sung, a South Korean national who worked in research and development at Pfizer Pharmaceuticals laboratories in Seoul. Song Jin-sung carried a South Korean passport heavily inked with entry stamps from nearly every nation in Asia and several in the European Union, including Tokyo, Singapore, Paris, and Madrid. Song Jin-sung, or one of his alternative incarnations, had indeed visited each of these cities, had killed in each of these cities. When he made his exit from each city, he took nothing with him, left nothing behind but the bodies of his victims, and occasionally his calling card, a white gold cufflink with an onyx gemstone in its center, and a bloodied garrote hidden in its core. As Sinbei perused Ping's message, he thought of the teenage girl. He had hoped that Kang Jung would not accompany Kincaid and the man to Beijing, but she had. Why did the woman allow the girl to come to Beijing when she knew she was a target? Why make the child a target too? The girl is only 13. She should be at her school. He touched his left temple, where a headache was beginning to form. By the age of 14, Sinbei was no longer in school. He'd been placed on full work duty at Yuduk. Because he was large and powerful and possessed incredible stamina, he was given the job of burying bodies on the mountain. In the winter, the ground froze, and it sometimes took him days to dig a single grave in the frozen earth. So many bodies. So many bodies, there wasn't room on the mountain to bury them all. In the winter, Sinbei stripped the corpses of their clothes to give them to members of his family. In the winter, he could find no berries in the hills, no frogs, no salamanders, no earthworms. Corn and rice became short. He and his family edged closer to starvation. But by then, Sinbei was determined to endure at all costs. And so he became savage. He began to set secret rat traps all around the camp. Each time he caught one, he immediately cooked it up and devoured it in seclusion. As the food shortages became worse and his family found themselves with even less to eat, he ceased joining them for dinners of rice and corn. For months at a time, he consumed only rats. At the age of 15, he became an adult and was warned by his father, "Be careful, my son. Now that you are a man, the guards are permitted to shoot you." Newly appointed guards moved into Yuduk with their families. They were separated from the prisoners, but still resentful of having been stationed in such a hellish place. Sinbei often wondered what the guards thought of him. When he was a child, they'd kicked him around for the slightest infractions. As he grew bigger and stronger, they assigned him the most back-breaking work, yet seemed to develop a certain respect for him. Respect, or perhaps it was fear. Fear not of his physical stature, but of what they saw forming behind Sinbei's eyes. Those eyes were now glued to his phone. According to Ping's email, the subjects had taken a taxi from the airport directly to Tiananmen Square. Sinbei agreed wholeheartedly with his handler's assessment. The square seemed to both men a peculiar place for Kincaid and her allies to start their search for Gregory Wyckoff. Perhaps they possessed even more information than Sinbei suspected. Perhaps they had a precise location on the boy. If so, Sinbei's stay in Beijing would be brief. In a few hours, he might well be right back here at the airport, boarding a return flight to Seoul. Once Kincaid finally passed through the security checkpoint and entered the world's largest square, the text message intercepted from Gregory Wyckoff's stolen phone by Park Kwan's people an hour earlier finally made sense. This was a reasonable spot for a clandestine rendezvous, especially if one of the parties was concerned for his safety. Despite the freezing temperatures, the crowds in Tiananmen Square were as dense as the smog suspended just overhead. Droves of tourists surrounded China's grand monuments, shooting photos with expensive high-tech cameras with all the intensity of the paparazzi at a red carpet event. Gazing up through the thick haze at the hundreds of red lanterns decorating the square in anticipation of Beijing's Spring Festival, Kincaid realized that exhaustion was beginning to set in. Attempting to perform the universal cure for drowsiness, she vigorously shook her head from side to side. But it was futile. What she really craved was another shot of adrenaline, like the one she'd received when Janson's old friend called her at the Grand Hyatt in Seoul. She needed to remember that she and Park Kwan and their 13-year-old charge were in danger, and that their mission was literally one of life or death. "Let's start looking for Wyckoff," she said. According to the incoming text message, Wyckoff wasn't supposed to meet with his unidentified acquaintance for another hour and 10 minutes. But Wyckoff's dossier revealed that this would only be his second visit to Beijing in the past decade, so she imagined he'd choose to arrive early rather than risk missing his rendezvous. She suggested that she and Park Kwan split up to cover more ground in less time. "What about me?" Kang Jung interjected. "You can either come with me or go with Park Kwan," Kincaid said. "Your choice." Kang Jung shook her head. "What I mean is, 3 of us can cover far more ground than 2. "I realize that," Kincaid said, in a tone she immediately wished she could take back. "But you're not going off on your own. You're too young." Mercifully, rather than argue, the girl made a face, turned to Park Kwan, and asserted, "I am coming with you." Kincaid pointed to the tall granite monument in the middle of the square and told them that was where they should rendezvous in just under an hour if they had met with no success. She wished them both good luck, then motioned toward the endless line of people waiting to enter Mao's mausoleum. "I'll begin with the chairman," she said. After passing through customs, Sinbei exited the airport and went directly to the matte black Audi A7 that was waiting for him in short-term parking. He was pleased to find the windows darkly tinted as he'd requested. He opened the driver's side door and slipped into the soft charcoal leather seat. He started the V8 engine, closed his eyes, and listened to it purr as his mind wandered back to his time at Ludlum. By the age of 16, Sinbei was far from a model prisoner. He caused trouble throughout the camp. He fought, he stole, he had sex with women, which was strictly forbidden at Uduk. And he was punished. At one point, during his 9th year at Uduk, it seemed as though every other week Sinbei was being tossed into the sweat box for punishment of some transgression or another. Punishment for stealing, for fighting, for fucking, punishment for speaking back to a guard, punishment for not wearing his ragged uniform properly. In the sweat box, Sinbei faced total darkness. He was further deprived of food, even his precious rats. He was given so little to eat that he had to snatch whatever he could get his hands on. Centipedes became his breakfast, cockroaches his lunch. In such close confinement, someone of his size was completely unable to move. He crouched on his knees with his hands on his thighs, his heels digging deep into the flesh of his lower back, causing constant, excruciating pain. If he said a word or made a gesture, the punishment was extended. When finally let loose, no man had ever previously exited the sweatbox on his own 2 feet. Yet Sinbei made it a point to do so every time. Meanwhile, each turn in the sweatbox added 5 years to his already indefinite sentence. To this day, every time he closed his eyes, Sinbei feared he'd somehow wake in the sweatbox, for it was in the sweatbox that Sinbei had witnessed the most abhorrent event of his life. Sinbei opened his eyes. He threw the transmission into reverse and backed out of the space. The drive to Tiananmen Square would take him approximately 30 minutes. When he arrived at the square, he wouldn't have to concern himself with parking. One of Ping's other assets would be awaiting his arrival along Beichongjie. Sinbei would simply exit the car with the engine still running and head to the easternmost entrance of the square, where a guard had been paid well to pass Sinbei through the security checkpoint without having to answer any inane questions or undergo an intrusive search of his person. Sinbei paid the airport lot the nominal fee, then peeled the Audi A7 out of short-term parking. Once on the freeway, Sinbei regarded his reflection in the rearview mirror with a rare sense of satisfaction. Since he had boarded the 2-hour Asiana Airlines flight from Seoul, Ping had also learned the identity of the man now traveling with Kincaid. His name was Park Kwan, and he was employed by the Seoul Metropolitan Police, which explained his carrying a gun into the T-Lounge nightclub, something not even Sinbei had attempted. Thinking of the man and his interference in the coat room caused Sinbei to again consider the girl, Kang Jung. For Sinbei, her death would constitute a particularly cruel irony. For had he not hesitated, had he not suffered that moment of unwanted introspection at the Sophia guest house in central Seoul, the teenage girl who reminded him so much of his sister would not have become involved, and thus would not have become one of his victims. Yet it was none other than his sister's face that he had glimpsed in the mirror as he strangled the young female translator Linnell Yi. Although the interpreter looked nothing like Su-ra, who would forever in his mind remain 12 years old, it was indeed Su-ra who appeared to him that evening. It was Su-ra's image that had diverted Sinbei's attention for those several crucial seconds. Though he had been able to finish the interpreter, Sinbei's vacillating had afforded Linnell Yi's boyfriend time to escape. Now, the boy, the U.S. Senator's son, Gregory Wyckoff, had apparently fled here to Beijing, and Jessica Kincaid and the South Korean cop and the young Korean girl named Kang Jung would finally lead Sinbei straight to him. It was a bittersweet feeling, a peculiar blend of relief and regret. For once they led him to the boy, he would have no choice but to terminate the female teen along with the others. He flashed on Park Kwan in the coat room and seethed. Because of the cops' interference, Sinbei's kill count for this mission was about to increase by 4 instead of 3. Chapter 37. Even in parts of the capital city, the darkness was absolute. Janson had seen numerous satellite photos of the Korean peninsula at night. He'd known that the north remained as black as the seas when viewed from hundreds of miles above. Yet the perfect nothingness of Pyongyang after the sun had fallen still somehow managed to shock him. No street lamps, no headlights, not a single window aglow in the towering apartment buildings on either side of the road. It was as though he'd stepped even further back in time, not just into the early 20th century, but into the Stone Age. Still, Janson now felt like a soldier on an urban battlefield, no longer just a ghost in the fog. Although the darkness provided consummate cover, the danger of the capital city remained omnipresent, and the situation would only get worse the closer he and Yun Jin-ho came to their destination. As they pushed through the blackness, Janson's heart pounded, his muscles tensed. He was now well-rested, even well-fed. Working so closely with the regime, Yun explained, had its privileges. Unlike most of North Korea's population, Yun Jin-ho received plenty of food, including expensive imports from South Korea and Japan. "How did you come to work for the South?" Janson had asked when he woke in the safe house. Sitting on the cot, Janson could see a map spread out before Yun Jin-ho on the table at which they'd been sitting a few hours earlier. After several seconds of silence, Yun Jin-ho looked up from his map with a resigned expression. He motioned Janson to the table. Once Janson was seated across from him, Yun Jin-ho told him his story. "I had been a defector," he began. Before defecting, Yun Jin-ho had served as one of General Kim Jong-il's loyal deputy directors. It was a highly prestigious position, one of the most coveted roles in the country. It had taken years of hard work and education for Yun to rise in the ranks under the dear leader's father, Kim Il-sung. "I had drunken the Cool Whip," Yun Jin-ho conceded. Janson didn't correct him. Yun Jin-ho, like all his fellow countrymen, had worshipped Kim Il-sung. "He was our deity," Yun said. No North Korean, not even the educated, thought of the great marshal as a mere mortal, a man made of flesh and blood. According to official state history, Kim Il-sung was one of the world's great warriors, a liberator of the Korean people who had literally fought 100,000 battles during the Japanese occupation. State propaganda portrayed Kim Il-sung as more virtuous than Confucius, more benevolent than Buddha, more just than Muhammad, more loving than Christ. "No one," Yun Jin-ho said, "including me, knew him for what he was. A figurehead. A puppet, hand-picked by Soviet intelligence while they temporarily occupied the North following the Second World War." He closed his eyes as a joyless smile appeared on his face. "You should have witnessed my astonishment after my defection when I learned that our great leader had been fluent in Chinese and proficient in Russian, but could not speak Korean well at all when Stalin first placed him in command of our people." When, in 1994, Kim Il-sung died at the age of 82, all of North Korea was stunned, Yun Jin-ho included. "It was unthinkable," he said, looking into his past. "How do gods die? And what on earth do you do when yours does?" Like his countrymen, Yun Jin-ho had never felt so sad and frightened in all his life. He joined the millions who flooded the nation's streets, overcome by panic, overwhelmed with grief. Many committed suicide by jumping from tall buildings. Others incessantly banged their heads against concrete sidewalks and walls, spilling their own blood right up to the moment they lost consciousness or died. It was as though the entire nation joined in a collective, unending scream. Millions of mourners swarmed around the more than 30,000 statues already erected in Kim Il-sung's honor. They wept, they passed out from the heat, from their shock. But most of all, they prayed. We were told that if we prayed hard enough, if we cried and screamed at the top of our lungs, if we pulled our hair from our heads and pounded our chests till they bled, then maybe, just maybe, the great marshal would be resurrected. Maybe he would return to us, ride down from the sky on a winged horse to once again lead his people. Instead, the people of North Korea were given his son. Kim Jong-il had been introduced to the North Korean people as his father's successor 20 years before Kim Il-sung's death. A mercurial figure, Kim Jong-il possessed none of the military experience or charisma of his father. Yet, largely because of the regime's iron grip on its people, the transition of power went smoothly, and the cult of personality continued without a hitch. However, some officials inside the palace, including Yun Jin-ho, were weary of the son. His various voracious appetites were well known among those in the palace, and though nothing was ever spoken aloud, the son's need for abundance in all things was often viewed with disgust. Although Kim Jong-il was a recluse, he demanded the constant company of young Norwegian models to entertain him. His significant paunch betrayed his love of food. His spirit cellar gave away his expensive tastes in wines and liquors. While his people starved, Kim Jong-il went on international spending sprees that made Yun Jin-ho's stomach turn. He'd send his personal chef to Japan to buy thousands of pounds of the most expensive sushi and squid, Yun said with revulsion, to Thailand for the top papayas and mangoes, to Denmark for the world's best bacon, to Iran and Uzbekistan for pistachio nuts and caviar. Yun shook his head sadly. While his people died of malnutrition in the streets, their dear leader would purchase cases of Perrier water from France, kegs of Pilsner draft beer from Czechoslovakia. He was the world's single largest customer of Hennessy Paradis cognac. Although he maintained appearances, it wasn't long before Yun Jin-ho no longer enjoyed serving the regime. He no longer loved his work. He no longer loved his country because he no longer loved its leader. Even as he ascended in rank within the palace walls, Yun Jin-ho began seeking a way out. Not just out of the palace, but out of North Korea forever. He saved his money, spent what little free time he had studying maps, spoke of none of this to anyone, not even his closest and most trusted friends in the palace. Silence, he knew from the very beginning, would be key. Yun Jin-ho continued to perform his job well. He watched quietly as Kim Jong-il obsessed over obtaining nuclear weapons, even as his own people starved and rotted in North Korea's scattered labor camps. After years of bearing witness to Kim Jong-il's crimes and atrocities, after years of observing firsthand his utter indifference to and neglect of his people, Yoon Jin-ho decided he could wait no longer. It was time to make his move. And he did, knowing full well that it could cost him his life. In order to receive substantial time away from his position at the palace, Yoon Jin-ho feigned a protracted illness. It was risky. He'd had to bribe his doctor with most of the small fortune he'd saved up in order to be given the desired diagnosis. If the palace ordered a second doctor to corroborate the findings of the first, Yoon Jin-ho and his doctor would have both been publicly executed. He could have simply run, but he badly wanted the opportunity to return to the palace if his escape somehow went awry. Yoon Jin-ho knew that if he found life in North Korea intolerable now, with his prestigious position and all the perks that came with it, he would not survive a month as an ordinary citizen, let alone as a prisoner in one of Kim Jong-il's labor camps. Yoon Jin-ho paid an old friend to drive him to the mining town of Musan in the central North Hamgyong province. Of course, Musan's mines and factories had closed down during the economic collapse of the 90s, so it now resembled a ghost town from America's Wild West. Populated with outlaws, Musan had become a launching point for North Koreans desperate to cross the border into China. Some, like Yoon, were defectors. Others were entrepreneurs who bought and sold everything from rice and corn to virgin brides on North Korea's burgeoning black market. But the most lucrative business by far was smuggling people. Serving as guides, obtaining false papers, bribing soldiers and train conductors in North Korea, and bandits and police on the Chinese side of the border. Because of the town's location, near one of the narrower stretches of the Tumen River, smuggling people from Musan had become a booming industry. Yoon Jin-ho crossed the river at midnight. From there, his guide led him down a dirt road farther into China. He remained only one day in a village in China's Jilin province before continuing his journey north. Although his ultimate destination was Seoul, to get there he'd have to make it to Mongolia undetected. If he were to be arrested in China, Chinese authorities would return him to North Korea, where he would be sent to a gulag or executed for his attempt to defect. Fortunately, the landlocked nation of Mongolia had much different laws. Unlike China, Mongolia permitted the South Korean embassy in Ulaanbaatar to accept defectors from the north. So from the Mongolian capital, Yoon Jin-ho was put on a plane to Seoul. Once he arrived, Yoon Jin-ho spent weeks being debriefed by South Korea's National Intelligence Service. Yoon quickly came to realize that because of his position with the North Korean regime, he was a high-value defector. He wasn't sure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. It would be a long time, he conceded, before I figured it out. Immediately following his lengthy debriefing, Yoon Jin-ho was introduced to a small man by the name of Nam Se-hun. Weeks earlier, when I had finally touched down in Seoul following my long, arduous journey through China and Mongolia, I never dreamed I would ever return to Pyongyang, he said. But Nam Se-hun, he had his own designs on my future. Soon, he made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Nam Se-hun promised Yoon Jin-ho riches beyond his wildest dreams. "Give me just 1 year of your life," Nam said, "and I will give you a life that will put Kim Jong-il's to shame." That was nearly 5 years ago, Yun Jin-ho told Janson at the table. After the first year expired, he told me it was too dangerous to attempt an exfiltration just then. He told me to hang in for another few months. So I hung. 9 months later, Nam Se-hun continued to stall. By then, Yun Jin-ho realized he was being played by his handler in Seoul. He began making plans to escape on his own yet again. Only this time, using his unique knowledge, he would cross the demilitarized zone straight into South Korea. Once he made it back to Seoul, he'd sound the alarm about Nam Se-hun. Yun Jin-ho would have his revenge against the man who had attempted to Shanghai him. But as Yun Jin-ho planned his second escape from the north, he was approached by one of the dear leader's personal guards, a member of the guard's command. "If you attempt to leave Chosun," the soldier in the mustard-colored uniform warned, "you will be taken to General Kim's residence, where you will be slaughtered like the pig that you are." Yun Jin-ho knew immediately that the bodyguard was being run by Nam Se-hun. Had he been loyal to the regime, there would have been no threat, there would have been no warning. Yun would have simply been taken to a hard labor camp and subsequently executed. From that day on, Yun Jin-ho knew he was constantly being watched. He vowed to deliver no more information to Nam Se-hun's goons in the south. But that vow didn't last long. This time, the message was delivered by a member of North Korea's Ministry of State Security. "Continue providing intelligence from the palace," he told me, "or she will be carved up and fed to the prisoners at Senhori." Yun Jin-ho need not ask which she the brute was referring to. Months earlier, Yun had begun a clandestine relationship with a young woman in Pyongyang. Her name was Han Mi-suk. Over the next few years, Nam Se-hun used a combination of carrots and sticks to keep Yun Jin-ho under his thumb. He dangled in front of Yun Jin-ho a dazzling life for him and his new bride, a life of leisure and luxury in the most prestigious section of Seoul. In rare communications, he told Yun Jin-ho how he would be perceived as a hero when he finally returned to South Korea, how he would be given the key to the capital city, how he and Mi-suk would dine with the president at the Blue House as often as they liked. When Yun Jin-ho saw through Nam's charade and called him on it, the little man became cruel. He had Yun's entire savings stolen from his home so that he could not afford the bribes necessary to defect. He threatened to plant evidence that would show Mi-suk to be a spy for the American bastards. Nam Se-hun even went so far as to doctor photos depicting Yun Jin-ho in the embrace of another woman. "If you stop providing intelligence from the palace," Yun was told, "Mi-suk will come home one evening to find these photographs waiting for her on her doorstep. Then she will know you for the filthy rat that you are." Following a particularly nasty confrontation with one of Nam Se-hun's spies in the guard's command, Yun Jin-ho finally decided that his only way out of North Korea was to take his own life. But it was as though Nam Se-hun, from nearly 200 kilometers away in Seoul, managed to read Yun's mind. For the first time, Mi-suk was threatened directly. She was told by a member of the North's Ministry of State Security, "If Yun Jin-ho takes his own life, you will witness your parents being dealt a death so horrible that your eyes will melt in your skull." When Mi-suk told him, Yun Jin-ho had no choice but to come clean. He confessed everything, from his initial defection to the constant surveillance and threats. Mi-suk took the news better than Yun Jin-ho ever expected. In the end, it was her decision that the couple stay strong and plan against all odds to defect, so that one day Yun would be afforded the opportunity to take his revenge against the little man in Seoul. In the darkness, Janson felt Yun Jin-ho's presence at his side. They were linked in more ways than Janson had initially imagined. He now felt affection for the man. They had both lived the double life of a spy. They had both selflessly served their nations. They had both been used as pawns. But what really mattered to Paul Janson, as he and Yun Jin-ho made their way silently through the blackened streets of Pyongyang, was that they shared a common enemy. They had both been betrayed by Nam Se-hun. Chapter 38. Tiananmen Square, Dongcheng District, Beijing. Kincaid wished Janson were here with her. His ability to see through mobs of people for the one face he was looking for nearly matched his proficiency at blending in. Kincaid, though skilled in other ways, wasn't nearly as adroit at either. She'd burned Gregory Wyckoff's image into her memory days ago. She'd placed a hat on him, given him sunglasses, even colored his hair a jet black. Still, she had to examine each individual feature on each individual face she surveyed before moving on to the next. She just couldn't quite grasp the complete picture the way Paul Janson had tried to teach her. As she continued to work her way down the infinite line of people waiting to gain entrance to Mao's mausoleum, Kincaid became acutely aware of the clock. Wyckoff's meeting was scheduled to take place less than 40 minutes from now. The clock is always ticking, she reminded herself. The faces she examined turned their gazes back on her. Since visitors couldn't enter the exhibit carrying anything, they'd had to lock their cameras and handbags and smartphones, even their coats, in a group of lockers a few hundred feet away. So the people Kincaid studied were incredibly bored and cold and frustrated and annoyed. Particularly annoyed, it seemed, at this American woman who scrutinized their expressions as though she were preparing to paint a mass portrait without their consent. Nevertheless, Kincaid maintained her intense focus. She dismissed Asians without hats and sunglasses, but had to examine those whom she thought could have been Caucasians in disguise. A surprisingly high percentage, she soon realized. She experienced a strange sensation, felt the slightest tickle at the back of her mind. Something about her thinking was decidedly off. Something. But what? She peered into a young Korean man's eyes and finally realized where she'd gone wrong. She shouldn't have just been searching for Gregory Wyckoff. There continued to be a threat, not just to her and Park Kwan and Kang Jung, but to Wyckoff as well. She should have been watching for someone like herself. She should have been watching for a Khan's ops agent. She should have been watching for Sinbei. A high-pitched shout suddenly spun her around. Her eyes immediately fell on a young woman who'd just been knocked to the ground. Looking past the woman, Kincaid spotted the back of a young man in a brown leather jacket, running for all he was worth, sprinting toward the security checkpoint at the closest entrance. The crowd near the entrance instinctively began to disperse. Kincaid could no longer see the runner, but she became acutely aware of two distinct sets of footfalls over the surprised cries of dozens of bystanders. She locked on a second man, obviously chasing the first. Cursing herself under her breath, she bolted after them both. Sinbei moved like lightning. Where had his impeccable awareness been just now? He had screwed up yet again. After a career boasting 6 flawless kills, he suddenly seemed to be falling apart at the seams. He had no choice but to make things right. This time there would be no second chances. With Ping nearby in the city, he knew he would pay the ultimate price for his failure. If the American boy lived, Sinbei would pay with his life. He pushed himself harder, knocked over an old man, then a child, but did not dare slow down. As he ran after the boy in the brown leather jacket, he could not help but analyze what had gone wrong back in the square. But it was simple. Instead of hunting the boy, he'd had his eyes on the American woman who had been searching the long line at Mao's mausoleum. He had been distracted when he suddenly heard a female shriek. He'd spun and found that a young woman had been knocked to the ground, her attacker already 20 yards away in a dead run. The boy, he thought. He recognized me. It was something Sinbei would have thought an impossibility. The hanok where he had killed the girl was as black as pitch. The boy had been asleep. True, when Sinbei saw his sister's image in the mirror across the small room, he hesitated, and when he hesitated, the girl managed to kick over a lamp. But as soon as it happened, Sinbei had clutched the girl by her throat and squeezed, turning away from both the boy and the mirror in 2 seconds flat. He knew he hadn't been seen. When the boy came at his back to help the girl, Sinbei had simply thrown an elbow, catching the kid square in the face. By the time the boy got back to his feet, the girl was already dead. The boy had been left with no choice but to run. How was it possible that the boy had seen him that night, seen him so well as to be able to recognize him in the smog-drenched throngs of Tiananmen Square? No matter, he thought now, as he sprinted down the bicycle lane, chasing the boy. All that mattered now was that he catch him, kill him. Kill Kincaid and Park Kwan, and regrettably, Kang Jung. Then, Sinbei would turn his attention to Janson. Killing Janson would be fun. Chapter 39. More goddamn tunnels? Janson had thought when he first heard Yun Jin Ho's plan. But now, from up high on a dark hill in the northern outskirts of Pyongyang, he saw only the idea's genius. The moment he caught a glimpse of the 5-square-mile leadership complex in the Ryong-song district, Janson realized there was no other way inside. The compound burned so bright, he wondered whether it could be seen from space, a solitary bulb in an ocean of darkness. Back at the safe house, Yun Jin Ho had warned Janson of the palace's defenses. The complex was surrounded by an electrified fence, the capabilities of which were still fresh in Janson's mind. Of course, there were more landmines and checkpoints every few thousand yards. There is an underground headquarters, Yun Jin Ho had told him, for use in a time of war. The walls are protected with iron bars, and their concrete is covered with lead in case of a nuclear attack. The American bastards, Janson said with a half-smile. Yun Jin Ho didn't look up from his map exactly. What kind of firepower do they keep up there? Janson asked. Mass-scale conventional weapons for certain. I suspect more. Chemical? Biological? Yun Jin-ho shrugged, as though Janson had asked whether the residence contained an adequate number of restrooms. There are a dozen military units ready to fend off any threat. I do not think they will need to use mustard gas against one individual, even if he is American, even if he is Paul Janson. You'd be surprised, Janson said with a straight face. Yun Jin-ho lifted his head and studied his guest. I like you, Mr. Janson. You are not bad. He looked back down at his map. For an American bastard. Now, as he peered at the complex through his field glasses, Janson thought he could make out some of the on-campus structures Yun Jin-ho had described, including large houses hiding among massive administrative buildings made of concrete. Every structure represented an achievement in architecture, something Janson could be confident of even with his amateur eye. Surrounding the residences were perfectly manicured gardens. Artificial lakes dotted the entire property. On his haunches, Janson peered at the elaborate swimming pool, which according to Yun Jin-ho's map was 50 feet wide, 160 feet long. At its center stood the most immense water slide Janson had ever laid eyes on. There were horse stables, a running track, and an athletic field. Janson lingered a moment on the shooting range, then took in the race course that could have been designed for Kyle Busch or Danica Patrick or some other hotshot NASCAR driver. I've seen enough, Janson said, pocketing his field glasses. I'm ready to join Kim Jong-un for a late supper. Yun Jin-ho turned to him with a smile Janson could barely see in the moonlight. I am afraid that American bastards must use the designated entrance, underground. Janson stood. Well, what are we waiting for then? Lead me to it. Yun Jin-ho led Janson below ground. This is a station, Yun said, that very few North Koreans have ever seen. You are the first foreigner to enter, and you are very likely to be the last. Janson was thankful that his eyes had adjusted to the darkness above ground, because this underground station was every bit as dark as the bottom of the sea. He slowly followed Yun Jin-ho along the tiled wall. This particular station, Yun said, has been closed for some time. What was it built for? It was built to transport North Korea's first-class passengers around the country. Janson's brow furrowed in the darkness. First-class passengers? There have been 3 first-class passengers in the history of North Korea. Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un. 4, if you count Kim Jong-il's tiny white Maltese. Kim Jong-il had one of those little toy dogs. He received him as a puppy. That puppy was the only true love in the dear leader's life once his father died. Seeing Kim Jong-il playing with that tiny white dog, it was the only time I ever felt any compassion for the man. I guess that makes sense, Janson said. Hitler, after all, had a female German shepherd named Blondie. The difference, I would imagine, is that Blondie was not the only dog in Germany that was not ultimately made into a meal for the starving. Janson felt an uneasiness splash around in his stomach as they continued along the wall. Stop here, Yun Jin-ho said. This is where you will jump down onto the tracks. Janson reached into his pocket and removed the miniature mag light, but didn't turn it on. Yun said, And this, I am sad to say, is where we must part ways, Mr. Janson. Janson offered his hand, but Yun Jin-ho instead pulled him forward by the shoulders and gripped him in a tight embrace. Godspeed, Mr. Janson. His voice was quivering. Once you have what you seek, you will head out of the compound at the northernmost checkpoint, as we discussed. You're absolutely certain I can trust the guard at that checkpoint to let me out? Sure as shit, as you American bastards say. I don't think anyone says that, at least not very often. Whatever floats your balloon, Mr. Janson. Yun Jin Ho took a step backward. Once you are out of the compound, you will find a military jeep waiting for you on the far side of the road. It is painted black. Misuk will be behind the wheel. She has been instructed not to use headlights under any circumstances. The taillights have been removed. Janson didn't like this part of the plan. Without headlights, believe me, Mr. Janson, as I told you before, it is the only chance you have. The only way to make certain that they will not spot you and kill you on the road. Misuk has been practicing driving these roads blind for months. Yun's voice began to fade. She knows what she is doing. Trust her, and you will be fine. You never explained to me why you won't be coming with us, Janson said. If you and Misuk are under surveillance, they're going to realize she's gone. And when they find out, they're going to come to collect you. They're going to kill you. Janson sighed. Please, reconsider coming with us. In the darkness, Janson listened, but there was no reply. Even Yun Jin Ho's footfalls had faded into silence. Chapter 40. With Wyckoff and Sinbei popping in and out of her sights, Kincaid sliced through the smog, her arms pumping at her sides, her heart jackhammering in her chest. Gregory Wyckoff's dossier raved about his intellect, but provided little about his physical abilities, suggesting there wasn't much to tell. Regardless, she strongly suspected that Sinbei was in far better shape and that the assassin would catch Gregory Wyckoff sooner rather than later. So Kincaid kicked it into high gear, giving the chase every last bit of strength she had. But it soon became clear that it wouldn't be enough. As she ran, bicycles whizzed past her on either side, nearly every rider shouting expletives for her sprinting against traffic in their bike lane. Her body acted before the thought even reached her mind. A good thing, since, had she given the notion even the slightest reflection, she very likely would have decided against it. But just then, her body was running the show. Kincaid's left arm shot straight out from her body in a clothesline milliseconds before a bicycle blew past her. The moment she felt impact, she closed her fist around a stretch of material and yanked as hard as she could. For a moment, she thought her arm would be ripped right out of its socket. The momentum was so great. But instead, the male cyclist was severed from the bicycle, and both he and the bike were thrown into a circular skid. Although Kincaid genuinely hoped that the helmeted cyclist was all right, she didn't stop to ask. She snatched the bike off the ground and propped it up on its wheels. Then she faced it in the opposite direction, gave herself a running head start, and hopped aboard, pedaling as though she were the team leader in the Tour de France. After a few seconds, she had both predator and prey in her sights again. Sinbei, as she'd assumed, was quickly closing the gap. She didn't have much time to catch up. Shit! Wyckoff was approaching an intersection where he'd have to stop or risk getting struck by traffic. Kincaid leaned forward, lifted her rear end from the seat, and pushed even harder. She eyed both men through the smog. Wyckoff was slowing. Sinbei was preparing to pounce. From the corner of her eye, she caught a black Audi A7 careening down the near lane, moving faster than any of the other vehicles on the road. Wyckoff apparently locked on the Audi with his peripheral vision as well. Just before entering the intersection, the kid dropped to the ground like he'd been shot. But Sinbei's reflexes were just as good. The assassin stopped on a dime, and in one liquid motion, he reached across his body for his left wrist. Kincaid saw the glint of the white-gold cufflink as Sinbei yanked it from his sleeve. The razor-sharp wire that trailed was barely visible, but Kincaid knew it was there, knew that in a moment it would close around Gregory Wyckoff's throat just as it had around hers. Her muscles went to war with her mind, which demanded she squeeze the brakes immediately. Instead, Kincaid opened her fingers wide and steered directly at Sinbei. As soon as the bicycle collided with the assassin, it toppled end over end. The unforgiving sidewalk leapt off the ground to strike Kincaid in the head. As she hit the concrete, she tried to keep her eyes wide open, her gaze fixed on Sinbei. The assassin had been caught completely off guard, his body thrown into the roadway just as the black Audi A7 reached the intersection. Sinbei's body bounced atop the hood of the car, shattering the windshield completely. The Audi shrieked to an immediate halt, flinging Sinbei's bloodied form forward at least 30 feet, where it hit the road and rolled to a stop. Other vehicles approaching the intersection screeched to a standstill. Several were rear-ended. Kincaid heard shrieks like dying birds rise all around her. She tuned them out and turned her focus on Wyckoff. With her ears ringing, she helped the boy up onto his feet and shouted, "It's going to be all right. I'm Jesse. I was hired by your father. You'll be safe with me." Wyckoff, though clearly in a daze, looked into her eyes and nodded carefully. Kincaid gripped his arm, said, "Let's get the hell out of here." Then together they vanished into the chaos and smog. Chapter 41. An hour and a half after Yun Jin-ho left to return to the surface, Janson spotted the door he'd been searching for. It had been a rough 90 minutes, Janson navigating the maze of underground tunnels using nothing but the miniature maglite and his memory of a crude map Yun Jin-ho sketched at the table back at the safe house. Now that he'd finally reached his destination, Janson extinguished the maglite and dropped onto his haunches to search his go-bag for the items he needed for the next phase of his mission. No killing anyone who doesn't try to kill you can be a tricky rule. Obviously, had Janson not tunneled across the border in the demilitarized zone, the 2 soldiers he'd killed would still be alive. But then, in Janson's world, not everything was black and white. The gauge he found himself increasingly using was, is this for the greater good? Whenever feasible, of course, Janson used non-lethal force. Toward that end, he removed from his bag a dart gun containing the incapacitating fluid known as carfentanil, an analog of the synthetic opioid analgesic fentanyl, a popular painkiller frequently prescribed in patch form. Carfentanil had a potency 10,000 times stronger than morphine and 100 times stronger than fentanyl itself. Janson double-checked the 33-gauge needles and 1-millimeter vials of carfentanil citrate. The dosage was sufficient to take down a bear. Janson had earlier worried that it would be lethal to North Korean soldiers whose growth had been stunted by the Great Famine of the 90s. But there were few alternatives. In the end, he'd decided carfentanil citrate was by far his safest bet. And theirs. With his go-bag on his back and the dart gun in his hand, Janson reached for the door handle in the darkness. When the handle began to twist under the weight of his fingers, he experienced a mixed sensation of relief and apprehension. He was about to enter the palace. He turned the handle and swung the door open, raising the dart gun as he stepped into the frame. The door opened onto a long, narrow hallway as white and sterile as a hospital wing. At the far end of the hallway, a single soldier from the guard's command sat on a metal folding chair, his head leaning back against the white wall behind him. His eyes were closed, and he was snoring. Janson gently closed the door behind him and started up the hallway. Of course, he couldn't leave it to the Sandman to determine when the guard awoke, so, as Janson drew near, he fired a dart into the center of the guard's chest. The guard stirred for a few seconds, just long enough to open his eyes and look up at Janson. "I'm just a dream," Janson whispered. The guard's eyelids fell shut, and his breathing became shallower. Janson plunged his fingers into Sleeping Beauty's front shirt pocket and relieved him of his keycard. Then he checked the guard's pulse. "You'll be just fine, buddy," and moved on. He turned right down the next hallway, at the end of which was a closed metal door with a card reader. He casually slid the guard's card through the reader as though he were purchasing a pack of gum with a debit card at the local 7-Eleven. Then he cautiously opened the door. As he entered another short corridor, he immediately heard multiple sets of footfalls. Quickly, he pressed his back against the far wall. The two men who were approaching seemed to be making chit-chat, but of course Janson couldn't make out a word they were saying. According to the layout Janson had memorized, they could only be coming to check on Sleeping Beauty. Both men laughed as they turned the corner. Janson threw his left arm around the throat of the man closest to him and fired a dart into the other. As that second guard dropped to his knees, Janson fired a dart into the lower back of his captive. The guard instantly slumped in his arms. As Janson was setting him down, he noticed a blue and white metal canister slipping from the fingers of the guard's left hand. He tried to pluck it from the air, but the metal canister hit the ground from about 2 feet up and rolled all the way to the opposite wall. Janson grimaced at the noise and backed up against the wall, ready to fire again. After several tense seconds, his pulse began to slow. He knelt next to the canister and immediately identified its contents. X-Spec 3 shaving foam manufactured in South Korea. Janson absently ran his hand through his beard. Then he turned over one of the fallen comrades and found a small green feather duster jutting out of his mustard-colored waistband. Janson smiled as he considered the prank that the two guards were about to play on Sleeping Beauty. Maybe you're not so different from us American bastards after all. He pushed himself to his feet and continued up the new corridor. Stepping through another door, he entered a hall in which the lights were dimmed. At the end of the hall stood a red steel door. There was no guard in sight. He took a deep breath and moved quickly. Once more, Janson slid the card through the card reader. The door came unlocked. Janson swung the door open. On the other side, a large guard went for his weapon. Janson fired a dart before the guard could get a shot off. The dart struck the man in the side of the neck. He crumpled immediately. Janson stepped into the anteroom. This is it, he thought. At the opposite end of the room was a final door. On the wall to its left was a metal keypad. Janson moved briskly across the room and entered Yun Jin Ho's 6-digit passcode from memory. The electronic lock clicked. Janson opened the door and stepped forward into Kim Jong-un's war room. Chapter 42. At the Shangri-La China World Hotel in Beijing, Kincaid closed the door to their luxury suite and told Gregory Wyckoff to relax and have a seat. But when she turned and entered the room, the boy was already sprawled out atop the exquisite red and gold comforter on the king-size bed, fast asleep. Poor kid, she thought. Kincaid knew what it was like to be running for days, and she could certainly sympathize with anyone who was being chased by Sinbei. Had it not been for Park Kwan spotting his gun on the floor of the coat room in Tea-Lounge, Kincaid would have already been counted as one of his victims. Like Linnell Yee, she thought, the kid's girlfriend. From what Kincaid knew about their relationship, Gregory and Linnell had been closer than close, a young couple experiencing the world together as though they owned it. And when you were that much in love, that's exactly what life felt like. That was how Kincaid felt when she was with Janson. I should have heard from him by now, right? Not necessarily. If something had happened to him in North Korea, she would have learned about it. At least, that was what she kept telling herself. Kincaid sat in the room's soft leather chair and planted her elbows on the oversized mahogany writing desk. She stared at the phone. She needed to reach out to Senator Wyckoff and his wife to let them know their son was safe. But she'd lost her own phone, and, as gorgeous and modern as it was, she didn't trust the hotel to provide her with a secure line, especially in China. She also wanted to call Park Kwan. He and Kang Jung would be worried about her. Surely they'd connected the incident outside Tiananmen Square with her missing their rendezvous. But she wanted to get in touch with them to make sure that they were safe and to let them know that she and Wyckoff were alive and as well as could be expected. Still, she harbored little doubt that both their phones were hot. By calling them, she could be giving away her and Wyckoff's location and putting Park Kwan and Kang Jung in further danger. No, she couldn't do that. Park Kwan was a cop, a smart cop, and she had to trust him to take care of himself and Kang Jung. Instead, she phoned the Embraer 650, which, as far as she knew, was still sitting on the tarmac at Incheon International. Cat's Paw, Kayla speaking. Kincaid made a face and mimicked the words silently. Cat's Paw, Kayla speaking. Hello, Kayla said. Hey, Kayla, it's Kincaid. Oh, Jessie, she said. It's so good to hear from you. Are you and Paul all right? Kincaid swallowed the bitterness in her throat. Janson and I are fine. Listen, I need a favor. I need you to contact our client via a secure line. The number is in the file. Okay, sure. What's the message? Tell the client we have the package and we're going to deliver it to Washington safe and sound as soon as possible. Details to follow. Got it, Kayla said. Anything else? Yes. Tell the pilots we need the Embraer in Beijing right away. The IATA code for the airport is PEK. Terminal 3. Have the jet prepared for a flight to D.C. File a 01 flight plan. A 01? They'll know what I mean. Be ready to depart PEK 6 hours from now. Once Kincaid hung up the phone, a weary voice tapped her on the shoulder. I don't have to return to Seoul, do I? Kincaid spun in her chair. Gregory Wyckoff was sitting up on the king-size bed. Dark, puffy flesh engulfed his eyes. No, Kincaid said with a slight smile. I wouldn't send you back there. I know you're innocent. Wyckoff bowed his head. Thank you. Kincaid folded her hands in her lap. Do you feel up to talking about all this? If I'm leaving Beijing in 6 hours, I suppose we'd better. Okay, she said, leaning forward. Why don't you start with Linnell? Wyckoff cleared his throat and began speaking softly. A few days ago, Christ, I've really lost track of time. It's all right. Wyckoff intertwined his fingers atop his head and closed his eyes to collect his thoughts. When he opened them, he said, Linnell came home, and by home I mean our apartment in Seoul, one night, and seemed all bent out of shape, as though she was preoccupied with something. I knew she'd been going through a particularly tense time at work. She was working as a translator, Kincaid said, to help move him along. Right. She was a contractor, hired just 6 months ago, specifically for the four-party talks. She worked out of an office at the U.S. Embassy, but the actual talks are being held at the joint security area in the demilitarized zone. That was where she'd been that day. Go on. She worked directly for the U.S. envoy. For the past half year, they've been negotiating a host of issues, from the UN sanctions to the North's nuclear program. The chief U.S. negotiator had been complaining recently that as soon as they make a few steps toward progress, the North begins moving the goalposts and acting erratically. How so? Well, for instance, the North is currently holding 3 U.S. citizens on vague charges of espionage. Each of the individuals was in the country on a tourist visa, and they were, in fact, tourists. The U.S. would make some concessions, offer to ease some restrictions, and the North would agree to release the, for lack of a better word, hostages. But then the next day, joint U.S. ROK military exercises that were scheduled 9 months in advance would take place, and the North would suddenly go nuclear. No pun intended. They'd renege on the agreement, and all parties would have to return to go without collecting their $200. I assume that's a Monopoly reference? Sorry, yeah. What I'm trying to say is that things have been getting intense recently, from what Linnell had been telling me. So when she came home upset, I thought maybe she'd made a mistake, in the translation. I figured she got reamed out, maybe by the chief U.S. negotiator, maybe by Ambassador Young, who could be a real dick. But after a couple of hours, I realized it was much more than that. Something was definitely wrong. Something weighty was on her mind. Did you press her on it? I asked, but Linnell wouldn't tell me anything at our apartment. At first, I figured she simply didn't want to talk about it. I was resolved to try again in the morning. If she wouldn't give by then, I'd wait until she came home from the joint security area the next day to see whether the mood had passed or something was continuing to trouble her. Kincaid nodded, but said nothing. At around 8 that night, I went to the bathroom to get ready for bed. When I came out, there was a sheet of paper on the coffee table. There was a message scrawled in Linnell's handwriting. It just read, "Not in here. O/S." O/S? O/S was her shorthand for outside. So I went outside, and she started talking right away. She said she inadvertently overheard something Ambassador Young was saying. She said she only heard bits and pieces. As he spoke, Wyckoff looked past Kincaid as though staring through the wall into the room next door. The ambassador had been speaking to someone Linnell never met before, someone from the South Korean delegation. A younger man, she said, maybe 30 or 35 years old. She heard Young use words like provocation, incursion, and ground war. Then she heard them discussing troop numbers from the United States. Wyckoff shook his head sadly. That was essentially it. That and the name of some operation. The operation was called Diophantus. How long had she listened? Not long, Wyckoff said. No more than 30 or 40 seconds. But when she spun around to leave, she walked straight into Ambassador Young's chief aide. Jonathan? Jonathan Day. He's Young's lackey. He had a thing for Linnell a while back, and she rejected him. He'd been giving her angry glares ever since. Wyckoff looked Kincaid in the eyes. She started to move past him, and he grabbed her by the arm, accused her of eavesdropping. He actually used the words espionage and treason. Linnell pulled away, but she was sure Jonathan was going to report what he'd seen to the ambassador. Kincaid prodded him to go on. Neither of us was very concerned for her job. Let them sack me, she said. But we were concerned about what might happen to her if they discovered what she overheard. She was afraid that they'd subject her to a polygraph. That's why she'd been so reluctant to tell me at first, because they'd ask her if she'd told anyone else, and she didn't want to have to give them my name. Wyckoff shrugged, his stare floating toward the ceiling. He was clearly trying to keep the emotion out of his voice. But she loved me, he said. She never kept anything from me. And Linnell had always said I was the smartest person she knew. Even though I knew that was bullshit, it meant a lot to me, given her own education and family background. Did she know you'd use the information? She knew that I'd dig deeper, Wyckoff said, once more with that far-off look in his eyes. And I did. Kincaid canted her head. I'm kind of good with computers, he said. From what I understand, that's the understatement of the millennium. For the first time since she met him, Wyckoff managed a tired smile. Okay, he admitted. I'm a hacker, or what you might call a hacktivist. You moved on the information right away? I didn't waste any time. I immediately got myself to a secure computer and entered the State Department's email system. Months earlier, I had socially engineered a young female aide in order to gain access. I didn't want to risk breaking into the system using Linnell's account. But as it turned out, the back door I'd installed using malware months before was still open. What did you do once you were in? First thing I did was run a search for Diophantus. I made a mental list of every email user who had typed the word into a message. There weren't many names, but the names that did appear were all huge political players. Ambassador Young, of course, the Director of National Security, Sanford Hildreth, the Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, Douglas Albright, a Deputy Director of the CIA's clandestine service named Ella Kwan, a Chief Systems Engineer named Eric Matsumura, and someone I'd never even heard of. Neither had Linnell. His title was listed as Under Secretary of State, but I couldn't find his name anywhere else in the database or even on the web. Kincaid realized she'd been chewing on the pad of her thumb. She pulled it out of her mouth and said, "Let me guess. His name was Edward Clark." Wyckoff nodded. "Yeah. Who is he? How did you know?" "He's the Director of Consular Operations." "Cons Ops?" Wyckoff scoffed. "I thought consular operations was just a myth. You mean to tell me it really exists? The State Department runs its own black ops?" Kincaid nodded. Wyckoff's mouth dropped open. His tired eyes grew wide. Are you serious?" "Believe me," Kincaid said. "Consular operations is my former employer." Wyckoff shook his head, sadly. "Every day I wake up, I realize I know less and less about my government." Chapter 43. According to Yun Jin Ho, Janson had 15 minutes tops before the guard's command ascertained that their sentries were down and ordered reinforcements to move in to intercept the intruder and re-establish control over the premises. Janson promised himself he wouldn't waste a second of that precious time. He marched straight to the center of the war room, the design for which had apparently been stolen from the bridge of Star Trek's original Enterprise. He sat in the captain's chair and worked the attached keyboard with his fingers as quickly as he could. Yun Jin-ho had told him precisely where to look. After navigating past several screens on the sizable monitor in front of him, Janson pulled up a file designated 15-4-1912, Kim Il-sung's birth date, and clicked Enter. At the prompt, Janson entered Yun Jin-ho's 14-digit passcode from memory. In the glow of the monitor, Janson's eyes slowly widened. A deep chill ran up his spine. He shivered, felt the fine hairs on his arms rise like a synchronized army. No, he thought. This can't be. Once we learned who the players were, Linnell and I decided it was too dangerous to return to our apartment, so we registered at the Sophia Guest House, a hanok in central Seoul. I paid the hanok a visit when we first arrived in the city, Kincaid said. We'd talked about switching off, with one of us sleeping and the other keeping awake and alert. In the end, we were both too exhausted. We had spent the past few hours planning how to get the hell out of South Korea and where to go, and the last half hour arguing like hell over all of it. A wall of water formed in front of Wyckoff's already glazed eyes. I woke up when I heard a crash. Linnell had knocked over a lamp. It was the first thing I saw. At first, I didn't think much of it. I couldn't really see anything, just shapes and forms. He rubbed the heel of his palms against his temples. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw Linnell in the corner of the room. It looked as though she were being lifted off the ground by some invisible force. She was still kicking her feet. It was the most frightening thing I'd ever seen, like something out of a horror movie. Wyckoff was breaking down. "Take it easy," Kincaid said, reaching out, placing a hand on his knee. "If you need some time, I'd understand. Would you like a glass of water, some tissues?" Wyckoff waved her offer away with his hands. The guy who was holding her, as soon as he saw me lift my head, he spun his body around so that his back was facing me. I jumped up from the mat and ran at him. He smashed his elbow into my nose, and I hit the floor like a stone. I thought my nose was busted. I felt so much blood spilling out of me. Wyckoff stood, paced over to the curtained sliding glass door, and turned back. When I finally managed to pick myself off the floor, the guy was still holding Linnell up by the throat. But she wasn't kicking anymore. She wasn't doing anything. Her body was entirely limp. I knew right away she was dead. He paused to wipe away his tears and clear his throat. When he spoke again, his voice was little more than a rasp. So I spun around and opened the door. Just as I did, I heard her body drop to the floor, but I didn't look back. I ran as fast and as hard as I could across the courtyard. Linnell's killer started running after me. I heard his feet slapping against the pavement. He was so fast. I was sure he was going to catch me. "What did you do?" Kincaid said gently. "I remembered seeing a fire escape on our way to the hanok. I headed straight for that building. I turned down the alley, pulled myself up on a pipe, and reached for the ladder. I ran up the fire escape as quick as I could until I heard him coming again. I froze in place, somewhere between the second and third floors. I figured that was my only chance. Sure enough, he slowed down, checked the alley. He even looked up. He seemed to look right at me. But it was so dark, he didn't notice me. I waited for him to grab hold of the pipe to pull himself up, but he didn't. Instead, he ran out of the alley and kept going. As soon as he did, I climbed up to the roof. It was freezing up there, but I stayed until morning." Kincaid's eyes narrowed. "You said it was pitch black in the hanok, yet you recognized him today at Tiananmen Square, didn't you?" Wyckoff nodded. I only saw a flash of his face before he turned around. There was just a hint of moonlight seeping in through the shades, but it was all I needed. He paused for several seconds, gazing up at the ceiling as though he was contemplating the nature of the universe, then said, I have a photographic memory. A photographic memory? Really? That wasn't in your dossier. He smiled sadly. No, it wouldn't be. It's not something I boast about. My dad calls me a slacker as it is. If he knew I had a photographic memory, he'd expect me to become a brain surgeon or run for president. Probably both. No one really knows about my photographic memory. In school, I didn't want to risk being labeled a freak. Only Linnell knows. He paused again, a fresh wave of tears spilling over his lower lashes, down his cheeks. Knew, he corrected himself. Only Linnell knew. Kincaid waited for him to calm himself. When he seemed to have control over himself, she asked, How did you learn of Yun Jin Ho? Wyckoff lifted his bloodshot eyes in surprise. There were questions in those eyes, but he didn't ask them. When Linnell and I first moved to Seoul, I hacked into the government servers, looking for secrets. Specifically, I wanted to find South Korea's intelligence on the North's nuclear program. Everyone wants us to believe that North Korea is on the verge of becoming a nuclear power. Washington and Seoul want us to believe it to demonstrate that the Kim regime is a threat to the region and to justify suffocating economic sanctions. Pyongyang wants us to believe it because they're afraid of a future U.S. ROK invasion aimed at regime change. I think the claims being made by both sides are highly exaggerated, if not complete bullshit. Of course, the only ones suffering as a result of all the lies are the North Korean people. I thought if I could expose the actual intelligence Seoul has on North Korea's nuclear capabilities, the United Nations would have no choice but to lift their sanctions and allow the North's economy to collapse or thrive on its own. Wyckoff sat back down on the bed. I engaged the help of the hive mind, and together we found nothing to prove or disprove my theory. But we did discover what appeared to be a list of agents the NIS is running in Pyongyang. Spies. In North Korea's Ministry of State Security, Kim Jong-un's Guards Command, even one deputy director in the palace. Kincaid said, Yun Jin Ho. Wyckoff nodded. Code name Maltese. It took some work to figure out his true identity, but once I did, I realized he was someone who might be willing to sell secrets to a third party like myself. What made you think that? There were extensive notes in his electronic file. Yun Jin Ho was obviously a reluctant spy. Not for ideological reasons. He clearly despised the North Korean regime, but because he didn't trust his handlers in Seoul. They'd apparently made him promises they hadn't kept. What types of promises? Promises to bring him in from the cold. Promises to get him and his fiancée safely out of Pyongyang and return them to Seoul, where Yun Jin Ho had originally defected to 5 years ago. Kincaid nodded as she took it all in. So you made contact. I first contacted him months ago, long before this happened. He was wary of me in the beginning, but that was perfectly understandable. I gave him time to check me out for himself. Eventually, we sort of became friends. The morning after Linnell was killed, I snuck into a high school to use a computer. I hacked into the DIA's email system and pulled up the director's account. Albright had been a lot less secure than Ambassador Young. The details were sketchy, but within a half hour I had a good idea of what Diophantus is all about, and why Linnell was killed for overhearing what she heard. I sent Yun Jin Ho an encrypted email, which is how we usually communicated. You told him about Diophantus. Actually, he had recently told me that he discovered something at the palace that might be of interest to me. He refused to turn it over to his handlers in Seoul. He said it was too big, too important to entrust to NIS. But he believed I was the perfect vehicle to deliver this particular intelligence. He told me if I published what he had, I could literally change the world. But he insisted on selling the secrets to me. They wouldn't be free. What was his price? He said, "Get my fiancé out of Chosun. That's what they call Korea in the north, and I will give it to you." Now, I told him I had information for the palace, too. I said, maybe we could trade. He refused. He just wanted me to send someone to help his fiancée escape. I figured it was the only way to get whatever information he had and to pass on the warning about Diophantus to the palace. So I did. You sent someone to collect his fiancée? I quietly hired an American expat I knew, a former Navy SEAL. He'd been a contractor with the Central Intelligence Agency in Kandahar after 9/11. Then he worked for Blackwater in Iraq. A few days ago he went up north, but I never heard from him again. I'd paid him half up front. He probably took the half I gave him and made himself scarce. If you don't mind my asking, where did you get the money for something like that? I took out a cash advance on a credit card number I stole online. He looked up. Don't worry, it belonged to a bad person. So, you never learned what information Yun Jin Ho discovered in the north. Wyckoff shook his head, and he never received my warning about Diophantus. Kincaid felt her pulse begin to race. What is it? What is Diophantus? Like I said, initially, I didn't know. There were very few details about the operation in Young's emails, but it seemed clear from the messages that Diophantus was purposefully shrouded in secrecy, and that there was a significant risk attached to it if someone found out. Which you did the next morning. Kincaid heard the impatience in her own voice. So tell me, Gregory, what is Diophantus? Wyckoff took a deep breath, then swallowed hard. In short, it's a plot to start a second Korean War, he said. A war meant to collapse the North Korean regime and reunify Korea. Kincaid took in his words, was about to speak, but Wyckoff beat her to the punch. I know what you're thinking, he said. That regime change in the North may not necessarily be a bad thing, especially for the North Korean people. I thought about it too. The problem is that this war would inevitably result in the loss of millions of lives, including the lives of thousands, maybe tens of thousands, of American troops. He paused. And the war wouldn't have the support of the American public, regardless of your view on Iraq. This, without question, would be a war that the American public was duped into. Chapter 44. Janson couldn't believe his eyes. As he attempted to print the 45-page document, he tried simultaneously to comprehend its contents and calculate its consequences. The invasion would commence with special forces, of which the Korean People's Army numbered almost 200,000. They would start with pre-dawn airdrops and shore landings. As the soldiers struck land, they would immediately begin sabotage operations. They'd hit power stations and telephone lines, bring down cell and internet networks. While panic rose like a tsunami over the 10 million citizens of Seoul, the North would strike with artillery at a rate of hundreds of thousands of rounds per hour. All arteries out of Seoul would be choked with traffic as the South Koreans attempted to flee their city under fire. Meanwhile, hundreds of chemically armed Scud missiles would be launched at targets ranging from Incheon International Airport to Seoul Station, making escape impossible. To slow down U.S. reinforcements, hundreds of no-dong missiles carrying chemical weapons would be targeting Japan. Torpedoes launched from North Korean submarines and semi-submersibles would strike U.S. ships carrying personnel and supplies to the peninsula, leaving the South Koreans' puppet masters with fewer than 30,000 troops on the ground. The printer paused for no apparent reason. God damn it, Janson thought. Not now. Not a fucking paper jam. He cracked open the casing and ripped the offending sheet from around the toner cartridge. He slammed the tray shut, and the printer resumed printing. Janson turned back to the screen. Here it was, right in front of him, the strategy for the actual invasion. 750,000 troops, 2,500 tanks, hundreds of drones. Drones. And not just the toy planes that U.S. and South Korean intelligence knew the North possessed. Not just surveillance drones, but drones that could carry a 450-pound payload. Drones that could carry out attack missions, dropping Hellfire-style missiles from the sky like rain. Attacks like those being carried out by the U.S. military in places such as Yemen, Afghanistan, and the tribal areas of Pakistan. Only these deadly attacks would indiscriminately target heavily populated South Korean cities, slaughtering millions of innocent civilians. Auster, Janson thought. Cal Auster. That's why the son of a bitch is in South Korea, so close to the demilitarized zone. What had Auster said to Janson when they first met in Afghanistan? I serve a basic human need, man. You think votes are going to change the course of a nation like Afghanistan, you naive motherfucker? Hell no, not votes. The only things that are ever going to change this fucking country are bullets and more bullets. Lots of fucking bullets and bombs and bunker busters. It's a new war, Paul. A new world. And I'm going to fucking arm all of it. Janson scrolled down. Not much time now. He had to get the hell out of here, or he never would. Janson had to warn the South. He had to warn the Blue House. Christ, not just the Blue House, but the White House as well. According to these documents, the latest version of the DPRK's Type O-Dong missile had the capacity to reach the United States. Not just Hawaii and Alaska, but also the continental United States, from the southern tip of California up to Washington State. This wouldn't just be a second Korean War. Once China became involved, this would become the Third World War. And the North would commence this operation at the slightest provocation. They'd have to ensure China's involvement, and in order to do that, they'd need cover. They'd essentially need to say, look, the South started it, but given what China had at stake, namely their border with North Korea, it wouldn't take a hell of a lot, maybe nothing more than a stray bullet that crossed the demarcation line in the dead of night. Somewhere in the residence, an alarm sounded. Janson grabbed his stack of documents and stuffed them into his go-bag. He replaced the dart gun with his Beretta. The dart gun would be useless against the number of gunmen he was sure to encounter, and raced for the door. He burst into the hallway and found no one. He took the stairs, as he'd been directed to by Yun Jin Ho, still picturing the spy's crude map in his mind. As he ascended, 2 soldiers from Kim's Guard's command were hurrying down the stairs carrying firearms. When they spotted Janson, they stopped and fired. Janson took cover, then carefully placed 2 bullets in each of them and let their bodies tumble past him on the stairs. He wouldn't be caught. He wouldn't be killed. Not here, not tonight. He needed to make it to Seoul. Janson burst through the door to the outside and immediately heard the crackling of at least a dozen AK-47s. But there was mercifully little light. Janson looked up and saw that most of the floodlights above him had been destroyed. He sprinted forward in the direction of the designated checkpoint, thinking, There's no way this guard's going to let me pass, no matter how much he's been paid. He'd be shot dead right alongside me. As he neared the checkpoint, Janson saw something strange. 2 bodies lay on the ground within a few yards of the booth. Janson ran harder, faster, maybe harder and faster than he'd ever run before in his life. Soon the lone remaining guard's face came into view. It was Yun Jin Ho. A wide, crazy smile spread across his visage. "This way, Janson!" he cried. Yun Jin Ho, he'd taken out the guards. He'd taken out the lights. "You're coming with me," Janson called on the run, ducking below the bullets buzzing by them. "Impossible!" Yun Jin Ho shouted. As Janson passed the middle-aged spy, he looked back and saw at least 24 North Korean soldiers coming at him from behind. In front of him stood a wide-open gate. Janson ran past it and spun around, hoping to persuade Yun Jin Ho into accompanying him. But it was too late. The soldiers were almost on him. Yun Jin Ho had slowed them down by raising a hand grenade high above his head. Several soldiers stopped to fire at him. Others swerved past him in order to reach Janson before he made it to the road. Yun Jin Ho pulled the pin. As the soldiers riddled Yun's body with bullets, he screamed, "Famisuk!" then spiked the grenade against the pavement like a football in the end zone. The blast knocked Janson off his feet. His head smacked the blacktop. He was sure he'd suffered a concussion. He lifted his hand over his eyes to block out the ferocious heat from the explosion. From his spot on the ground, he could tell that nearly every North Korean soldier was either dead or critically wounded. Most had been shredded to pieces by the grenade. Janson wasted no time. Pushing himself to his feet, he hobbled across the road and quickly spotted the black Jeep. Staggering, he crossed in front of the vehicle and ducked into the passenger side. "Drive!" he shouted to Misuk. Blindly, with no headlights, she pressed down on the accelerator, tossing Janson back against the hard vinyl seat. "Are you all right?" Misuk said, glancing at his face. He was about to tell her to keep her eyes on the road, but what was the point? She was literally flying blind. "I'm fine," Janson lied. From the back seat, Janson heard a strange noise, a wail, like the crying of a small infant. He swung around in his seat and looked in the back. His eyes widened in surprise. Shooting a stunned look at Misuk, he shouted, "What the hell is that?" Janson had driven blind before, a long time ago, while he was still training to become a consular operations agent. The training had taken place at a facility known as The Point, located on a peninsula in Perquimans County, North Carolina, along the Albemarle Sound. Owned by the Department of Defense, The Point was a sister facility of The Farm, training grounds of the CIA's National Clandestine Service. The Farm was located at Camp Peary, a 9,000-acre military reservation near Williamsburg, Virginia. There was a time when the farm hosted Cons Ops trainees as well. But that was before Jason Bourne, before Cons Ops became known as the Black Sheep of U.S. Black Ops. But from all accounts, training for consular operations differed little from that for the clandestine service. Both included a defensive driving course called Crash and Burn, in addition to learning evasive techniques, reverse driving, and how to smash through barriers. All trainees had to prove proficiency in navigating a motor vehicle blindfolded. Janson remembered a series of traumatic tests that involved maneuvering through simulated border crossings and hostage situations while behind the wheel of a gray Monte Carlo with a burlap hood securely fastened over his head. He also remembered complaining to a fellow student that these bizarre exercises were a complete waste of time, because when the hell are we ever going to find ourselves in that fucked up a situation? Well, lo and behold, it was Janson who was now behind the wheel, blindly punching through obstacles as Mi-suk sat in back, cradling her baby. When Janson realized the infant was on board and that the old Jeep was equipped with neither airbags nor a child safety seat, he insisted Mi-suk pull over so that he could take over driving duties. Now, 20 minutes after he lost what he hoped would be the last of their pursuers, the Jeep raced blindly north up National Highway 65 toward the city of Hyesan. Hyesan would provide them with two distinct paths out of North Korea. One, crossing the frozen Yalu River on foot, was risky. It was a well-known route that would lead Janson and Mi-suk and her baby into Cheongbuk, China's autonomous Korean region. Janson had little doubt that North Korean soldiers would have set up a roadblock in the vicinity of the Cheongbuk-Hyesan International Bridge, making crossing the river undetected a practical impossibility. The other path, which Janson considered Plan A, was nearly as dangerous because it hinged on the cooperation of at least two other individuals. They were both friends of Yun Jin-ho, and they were expecting Janson and Mi-suk's arrival. But if alarms had sounded from the palace, it was possible these North Korean soldiers would decide not to put themselves at risk, especially if they had already learned that their friend Yun Jin-ho was dead. Janson hoped that the infant would warm their hearts enough to persuade them to assist. If that didn't work, Janson was ready to provide them with vast sums of cold, hard cash. If that didn't work, well, Janson was still armed to the teeth. Hours later, Janson and Mi-suk arrived at Hyesan Airfield. A military airport with a single gravel runway, Hyesan Airfield underwent perpetual construction, so there were few lights and fewer personnel on site in the wee hours of the morning. As Janson rolled the Jeep past the southern gate, they were given the all-clear signal by the first of the two accomplices supplied by Yun Jin-ho before his untimely demise. Mi-suk, who had moved to the front passenger seat with her child, rolled down her window and spoke to the guard in Korean. She turned to Janson. "He says that KPA units are stationed along the Yalu River in Hyesan and along the Tumen River in Musan." Janson said, "Is the plane fueled up and ready to go?" Mi-suk spoke to the guard again, then looked back at Janson. "It is a very small plane, but yes." "What kind of a plane?" Janson heard the guard say, "Antonov An-2." "Christ," Janson said. Mi-suk looked a question at him. "You have heard of it?" "I've read about it," Janson said, "in history books." The Antonov An-2, or Annie, was a mass-produced single-engine aircraft designed by the Soviets in the 1940s. It was designed for light utility transport and agricultural work like crop spraying. It was notoriously slow. Mi-suk said, "We can leave the Jeep. Changbo will drive it north and destroy it somewhere south of the Chinese border." As Janson and Mi-suk exited the vehicle, Janson got his first look at the Annie. It was the Y-5 version, built by license in China. North Korea possessed a number of them. If Janson's military history was right, they'd flown them during the Korean War for parachute missions and sabotage operations behind enemy lines. They were equipped with wooden propellers and canvas wings, which gave them a low radar cross-section and thus a narrow degree of stealth. Looks like Snoopy's arch-nemesis, the Red Baron, he thought, as they crouched behind a troop transport to remain hidden from the two soldiers in the control tower. "How are we going to make it to the runway without the air controllers spotting us?" Janson asked. Once Mi-suk translated, Chang Bo removed a walkie-talkie from his belt and spoke into it. Suddenly, the Annie's lights flared brightly, and Janson noticed they were aimed directly at the control tower. Over Chang Bo's walkie, Janson could hear the air controllers squawking loudly about the pilot's error. But it was no error. The pilot had purposefully blinded them. Janson grabbed Mi-suk, and together they hustled toward the Annie, the infant wailing in Mi-suk's arms. Once they were aboard, the Annie began moving backward until the plane's lights were no longer directed at the control tower. Janson and Mi-suk strapped themselves in, Mi-suk gripping her child tightly. The plane started down the small gravel runway. The jarring bumps and jolts were instantly forgotten once the Annie lifted them into the air. Moments later, the pilot turned and pointed the plane's nose in the direction of China. The brief flight would take them to Shenyang, where they'd board a commercial airliner to Seoul. Only once the pilot announced that they'd crossed into Chinese airspace did Janson finally lean back in his tiny vinyl seat and exhale. Still, not quite as bad as flying coach, he thought. Kincaid dug the telephone number out of her pocket. She unfolded it and set it on the oversized executive desk in her room at the Shangri-La, Beijing. She lifted the phone and dialed. Nam Se-hun picked up on the first ring. "Mission accomplished," she told him. "Good, very good." He paused for a moment. "Have you spoken to Paul?" "I haven't heard from him yet. I'm concerned that something might have happened up north." "I am sure he is fine. I will put out some feelers and let you know as soon as I hear anything." "Thank you," she said. "It is my pleasure, Miss Kincaid." He cleared his throat. "I assume you will be returning to Seoul with the information you obtained from the Wyckoff boy?" "I will, immediately. Do you have a place for us to meet?" "There is a safe house in Gangnam. Let me give you the address." Part 3. On the Brink. Chapter 45. The Westin Chosun, Seoul. Junggu, Seoul. Janson moved quickly through the ultra-modern lobby of the Westin Hotel. Standing in the elevator bank, he waited for an empty lift. When one opened, he stepped on and punched the button to close the doors. As the doors moved toward each other, an old woman hurried toward them, a look on her face begging Janson to hold them open for her. He looked away and exhaled when they left her on the other side. "She'd thank me if she knew how I smelled," he thought, as the elevator ascended to the 17th floor. Standing outside room 1708, he rapped on the door in the manner in which they'd agreed. When the door finally opened, Gina Ji-yun's expression told him all he needed to know about the sight of him. Her eyes drifted to his hairline, where he'd sustained a significant laceration following the blast from Yun Jin-ho's grenade. His heart ached as he recalled the image of the North Korean pulling the pin high over his head, about to sacrifice his life for Janson and Mi-suk. "How is she?" he said as he stepped past her. "Doing better," Gina Ji-yun assured him. "She's a bit overwhelmed." That was more than understandable. The culture shock alone no doubt landed a number of defectors in the hospital beds of Seoul. Even Janson, who'd traveled widely on every continent except Antarctica, felt as though he were standing on a different planet than the one he was on just 24 hours ago. Janson glanced into the bedroom of the executive suite and saw Mi-suk sleeping sideways, fully clothed, atop the California king-size bed, the bassinet provided by the hotel right at her side. He closed the door and moved back into the sitting room where Gina Jiun was on her knees collecting a couple of cold bottles of water from the minibar. She handed one to Janson, who twisted the cap and drank hungrily. Mi-suk's papers worked perfectly, he said. Thank you. Gina Jiun sat at the square wooden table near the sliding glass door that led out to the lanai. Though the curtains were closed, the room was brighter than Janson's eyes could stand, so he dimmed the main overhead light before sitting across from her. I'm sorry about the house, he said. Gina Jiun rolled her eyes and smiled. You say it as if you soiled my white carpet by stepping inside with mud on your boots. I did, Janson said, with a painful attempt to return the smile. That's why I'm apologizing. The house blowing up, that was all done in order to cover up my initial faux pas. Gina Jiun laughed. It was the most pleasant sound Janson had heard in days. You and your mom will be reimbursed, he said, for everything and more. Just toss out a number and give me the name of your bank, and I'll have the amount wired to you within 48 hours. Who will the wire be from? My business. Cat's Paw, she said, or the Phoenix Foundation. Janson masked his surprise. Not a difficult task, since he was too exhausted to exercise his facial muscles. I only just found out, she said. Janson didn't ask how. He assumed she obtained the news from the same source who provided her the documents that allowed Mi-suk into the country. Without the false South Korean passport, Janson would have had to leave Mi-suk and her baby in Shenyang. Something that would have broken his heart under the circumstances. I initially thought we had lost more than just the house, Gina Jiun said, following minutes of silence. I thought we had lost you. Janson saw clearly the emotion in her eyes. She said, when I finally learned you were alive, I became afraid that it looked as though I betrayed you. The thought never once crossed my mind, Janson lied. Ultimately, though, he had rolled the dice on the chance that Gina Jiun hadn't betrayed him, even before he'd realized that it was Nam Se-hun who'd stabbed him in the back. Before Janson watched Kang Jung get attacked in her own home by a female Khan's Ops agent, he had no idea whether it was Gina who had tipped off Khan's Ops or not. And he'd been heading straight for the tunnel suggested to him by Gina as his best opportunity to infiltrate North Korea. Nam Se-hun. Putting Janson in danger was one thing. Janson was, and always would be, a soldier. Janson was in the fight. But to allow a 13-year-old girl to be killed, that was quite another thing. Even if Janson could push aside his own betrayal, even if he could forget Yun Jin-ho's story, even if he could erase the memory of Yun dying to save his and Mi-suk's lives, he could never forgive the little man for putting Kang Jung's life at risk, if not directly ordering the attack himself. Regardless what happened in the next 48 hours, Janson would make certain that Nam Se-hun met a bad end. One person, one mission, one redemption at a time. Just now, there were more pressing matters. He'd been in touch with Kayla. Gregory Wyckoff was alive and well and sleeping aboard the Embraer on his way back to the United States. Kayla had also heard from Kincaid, which relieved Janson as much as any news he'd received in his life. Kincaid had called Kayla from Beijing, which meant that, at least for the time being, she was safe. He'd immediately called Park Kwan, who told Janson that he was also in Beijing, along with Kang Jung. Janson's anger over the 13-year-old's continued involvement quickly subsided as he realized she was probably much safer with Park Kwan and Kincaid in Beijing than she would be with her mother or father back in Seoul, at least until this was over. What bothered Janson most, however, was that they'd been separated from Kincaid in Beijing and didn't know where she was. Park Kwan told him what he knew about the excitement just outside Tiananmen Square, which was very little, but he did know there was blood. Fortunately, when Janson put the timeline together in his head, when Kayla heard from Kincaid, and when the incident occurred near Tiananmen Square, he knew she'd survived that particular incident, and that she'd ultimately gotten Gregory Wyckoff safely to Beijing Capital International, though she wasn't there when the Embraer lifted off to take Wyckoff to the United States. So, where is she now? And why hasn't she called? He made a few assumptions. One, that Kincaid didn't know Janson had made it back to Seoul. Two, that she was on her way back to Seoul anyway and didn't want to risk using an unsecure line from a plane, even if only to check in. Three, that she'd assumed her call to Kayla would be sufficient to alert Janson and anyone else who mattered that she was alive. Still, he wished Kincaid hadn't lost her phone. His missing her aside, he felt the need to at least touch base, to keep her apprised, and to finally learn what Gregory Wyckoff knew about Diophantus. Keep her apprised. Something wrong, Paul? Gina Jion's voice was laced with concern. But he didn't turn to look at her. His mind was grasping for something important, something vital. He tried to conjure up a timetable for the hours between Gina Jion's house exploding and his entering the tunnel. He'd been cut off from Kincaid and the rest of the world since then. He had spoken to Kincaid following the attack on Kang Jung, but only to ask her to grab the girl and haul her to safety. Christ, he thought, as his head fell into his hands. He hadn't yet warned her about Nam Se-hun. If something happened to Jessica Kincaid, Janson would never be able to forgive himself. If she were hurt or killed because he'd neglected to caution her, he might as well begin digging his own grave. He leapt out of his seat and rushed toward the phone, but stopped dead. Whom could he call? For the time being, at least, Kincaid remained just out of his reach. Chapter 46. At the little man's safe house in Gangnam, an austere two-bedroom apartment in a modest building set away from the flashy clubs and designer boutiques of Apgujeong, Sinbei circled the chair he'd placed in the center of the living room. As he did, his hatred for the woman swelled. He wasn't quite sure why, since it had been his mistakes and failures over the past few days that put him in this precarious situation. This woman had only been acting in accordance with the nature of all living things. She'd simply been trying to survive. Yet he was incensed by her mere presence. Never before had he taken his work so personally. But then, never before had he failed so egregiously in his tasks. These emotions, not only this rage, but his reluctance to terminate the young girl, were unquestionably to blame. Whatever he experienced while strangling the translator at the Sophia guest house, whatever had jumped at him like a plastic ghost in a haunted house, had incited this precipitous downfall. Sinbei wanted to slit Kincaid's throat and get it over with, but he'd been instructed by Ping to wait for a call. The little man was not pleased that Kincaid had come alone. It meant that there were many loose ends left to be snipped. The police officer, Park Kwan, the teenager, Kang Jung, the senator's son, and Paul Janson. Maybe even the former Khan's ops agent, Gina Jiun. As he circled Kincaid's chair, his message indicator blinked on. He retrieved his phone from the folding table and read it. Find out location of the others. Sinbei ran a hand through his damp black hair. The pain in his upper back was growing worse, radiating into his shoulders. The opiates Ping had passed to him following the incident in Beijing were causing him to itch. They were making him sweat. Irritably, he tossed the phone to the hardwood floor where it landed with a splat. If the little man did not know how to locate the others, Sinbei should have received this message an hour ago when the woman first stepped into the apartment. He grinned as he recalled the look on her face when he closed the door behind her. She moved quickly, but Sinbei raised the stun gun and incapacitated her before she could attack. Then he tied her up. He hated how she now fixed her gaze on his face, inspecting with glee the cuts and bruises she'd caused him back in Beijing. She had probably thought him dead, probably thought when she first saw him behind the door that she was beholding a ghost. Perhaps she still did. He wondered whether she believed in such things, pondered on whether an apparition could make this woman scream. Kincaid was more terrified than she'd ever been in her life. But she'd be damned if she was going to give this son of a bitch the satisfaction of knowing it. No matter what happened, she would remain strong. She would die the way she'd been taught to die, with her dignity intact. She would die the way Janson would die. Kincaid watched her captor's face as he circled her. Why hadn't he killed her yet? Sinbei was a professional. He was Khan's ops. What was he doing, wasting time with theatrics? It could only mean that he'd been instructed not to kill her. Yet, clearly, he'd been ordered to wait. But why? With so much fear running rampant in her mind, it felt impossible to uncoil the logic. Janson, she thought. He's still alive. He made it back from the north, and now they need to use me as bait. But no, there were other loose ends as well, Park Kwan and Kang Jung, whom she'd left in Tiananmen Square. She'd had no choice, and now both the cop and the girl were better off for being deserted in Beijing. Sinbei could torture her all he wanted. She didn't know where they were, didn't know where the hell Janson was. What about the boy? By now, everyone must know that Gregory Wyckoff had been put on Janson's private jet and sent back to the States. She watched her captor curl his fingers into a fist and felt an entirely fresh wave of terror. "Where is the cop?" Sinbei demanded. Kincaid could hear the slur in his voice. He'd lost some teeth or bitten through his tongue. He sounded as though his tongue were swollen to 10 times its normal size. She almost smiled as she recalled steering the pilfered bicycle into him, launching him in front of that speeding black Audi. Sinbei suddenly struck her with a closed fist. The blow fractured her left cheekbone. Her head swung so hard to the right that she thought he'd broken her neck. Sinbei watched as blood poured from between her lips. She was so dazed from the strike that he thought he might have knocked her unconscious. If he had, there would be consequences. There would be repercussions if he wasn't able to extract the information they wanted from her. He needed to calm himself. This rage would only cause him to make yet another critical error. He rubbed his knuckles and committed himself to not hitting her so hard next time. Had he aimed for the temple, a slug like that would have killed her instantly. His eyes fell on the phone he'd thrown to the floor. The light was blinking. There were so many flashing lights in South Chosun. What would Sura have thought if she'd seen Seoul? Sura, he thought, why continue to haunt me? Because you left me, big brother. Because you left me to die. I was just a child then. Just a child like you. By the time Sinbei escaped from Yuduk, he'd seen so many bodies that death no longer affected him. 1 year earlier, a young man he'd grown up with in Pyongyang became a prisoner at the camp. Like so many new prisoners, the guards quickly recruited him to be a snitch. By then, Sinbei had no tolerance for snitches, so he'd invited his old friend for a walk near the foot of the mountains one late afternoon. They spoke for hours like old friends. Once darkness fell, however, Sinbei casually lifted a rock and struck the young man in the back of the head. He buried the body where he'd buried so many before. But nothing could have prepared him, could have deadened him enough for what was to come. Several months after he murdered his old friend, he was sentenced to the sweatbox for stealing corn. While he was inside, the guards taunted him like never before, tossing lit matches atop his box, pissing through the slats, defecating just feet from his locked door. Then, one gray and rainy morning, the guards grabbed little Sura as she passed by his box on her way to the factory. Although he could not remember what they did to her, where they touched her, how she'd screamed, he still saw clear as day the moment their father tried to come to her rescue. Father had picked a handful of dirt up off the ground and smashed it into the face of one of the offending guards. Immediately, another of the guards knocked Father to the earth with the butt of his gun. Then he and his humiliated colleague dragged Father through the dirt, threw him up against Sinbei's sweatbox. Father, emaciated and dazed, turned and looked through the slats at his son. Father managed to say only the boy's name before the guard placed the muzzle of his gun to the back of his head and pulled the trigger. Before Sinbei could fully register what was happening, he was drenched in his father's blood. Days later, when Sinbei was finally released from the box, he stood on his own 2 feet and walked home. As he washed the blood and bits of skull and brain from his body with contaminated water from the prison well, he resolved to leave Yuduk, one way or the other, soon. Standing in front of a barely conscious Kincaid, Sinbei's eyes were drawn to the still blinking phone. He ignored an incoming call. Instead, he leaned into Kincaid's battered face and in a near whisper said, "Tell me, where is the girl?" Kincaid said nothing. Sinbei suppressed the urge to strike her again. He swiftly moved across the room and retrieved his phone from the floor. The missed call was from Ping. No message, of course. Sinbei would be expected to return Ping's call immediately, but Sinbei was tired of hearing the little man's whims. His last order was to learn the location of the others, and that was just what he'd do. He'd take matters into his own hands. He'd begin with Janson. Instead of running around Seoul, trying to hunt him down, Sinbei would make it so that the bastard came to him. He dialed the number Ping had given him earlier. The phone rang 4 times before a woman answered. "Cat's Paw Associates," she said. Quintitia Upchurch felt her skin crawl the moment she heard the slurred voice on the other end of the line. Quintitia had been the general operations manager for both Cat's Paw and the Phoenix Foundation since their inception. She was known around both organizations as the only person in the world who could find Paul Janson day or night. In the time she'd worked for Janson, she'd pretty much heard it all, often with her heart in her throat, but the tone of this call was different somehow. She experienced a level of dread she'd never felt before, as though all calls leading up to this one were merely rehearsals. "Tell him that I have her," the voice said. "If he wants for her to leave this place alive, have him call the little man within the next half hour. No later, because in 31 minutes, she dies." That was the entire conversation, roughly 36 words in all. Not a single name was mentioned during the call, but Quintitia Upchurch understood the message perfectly, and she wasted no time. She touched her finger to the flash button and speed-dialed Paul. "Mr. Janson," she said as soon as he answered, "we have a situation." Chapter 47. Nam Se-hun reached across his desk and lifted the ringing phone, expecting to hear Ping's voice when he held the receiver to his ear. The voice greeted him in clearly spoken Korean, but Nam could detect a definite accent, a Western accent, maybe even American, which was odd because Americans, in his experience, sorely lacked an aptitude for foreign languages. Surely a dolt like Edward Clark had not attempted to learn Korean, surely not so much as a greeting. Yet this was Nam's very personal, very private line. "To whom am I speaking?" Nam said in English. "The man who is going to put a bullet into your fucking traitorous skull." Nam Se-hun suddenly began to sweat. His hands became so wet, so fast, the phone nearly slipped from between his fingers. "Janson?" he managed through quickening breaths. "I would say you're a disgrace to your country, Se-hun, but that wouldn't suffice. You are a goddamn stain on all of humanity." Nam stood from his chair, found himself weak in the knees. He was suddenly overcome by a certainty that Janson was somewhere inside the building. Impossible, he thought. But then, if anyone could penetrate NIS, it was Janson. "Is this some kind of a joke, Paul?" he said, his voice thick with fear. "Where is Kincaid?" "Your partner? I do not know. I have not heard from her. Has she gone missing? Is there some way that I can help?" "Right now," Janson said, "you can only help yourself." Nam Se-hun carefully lowered himself back into his chair. Janson knew. Playing stupid was not going to save him. Still, he couldn't bring himself to allow a single concession just yet, so he said nothing. "The only way you live," Janson said, "is if I die first. And I'm going to give you that chance, Se-hun." "Paul, He swallowed the bile rising in his throat. "Shut up and listen carefully," Janson said, "because I am going to make you an offer that will only be good until I hang up this phone. And if I hear one word from you that I don't like, I'm going to hang up without warning. And then I'm coming for you. Understood?" Nam realized there was no use. "Yes, Paul, I understand." "Good," Janson said, "because I am going to trade you my life, and thereby yours, for Jessica Kincaid's." Nam Se-hun believed Janson when he said that Kincaid didn't know anything about Nam's involvement. Of course she didn't. Had she known, she never would have shown up at the safe house in Gangnam, and surely, with Sinbei hovering over her, she hadn't spoken to anyone since. But Kincaid did know about Diophantus, assuming that Gregory Wyckoff knew, of course, and that was the assumption he demanded everyone make, which meant that Kincaid would still have to be eliminated. But that could wait until after Janson was dead. Nam Se-hun knew that Janson wasn't bluffing when he offered to trade his life for Kincaid's. Even if he hadn't loved her, that was a trade Paul Janson would make. That was the kind of man Janson was, or at least the kind of man Janson had become. When Nam first met Janson, he was a frogman, a U.S. Navy SEAL, a green-faced killing machine who stood out among his teammates during joint U.S. ROK live-fire training exercises at Rodriguez Range, roughly 15 miles south of the Korean demilitarized zone. Nam had been so impressed with Janson that he insisted on meeting the man. During Janson's stay, they dined together regularly, discussing the forgotten war over drinks. Nam quickly realized that Janson was as smart as he was strong, and the two became fast friends. They had been close ever since. Over the years, Nam followed Janson's career the way most men follow professional sports. When Janson disappeared in Afghanistan, Nam Se-hun mourned. 18 months later, when Nam learned of Janson's daring escape from Kabul, he celebrated. When Janson joined consular operations, Nam offered his support anywhere in the world it might be needed. When he learned of Janson's falling out with Khan's ops, Nam Se-hun offered him sanctuary in South Korea. Soon after, Nam heard that Janson considered himself reformed. He'd gone into business as a private security specialist, but his objective was not the accumulation of wealth. It was to aid former covert government agents like himself. Nam Se-hun didn't know what to make of it, but in recent months it had become clear that Janson was no longer the man he'd been. The machine had regrettably gone soft. And now that Janson's interests conflicted with his own, Nam Se-hun only did what had to be done. Still, he knew Janson to be a man of his word, whether that word was posed as a promise or a threat. So Nam would have been a damn fool not to take Janson up on his offer. Had he not jumped at it, Nam would have instantly been reduced to a walking corpse. Now, Nam Se-hun had calls to make. His first call was to Clark's man, Ping. He again warned the handler not to allow Sinbei to kill Kincaid. There was going to be a trade, he told him. Nam would call Ping back in 10 minutes with further instructions. His next call was to Edward Clark himself. Nam knew better than to divulge any details to Clark about the goings-on in Seoul. He simply wanted to instruct him on what needed to happen in the United States. "The jet will be landing in Honolulu to refuel," Nam said. "And I am told that the senator and his wife are still in the islands." "That's correct," Clark replied. "That boy can never make it to the mainland. He can never even make it into his father's arms." "I assure you," Clark said, "Gregory Wyckoff will be taken care of. We've already jammed all the Embraer's communications, and I have a plan in place on the ground at Hickam Field." "Good. Keep me informed." Nam Se-hun hung up the phone and studied the timetable for Diophantus. He needed more time. Not much, but enough to ensure that the operation would move forward without a hitch early tomorrow morning. He picked up the phone and redialed the number for Ping. When Ping answered, he said, "Do not talk, just listen. Sinbei is about to receive a new guest." Chapter 48. Nam Se-hun would attempt a double cross, Janson was sure, but it wouldn't involve killing Kincaid right away. Instead, he'd have her followed. He'd make certain Janson was dead before moving on her again. Nam Se-hun may have been a two-faced prick, but he wasn't stupid by any stretch of the imagination. Janson gazed up at the windows high above the neon city. How many snipers had their scopes trained on him this evening? Were they Nam Se-hun's men, or Edward Clark's agents, or both? He supposed it didn't matter. Janson's phone finally buzzed in his hand. He pressed it against his ear. As he listened to the voice, he could feel the presence of two men approaching him from behind. As instructed, Janson took 2 steps forward so that he was standing on the edge of the curb. The men who came up behind Janson began to frisk him. He raised his arms out at his sides and spread his legs just enough so that they could check his inseam. This part didn't matter. He was clean. Janson was sure Nam Se-hun knew that he wouldn't risk Kincaid's life by showing up armed. Nam would know this was no ruse. The voice on the phone said, "There is a black van approaching from your left. Hang up now and await a call from the female. You will have precisely 6 seconds. As you speak to her, the van will pull up directly in front of you. When the 6 seconds are up, the phone will be taken from you and you will step inside the van." With his thumb, Janson ended the call. The moment he did, the phone vibrated in his hand again. He pressed it to his ear. "Paul?" Her voice sounded nasal, as though she'd been struck in the face. Anger as sharp as a nail rose in his throat. He drew a deep breath. His heart pounded in his chest. She was alive, at least. Kincaid was alive, and her voice still sounded sweeter than the most beautiful music he'd ever heard. In his peripheral vision, he saw the van pulling over to the curb. "Are you safe?" he said. "Paul, don't do this. It'll be for nothing. I won't be able to live." The van rolled to a complete stop directly in front of Janson. "We have 3 seconds, Jesse. Are you safe?" "Yes, I'm in a public place." As the phone was ripped from Janson's hand, he was struck in the back of the head. His knees buckled beneath him. He became dizzy and had started to fall when multiple sets of hands grabbed hold of him. A hood was draped over his head. Barely conscious, Janson was hefted into the back of the van. The panel door slid closed as the van merged back into traffic. Behind the hood, Janson closed his eyes. He dreamed again of Jessie in her red two-piece on the soft, warm sands of Waikiki Beach. When the hood was finally pulled off his head, Janson kept his eyes closed to allow them time to adjust, but instead of the peach hue he expected to see displayed on the back sides of his lids, he saw only a gunmetal gray that reminded him of the sky over Pyongyang. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed up at the badly damaged face of Sinbei. "Good for you, Jesse," he thought. "Before now," Sinbei said softly, "we only knew each other by reputation." Janson tested his restraints. His arms were securely fastened behind him, his legs to the legs of the sturdy wooden chair on which he was seated. "You're much uglier than I expected," Janson said, looking into the killer's eyes. There he saw a flicker of light that he hadn't found in the eyes of many active Cons Ops agents. Sinbei half smiled. One of his top front teeth was missing. It looked like a recent adjustment to his face. "Jessie really did a number on you, didn't she? That's my girl." "You are much more human than I expected," Sinbei said. For a moment, Janson had the eerie feeling that Sinbei was reading his mind. But no, here Janson had the advantage, because he had only hours ago read a complete dossier on his captor, courtesy of Grigory Behrman. I had been told you were the machine, Sinbei continued. He took a step forward and leaned into Janson's face. Janson could smell the stench of blood on him. But if you are a machine, Sinbei said, then you are an old, broken-down machine at best. You are a printing press, a typewriter, maybe, a payphone, a fax machine. Whatever you are, Paul Janson, you are obsolete. Janson said nothing. He thought briefly of a man named Doug Case, a former Cons Ops agent whom Janson had found in a broken-down, second-hand wheelchair at the mouth of a filthy, abandoned railroad tunnel in Ogden, Utah. Doug Case had been Janson's first recruitment, first student, first graduate of the Phoenix Foundation. Doug Case had been the first covert government agent that Janson saved. When Janson first dreamed up Phoenix, he knew it wouldn't be easy. Janson's skill set was specific, and if he wanted to atone, he had no choice but to make use of those skills in order to rescue other covert government agents, in order to give them new lives. He'd need money, and plenty of it. In order to earn that money, he'd have to take on dangerous jobs, and dangerous jobs often required the use of force. Sometimes lethal force. Janson was never under any illusion. He knew he'd be tested on every mission, that he could fail in his task with a single pull of the trigger. His business, after all, was rife with moral conundrums, not the least of which was the necessity of atoning for violence with violence. Hence, the Janson rules. No torture, no civilian casualties, no killing anyone who doesn't try to kill us. But regardless of the difficulty, Janson had been determined to evolve. The machine had resolved to become human. That, Janson was convinced, is what Sinbei sees now. That is what's hopefully frightening the living hell out of him. Janson watched Sinbei twist his left cufflink between his thumb and his index finger. According to the extensive dossier Janson read on Sinbei back at Gina Jion's suite at the Westin, the gesture was the assassin's tell. It meant that Janson would be dead within 30 seconds. It's not too late, you know, Janson said, as casually as he could manage. Sinbei's expression was one of mild amusement. Too late for what? It's not too late to atone. The assassin smirked. Are you a priest? No, Janson said, lifting his head and leveling his gaze at him. There's no religion for men like us. Let's not pretend like there is. Sinbei stepped slowly around to the back of Janson's chair. Janson said, I was just there, you know. Just where? Pyongyang, the city where you were born. The city you and your family were snatched from in the dead of night when you were just 7 years old. The last place you saw before Yuduk. Janson held his breath, waited for the garrote to close around his throat. He closed his eyes and summoned an image of Kincaid. But instead of Jessie's smiling face, he saw her shouting at him from a distance. Paul, don't do this! It'll be for nothing! I won't be able to live! Tell me, Janson said slowly, when you escaped from Yuduk, when you fled the north, when you found the American embassy in Beijing, did you tell them that you had left your baby sister behind? Silence. Janson said, did you tell the Americans that Surah remained at Yuduk? That she was close to dying of malnutrition? Did you tell them that? Further silence. Did you ask for help? Did you ask the Americans to help you rescue your sister? Did you tell them that you had promised her? That you promised you'd be back for her? That you cut yourself and bled for her so that she'd believe, so that she'd know? You were coming back to save her. Janson could feel Sinbei hovering over him, could hear the assassin's heavy breathing like the sound of a sick and dying animal. What did they do, Sinbei? What did they do for your sister? What did they do for you? When Sinbei remained silent, Janson said, I'll tell you what they did. They did for you what they did for me. They turned you into a killer. Sinbei leaned in behind him. Janson could smell his breath, could again smell the stench of blood on him. Do you even know why you're about to kill me? Janson said. Do you know why you were going to kill Jessica Kincaid? Because you are traitors, Sinbei muttered. You think so? Janson said softly. Really? And what about the 13-year-old Korean girl they tried to kill? Is she a traitor too? Janson's voice rose several octaves along with his anger. Tell me, Sinbei, who did she betray? What has that little girl done that she deserves to die? Sinbei said nothing. We are all machines to them, Sinbei. We are all just machines to consular operations. We are all just machines to Director Clark. We are all just machines to be turned on and off at will. We are all just machines awaiting instructions to kill. And when we don't serve their purposes any longer, when we become obsolete, then they terminate us. They'll do it to you, Sinbei, just as they're doing it to me. Janson could hear the assassin, slowly extracting the garrote from his cufflink like the reeling in of a fishing line. It was too late, he realized. The Korean was too far gone. Janson had never turned, never saved an agent from a position of such vulnerability. What could he say? What could a dead man have to offer the living? We are all just weapons to them, Janson said quietly. We're all just guns and garrotes. How much did you mourn the last time you lost one of those cufflinks? How much did you mourn the last gun you had to leave behind in some nameless city? That's how much they'll mourn for you, Sinbei. When you become lost or obsolete, that's how much they'll mourn for me. The wire began to close around Janson's throat. I was just like you, Janson breathed. Then I woke up one morning in a cold sweat, thinking about all the people I killed for all the wrong reasons. That was the morning I realized I was nothing more than a sanctioned serial killer. That's the morning I ceased to be a machine. That's the morning I became human. It is too late for me, Sinbei said, as the garrote sliced into the outer layer of flesh around Janson's throat. Janson felt his face burn red, felt every part of his head turning to fire from his neck to the top of his scalp. This was it, he knew. This was the end. You should know, Janson said, struggling for breath, why you're about to murder me. You should know why you were asked to kill Kincaid and the 13-year-old girl. You should know. Janson struggled to get out the final few words of his plea. You should know about Diophantus. Chapter 49. Director Edward Clark stepped into the sumptuous banquet hall and turned 360 degrees, gazing up at the 2-story ceilings with their dangling crystal chandeliers, the spotless, egg-white walls that seemed to be a football field apart from each other, taking in all the empty space. Christ, he thought. Our voices are going to echo in here as though we're in the goddamn Himalayas. In the center of the room stood a great, round table, topped with fine china and crystal water glasses. 7 men and 1 woman sat around the table, exchanging silly banter. With a head of steam, Clark finally approached. "Whose fucking idea was all of this?" he said, motioning around the hall. Bruce Javers, the 30-something blowhard who'd founded Jupicon Limited, a multinational software company headquartered in Silicon Valley, jumped out of his seat, exhibiting a smile as wide as his ass. "What are you talking about, Eddie? This place is fantastic." He placed his rhino's leg of an arm around Clark's shoulder, and it was all Clark could do not to twist it into a pretzel and keep twisting it until the loudmouth squealed like a pig. "First of all, Bruce, don't call me Eddie." Clark spoke loud enough for those at the table to hear. He didn't want to repeat this conversation, and he didn't want a repeat of this abomination to secrecy and security when it came time for their post-operation meeting in a few days. "Has history taught you people nothing?" Clark squawked. Milhouse Hastings, CEO of defense contractor Leverton Wells, and another heart attack waiting to happen, looked up in surprise. "You people?" Milhouse said. "What do you mean by you people?" Clark had fucking had it. This was a long time coming. "I mean, you filthy rich, white-bread dumb fucks who hold clandestine meetings that make the royal fucking wedding appear unpretentious." "What are you trying to say, Ed?" This from Jacob Paltrow of Norvo Incorporated, the biotech giant that would one day make environmentalists consider giving Monsanto the Lady Bird Johnson Award. "What I'm saying is," Clark shot back, "did all of you sleep through the 47% debacle? Look at this goddamn room. For all we know, Jimmy Carter's grandson could be sitting behind that wet bar taping this entire meeting for Mother Jones. Hell, he could be standing there in plain sight, and we wouldn't be able to see him without binoculars given the size of this fucking place." Bruce Javers laid one of his beefy hands on Clark's shoulder again. "Relax, Eddie. We had the place swept half an hour ago. It's cleaner than the Duchess of Cambridge's Shut up, Bruce. We already have one international incident on our hands. Christ, the guy was drunk. Clark could smell the bourbon on his breath. And don't call me Eddie." Clark moved past him toward the table. The place was swept. Fine. Then let's get this the hell over with. "Firstly," Clark began 10 minutes later, "I want to thank everyone at this table for their patriotism." What a crock of shit, he thought, as he continued with his preamble. The titans of industry sitting around the table, Bruce Javers, Milhouse Hastings, Jacob Paltrow, had lent their financial support to this operation for one reason and one reason only: to advance their bottom lines. Granted, Clark agreed with their conviction that the current administration wasn't doing enough to combat the systematic data theft and cyber espionage being committed against their corporations by the Chinese government. The 3 American companies represented at this table alone had been victimized to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. Hence, Diophantus. Collapsing once and for all, the North Korean regime would create a unified Korea, one governed by an American ally, the democratically elected administration in Seoul. Once Korea became whole, the United States would have a friendly nation right on China's border, a strategic boon for America, a nightmare for the Chinese. No longer would their cyber crimes against U.S. industry go unchecked, but even then, to call these 3 patriots, well, that was almost laughable. "Without your support," Clark continued, "this operation would never have been possible." Clark considered himself the only patriot in the room. Sandy Hildreth, the NSA director, was being paid handsomely for his role. Ella Kwan was gunning for the position of director at the Central Intelligence Agency, and Douglas Albright, well, He simply wanted war. He'd been the administration's loudest critic when the president announced budget cuts for the Department of Defense. Albright was banking on becoming defense secretary once the right party took office, and he wanted to inherit a military that could fight at least 2 wars at a time. For years, Albright had been eyeing North Korea and Iran, quietly advocating military force to remove the regime in each. Word around the DoD was that Albright also had his sights set on Pakistan and half the Middle East. Clark cleared his throat and took a swallow of ice water. Now, as you all know, we are not at this table to celebrate. That would be premature. However, we are here to discuss the next phase of Diophantus, which is just as, if not more, crucial to our success. Opposite Clark, the blowhard Bruce Javers looked to be tuning out. But it didn't matter. He had a seat at the table because of his money, not his mind. With Congress watching every last penny being spent, an operation like Diophantus would have been impossible to keep secret otherwise. And of course, it needed to be kept secret, because even the goddamn neocons, who never met a war they didn't like, were opposed to military action in North Korea, at least out loud. Their pipe dream was that the regime would fall on its own. But if it didn't fall during the Great Famine of the 90s, when millions of North Koreans died of starvation and malnutrition, Clark held out little hope that the leadership would collapse under its own weight any time soon. After all, how would it? The people of North Korea certainly weren't going to stage a revolution. Nothing like the Arab Spring was remotely possible in the DPRK. There was no freedom of assembly. There was no internet, no social media platforms that could help citizens organize, and protesters wouldn't face just tear gas, rubber bullets, and fire hoses. They'd be shot dead in the streets. No, the people of North Korea weren't capable of collapsing the Kim regime. And the regime needed to collapse, to be sure. 20 years of failed diplomacy had gotten America and her allies absolutely nowhere. Administration after administration did nothing while the Kim regime advanced its nuclear weapons program right under their fucking noses. What few seemed to comprehend was that the DPRK wasn't just a threat to the region. North Korea constituted a threat to the entire globe. As badly as that country needed money, who in the rational world could seriously doubt that Kim Jong-un would sell some of his nukes to Al-Qaeda or Hezbollah or ISIS or some other terrorist organization hell-bent on spreading Sharia law to every nation in the world? As we've discussed before, Clark said, we're looking at a hard landing in Korea. Once the Kim regime falls, we're going to face a humanitarian crisis of biblical proportions. We're going to need to help Seoul deal with the flood of refugees. These people are going to need food, clothes, shelter, and they're going to need counseling. Integration isn't going to be easy. These folks have been brainwashed their entire lives. All that brainwashing is going to need to be undone. And once our boys take Pyongyang, the North is going to need a Marshall Plan. This is a war we're going to win. But war isn't pretty. We'll need to rebuild. We don't have a crystal ball. We can't see into the future. Nothing's a guarantee. But while we can't count on much, the one thing we can be damn certain of is that the American taxpayer isn't going to want to pay for the aftermath of the Second Korean War. Edward Clark folded his hands on the table in front of him and looked at Javers, Hastings, and Paltrow one at a time. And that, once again, is where you gentlemen, and your checkbooks, will come into play. Chapter 50. Janson is dead. Nam Se-hun took a deep breath and savored Ping's words. He received no pleasure from having his old friend killed, only relief, because Janson had made it clear that if he lived, Nam would die, and Nam Se-hun's country needed him. His life was only now getting started. In a few months, maybe even in a few weeks, Nam could finally emerge from the shadows and take his rightful place in history. "Thank you," he said into the phone. "Now we must deal with Kincaid." "Sinbei informs me that Kincaid has returned to the area. She has the building under surveillance, but she has brought the sole police officer. In Sinbei's condition, he cannot eliminate them both. He will need assistance. In fact, he should immediately be extracted. We believe he suffered broken bones in the accident, maybe even serious internal injuries. Besides, too many South Koreans have seen his face. Now that the cop is involved, I would like to get him out of Seoul as quickly as possible." Nam Se-hun sighed. "Very well. I will contact Clark and have him send 2 of his people to the location." "And Sinbei?" "He is to remain until they arrive, of course. Then he may return to Shanghai for medical attention." "The little man will have Clark send 2 agents to clean up." Sinbei stretched his neck as he listened to Ping over the phone. The pain from the injuries he received in Beijing was getting worse, and he told Ping so. "Once the agents arrive," Ping said, "you may return to China. I will meet you in Shanghai and get you the medical attention you need." There was a lengthy pause, followed by a barely audible sigh. "Once again, I apologize. The agent who was driving the Audi will be punished accordingly." "I would like for him to be in Shanghai when I arrive." "It will be arranged," Ping said, "but I urge you to consider who is to blame. It was the woman with the bicycle who caused you to be in the road. Our man was only attempting to assist you in the capture of the boy by "I asked for no assistance," Sinbei huffed and hung up. Nam Se-hun said, "Absolutely not. Do not even consider leaving Seoul." Ambassador Owen Young remained quiet on the other end of the line. Then he said, "With due respect, we discussed this a long time ago, and that was before you permitted one of your translators to overhear our plans." "You just finished telling me that everyone has been dealt with," the ambassador cried. "I beg you, at least allow me and my chief aide to take leave. Jonathan is the one who caught our eavesdropper in the first place. Without his help, we would not even have known Diophantus was in jeopardy. It is far too risky at this point. If the American ambassador is seen fleeing Seoul less than 24 hours before the conflict, it will implicate us all." "You speak of risk," Young hissed. "You are putting our very lives at risk by not allowing us to leave the capital." "Do not be absurd, Ambassador. With the aid of American forces, this war will not last a week." "But it is war, and I have family, goddammit. I have children." "And they will be safe, Ambassador, because the North will never get anywhere near Seoul. We do not know all their capabilities." "You are wrong. You do not know all the North's capabilities. I do. You are speaking to the National Intelligence Service's head of North Korean affairs. Or have you forgotten? North Korea is an intelligence black hole." Nam Se-hun wanted to reach into the phone and grab Young by the throat. "Do you really believe that, Ambassador? What if I were to tell you that I have been running a deputy director in Pyongyang for the past 5 years?" Ambassador Young fell silent once more. Nam Se-hun felt something shift in his gut. This was a secret he had kept close to the vest since the very beginning. Other intelligence agents in North Korean affairs knew about Nam's people in the Guard's command and the Ministry of State Security, but no one knew he had someone in the leadership at the palace. Nam hung up the phone. He stood and walked over to the wall that displayed a map of Korea. The map would soon need to be replaced. The demarcation line would be erased, the demilitarized zone known by a new name. After a century of occupation and division, Korea was once again about to become whole. And Nam Se-hun would be the man responsible for returning the peninsula to its long-forgotten glory. Chapter 51. Kincaid badly wanted to see Janson, but it would have to wait. Just now, she was needed as a lure. Sitting in a plush chair in room 1708 at the Weston Hotel, she leaned her head back so that Gina Jiun could get a better look at her nose. In the bedroom of the suite, the baby began bawling. "Sorry," Jiun said as she went to check on the child. Kincaid lifted her head. Where did the mother say she was going again? "She didn't," Jiun called back to her. "Not really. She just said she'd be back in 30 minutes. That was 3 hours ago. Maybe she got lost." "Doubtful," Jiun said as she re-entered the room. "I gave her one of my 2 phones with my other number and the number of the hotel plugged in. She would have called if she were lost." "Did you try calling her?" "Twice. Both calls went straight to voicemail. The phones shut off. You think someone took her?" "No, I don't. What I think is Gina Jiun trailed off." "What?" Kincaid prodded. Every time she spoke, the left side of her face felt as though it were on fire. "I think she was under the impression that she couldn't be a good mother to her daughter here in Seoul. I think she looked around the city and felt like she'd landed on another world. I think she was scared." "So what are you going to do?" Kincaid said. She had been certain she wasn't going to like Gina Jiun, but she'd been wrong, and she was kind of disappointed about it. "Nothing, until I know for sure." Jiun returned to her position behind Kincaid's chair. "Lean your head back again." Before Kincaid could comply, the hotel phone began to ring. Kincaid leapt from her chair to retrieve it. Hearing Park Kwan's voice felt like 10 milligrams of Valium melting under her tongue. "Kang Jung and I are both safe and sound and back in Seoul," he said. "Thanks so much for returning my call so quickly. Would you like us to come to the hotel?" "No," Kincaid said. "Just continue taking care of Kang Jung until all this blows over." Kincaid gave Park Kwan the number to Gina Jiun's phone. She hung up the phone and retook her seat. "Lean your head back," Gina Jiun said. There was a knock on the hotel room door. Kincaid hopped off the chair again. "I'll see who it is." "It's my mother," Gina Jiun said, as Kincaid put her eye to the peephole. "It's your mother," Kincaid said, as she opened the door. Gina Jiun's mother gave Kincaid a hug and asked her how she was feeling. "Fine," she lied. "Great. Now, where's my little girl?" "Right here, Mom." "Not you, silly. The baby." "She's sleeping in the next room." "Let me go have a look at her." Gina Jiun pointed at the chair. "Jessie." Kincaid pointed to her watch. "No time. We have to go." Kincaid moved on the signal. She crossed the street toward the apartment complex, her eyes darting left and right. The image of Sinbei's body bouncing off the Audi A7 in Beijing remained fresh in her mind. As she entered the courtyard, her nerves began to rattle. She kept herself from checking Gina Jiyun's position for fear of giving away her cover. But she surveyed the bushes, the trees, expecting someone to jump out at her at any time the way Sinbei had back at Dosan Park. Halfway through the courtyard, Kincaid heard a thump. She hurried to the door of the building and found it propped open with a crushed can of Height Queen's Ale. Sure could use a beer or 12 when all this is over. She opened the door and heard a second thump from behind her. Then, in her ear, Gina Jiyun's silky voice. All clear. Upstairs, in the master bedroom of the safe house, Kincaid stared at one of the Khan's ops agents, who was out cold, restrained to the chair she'd been restrained to just hours earlier. He was dark-skinned, maybe Indian. A pair of pewter eyeglasses lay on the nightstand on the left side of the bed. Round frames, like John Lennon's. Only this guy didn't look like he was about to wake up and belt out a couple of verses of Imagine. She stepped out of the room and came face to face with Sinbei. She stared into the assassin's eyes with a hatred reserved for a select few. She stepped aside to the right and walked past him. She entered the kitchen and found Gina Jiyun filling a bucket of water from the tap. When Gina Jiyun saw her, she shut off the faucet. "I don't trust him," Kincaid said, touching her fingers to her throbbing cheek. Gina Jiyun tilted her head and looked at Kincaid with sympathetic eyes. Finally, she sighed. "Your presence has been requested in the second bedroom," she said, lifting the heavy bucket out of the sink. Kincaid bit down on her lower lip. She wasn't entirely sure she trusted Gina Jiyun either. Silently, she moved to the back of the apartment, tapped on the door to the second bedroom, and entered without waiting for a response. The second Khan's ops agent, tied up to a similar chair as the first, was just beginning to stir. He lifted his head groggily before it fell forward against his chest. This agent was Caucasian, young, with olive-colored skin that Kincaid guessed was either Greek or Southern Italian. He lifted his head again. This time his eyelids fluttered open. He stared up at the man standing before him. With the croak of a lifelong smoker, he said, "You're supposed to be dead." Janson said nothing. After 20 minutes of interrogating the two dazed Khan's ops agents, the four of them, Kincaid, Gina Jiyun, Sinbei, and Janson, regrouped in the living room to discuss a new strategy. Sinbei was the first to speak. "We know their training. They will tell us nothing unless we break them." Gina Jiyun said, "I prepared a bucket. It's in the kitchen." Kincaid swallowed hard and turned to Janson. "No way," Janson said. "No torture." Kincaid's eyes fell on the cuts around Janson's throat. Following Sinbei's attack in the coat room, she'd suffered similar lacerations, but fortunately she'd been spared the sight of them until they had sufficient time to scab over. Gina Jiyun said, "Paul, they're leaving us no choice." Janson shook his head. "There's always a choice." Kincaid glanced at Gina Jiyun. Was she really going to protest against the Janson rules? She was a Phoenix Foundation graduate. She should know better. Sinbei stepped away from the conversation. Kincaid remained unclear as to just how Janson had turned him. Janson had only told her, "He's a lot more like you and me than either of us could have imagined." Gina Jiyun said, "What about protecting Seoul? What about the greater good? We know the what, but it does us no good without knowing when and how and precisely where." "No civilian casualties," Janson said. "No killing anyone who doesn't try to kill us. No torture. No exceptions." Janson folded his arms across his chest, a sure sign Kincaid knew that he wasn't about to budge on this issue. Although she understood him, probably understood him better than anyone else in the world, at least as well as anyone could understand Paul Janson, she had to admit their options were few, and time was fast running out. Maybe they don't even know the details of Diophantus. Janson shook his head again. One of them does. Probably Vic Pawar. I know Clark. He's not going to have trusted Nam Se-hun well enough to leave the entire operation in his hands, especially if he was allowing Nam to control some of his agents. Believe me, Clark isn't unrepresented here in South Korea. What about Sinbei? Kincaid said. They haven't seen his face. They don't know you turned him. Janson gave her a sideways glance that said, "We can't trust them alone together." Kincaid understood. Sinbei may have turned, but he was fragile. With the right psychological pressure, an experienced agent like Vic Pawar could turn him back. No one spoke for several minutes. Finally, Janson unfolded his arms and turned to Gina Jiun. "Get me the bucket," he said. Janson didn't so much as glance in Vic Pawar's direction as he stepped into the room and set the bucket down on the floor. His body language, however, exuded reticence. Any objective observer could see that Janson was uncomfortable with what he was doing, disgusted even. There was a self-loathing in his eyes, an inwardly directed anger evident on his face. His sluggish movements as he tossed the double mattress aside betrayed the turmoil in his mind. As he separated the plywood from the rest of the bed frame, he mouthed a silent curse at himself, shook his head like a drenched dog as though he were attempting to free himself from whatever was weighing him down. After testing its strength, Janson arranged the plywood lengthwise at a moderate angle, then lifted the heavy bucket of water and set it down next to the plywood's lower edge. He took a step back to appraise his work, a tear plainly forming in the corner of his left eye, his mouth set in a severe frown. "I'm not going to lie, Vic," he said quietly, without looking at his prisoner. "I'm not going to pretend you have this coming in order to appease my own conscience. No one has this coming." Janson finally gazed up at Vic Pawar. He looked at him as he'd looked at so many others during his years in consular operations, expressionless, not like a human being beholds another, but like a machine. Janson said, "But I'm also not going to pretend that I have all the time in the world to convince you to talk, because I don't. You know that at least as well as I do." Janson stepped over to the bedroom door and rapped on it 3 times. "My conscience," he said to Vic, "will just have to accept that I'm doing this for the greater good." Gina Jiun entered the room and handed Janson a stack of clean forest green towels. Janson thanked her and said, "In 2 minutes, bring in Sinbei and the rope and cords. This is a 3-person job. If we do it right, Vic lives. If we do it wrong, he dies. Let's agree to try to do it right." When Gina left the bedroom, Janson turned to Vic with something close to compassion in his eyes. "Ever do this before?" Vic's head moved to the side ever so slightly. "Ever have it done to you?" Again, Vic's head twitched almost imperceptibly, but he refused to look at Janson. His eyes instead remained fixed on the door. "Me neither," Janson said. "This will be a first for both of us, like 2 virgins on prom night. Only I bet we both wish our dates were a hell of a lot prettier." Vic Pawar said nothing. "I've seen it done, though," Janson continued. I know enough not to buy into the official lie, that it merely simulates drowning. That's complete bullshit. You'll only feel like you're drowning because I'll be drowning you. I won't be simulating jack shit. CIA lawyers can argue the point until they're blue, but there's no truth to it, not a shred. I think it was Christopher Hitchens who said, if waterboarding does not constitute torture, then there is no such thing as torture. Their eyes finally met. Janson said, "See these cuts around my neck? They're from just a few hours ago. I was sitting right there, in the chair you're sitting in now. Sinbei had a garrote around my throat. He was strangling me to death." Janson paused. Want to know what changed his mind? Vic Pawar said nothing, so Janson answered for him. "Sure you do. I told him what little I knew about Diophantus, about how many innocent civilians are going to die on both sides of the demarcation line." Vic's gaze moved back to the door. Janson followed it. "That son of a bitch out there is a monster," he said. "He was going to kill me. He was going to kill Kincaid. He was even going to kill a 13-year-old girl. But Diophantus, that was too much for him to stand. Even he had to draw a line." There was a rap on the door. 30 seconds, Janson called out. He turned back to Vic Pawar and lowered his voice again. He spoke as softly as he would in a church or a library. "That's how I know I'm doing the right thing here. With you, I mean, because you know the consequences of Diophantus, and of the 10 million people in this city, you're the only one with the power to stop it. That you won't makes you even more of a monster than Sinbei, and that's why I can set aside my convictions tonight and pour water down your throat and nostrils, maybe until you drown." Vic finally looked Janson directly in the eyes, but there was nothing in those eyes, certainly no life, no humanity. Janson's eyes appeared completely dead. "I'm sorry for what's about to happen, Vic," he said in a mechanical voice. "I truly am, no matter how much of a monster you are." Another rap on the door. 10 seconds, Janson called out. He looked back at Vic. "I'm sorry that I am about to torture you. And I'm sorry that you're going to die tonight, because as much as I'd like to con myself into believing otherwise, I know that's the only way this night ends. In 5 seconds, once Sinbei steps through that door and allows you to see his face, I know there is no way in hell he's going to let you leave this room alive. That's something I'm just going to have to live with. Tonight and every night. Until I die." Janson shrugged and hung his head. "So what, right? It's no secret that I already live with a whole hell of a lot worse." Chapter 52. Several minutes later, Janson emerged from the bedroom. "We have to move, quickly." Kincaid said, "Where to?" He took a deep breath. "The demilitarized zone." Turning to Gina Jiun, he said, "But first, we have a stop to make." Gina Jiun looked at him, a question mark on her face. "Chuncheon," he said. After finishing with Vic Pawar and Max Kolavos, they borrowed 2 vehicles from Seoul residents, crossed the Donggo Bridge, and took the Seoul-Yangyang Expressway north toward Chuncheon. Janson drove with Kincaid seated next to him. Gina Jiun traveled with Sinbei. The drive would take roughly 40 minutes. As Janson maneuvered to pass a slow-moving vehicle, he turned to Kincaid. He'd wanted to talk to her ever since they'd reconnected at the Gangnam safe house, but he hadn't had the chance to be alone with her until now. "It's not what you think," Janson said. Kincaid turned to him. "What do you mean?" With Vic, it's not what you think. You did what you had to do, she said. Janson glanced at her. There are no exceptions to the rules, he said. Not for you, not for me, not for anybody. You don't have to justify it to me, Paul. Jesse, listen to me. I did not torture Vic Pawar. Kincaid said nothing. I used the threat of torture, he added softly, but I wouldn't have gone through with it if he didn't talk. The tail lights of the vehicles in front of him became red blurs as water welled before his eyes. Even that was farther than I'd wanted to go, he said. But it worked. Vic knew me back in the day. He didn't think for a second that I wouldn't go through with it. Even after he cooperated when I was dosing him with carfentanil citrate, he was convinced I was poisoning him. Even then, he begged for his life. Is that what's bothering you? More than I would have ever thought. Why it was troubling him, though, Janson couldn't quite put his finger on. He knew what he'd been when he worked for consular operations. He knew his reputation as the machine. Tonight, he'd simply used it to his advantage. What bothers me, I think, is that Vic had heard the rumors about me, about Phoenix, but he didn't believe them. Vic didn't believe I could have changed all that much. But you have, Kincaid said. Completely, totally. Janson kept his eyes on the road. He envisioned the 2 North Korean soldiers he'd encountered in the demilitarized zone. The one who had fried on the electrified fence, the one he'd shot through the head. His greatest concern at the time was how badly he'd damaged the windshield on the Jeep. He heard Heath Manningham's voice in his head. Walked away, did you? Tell me, how many have you done since you walked away? Sometimes I wonder just how much, he said. It was 3 a.m. when they finally reached Chuncheon. Janson pulled the car into the gravel lot in front of Cal Auster's place, with Gina Jiun directly behind him. Janson got out of the car. Stay here, he told Kincaid. This should only take a few minutes. As he started up the drive, Gina Jiun fell in beside him. What's the plan? She said. Well, the equipment we bought from Cal was defective, so I'm going to ask him nicely to replace it. How was it defective? Khan's ops took it all after they blew up your house. Or were you holding out on me when you told me that? No, they took every last thing you'd stashed in the barn. In hindsight, I'm very sorry I made you keep your equipment out there. As far as I'm concerned, Cal insured me against theft. And if he disagrees? If he refuses to replace anything? Janson lifted a shoulder. I'm confident he'll eventually come around. Janson pressed the doorbell several times. The chime was good and loud. By the way, he said to Gina as they waited, what were you and Cal discussing in private when I went topside? You two have a thing together? God, no. He asked me if I'd reconsider. Reconsider him? Reconsider working for him. When the door opened, Cal Auster stood in its frame, with his arms out. He wore an open terry bathrobe over flowery-patterned boxer shorts. Salt-and-pepper chest hairs poked out over a badly stained white tank top. "What the fuck is this?" he barked. "Do you have any fucking idea what time it is?" "Time to open the store," Janson said, pushing past him. "Hey!" Cal Auster shouted. He reached into the side pocket of his bathrobe and came out with a subcompact 9mm, what some referred to as a pocket pistol. With his back to Cal, Janson swung his left leg around in a wide arc, the heel of his combat boot connecting with Cal Auster's knuckles. The pocket pistol flew in the direction of the front door, and Gina Jiun swiped it from the air. She tossed it underhand to Janson. Fuck! Cal Oster cried, baring his yellowed teeth. You broke my fucking fingers! You should have thought of that before you pulled a gun on me, Cal. What do you want, anyway? What are you here for, Paul? The equipment I purchased from you, it was stolen from me. How is that my problem? It's not your problem, Janson said calmly. I'm your problem. Janson raised the gun. You gonna help me, Cal? Cal Oster cackled. He looked from Janson to Gina and back again. What are you going to do? Kill me? You're not going to kill me, Paul. Maybe 10 years ago, but now? Now I've got your number. You're a fucking Boy Scout. Hell, you're a goddamn brownie. I don't have much time, Janson said, which means you have even less. Take me to your stash, or I promise you, I'll make you regret ever being born. Cal Oster grinned. Make me regret being born, huh? And how exactly are you going to do that, Paul? Don't you remember your own rules? He raised his left hand, which had its fingers still intact, and began counting off. No killing civilians, no torture, no killing anyone who doesn't first take a shot at you. Oster took a step forward. According to your own code, Janson, Uncle Cal is fucking bulletproof. Tell me, Uncle Cal, have you sold Chinese-manufactured AK-47s to the North Koreans recently? What the hell business is that of yours? Come on, Cal. You know I have a soft spot for weapons dealers. Don't make me do this. Fuck you, Paul, Oster said, lowering 2 of his 3 fingers. Janson drew a breath, narrowed his right eye, and aimed at the last finger standing. He squeezed the trigger. Cal Oster screamed, louder and longer than the soldier who'd fried on the electrified fence in the DMZ. Blood spurted uncontrollably from Oster's hand. Janson's eyes fell on the middle finger sitting on the floor. Gina, Janson said, you want to help him with all that blood? As she ran into the kitchen for towels, Oster cried, What the fuck did you go and do that for? Your weapons fired on me in the DMZ. Your AK-47s tried to kill me, Cal. Therefore, the Janson rules don't apply. Janson took a step toward him, placed a hand on Oster's stooped shoulder. Now, when Gina comes back, she's going to help staunch the bleeding. Then, you and I are going straight to your stash, or else. Tears streamed down both sides of Oster's face. Or else what? You gonna shoot another finger? No, Janson said evenly. Next time I'm going to aim substantially lower, at something slightly skinnier and a whole lot shorter. Chapter 53. On the drive north toward the DMZ, Gina Gion's cell phone rang from the back seat. Janson looked in the rear view. All 4 of them were traveling in Cal Oster's black Cadillac Escalade. After a few moments, Gina Gion held her hand over the phone and said, It's me, Suk. Tell her to get back to the hotel, Janson said. She can't abandon her baby. She can't abandon Jin-Ho's child. Gina Jiun repeated Janson's words verbatim. She listened a moment, then said, Me? No, I can't take care of your baby. I'm sorry. No, my mother can't either. She's 74 years old. What about your parents? Janson continued driving. After a few minutes, Gina Jiun put down the phone. What did Mi-suk say? She insists she's not abandoning her baby. She said she just needs to take care of something before she returns. You mentioned her parents? Yeah, I wasn't thinking. Of course she's not going to return her baby to North Korea, and her parents aren't coming here. Her father's a general in Kim Jong-un's army. Janson accelerated. There was little time. Back at the Gangnam safe house, Vic Pawar had finally divulged the details of the Diophantus operation. Inside the demilitarized zone, Vic had said breathlessly as Janson stepped over to the door to allow in Gina Jiun and Sinbei. Janson held the knob tightly in his fingers but didn't turn it. Inside the demilitarized zone, what? Inside the DMZ, several Cons Ops agents are embedded with the ROK soldiers protecting the border. What are they going to do? Janson said, fearing he already knew the answer. They're going to make a brazen incursion over the border. They're going to engage the North. Christ, Janson thought. He knew there had been hundreds of incursions over the past 60 years, just about every one of them committed by the North. In the 1960s, a series of skirmishes resulted in the deaths of 750 soldiers, including 43 Americans. In addition, North Korean commandos disguised as ROK soldiers had crossed the border numerous times in attempts to raid the Blue House. None had succeeded, and very few had even survived, and that was just scratching the surface. When? Janson demanded. When is this supposed to go down? When Vic Pawar said nothing, Janson walked back to Vic's chair and grabbed him by the lapels of his shirt. When, Vic? When? Just after dawn. Now, as Janson sped north, he couldn't tell if the sky was lightning or whether it was his imagination, and he didn't dare ask anyone else in the car for fear of the answer. While none of the previous incursions had escalated into full-scale war, this operation had war as its very objective. It was a perfect storm. As part of its new zero-tolerance policy, the South Korean president had vowed to launch ballistic missiles at Pyongyang if the North fired so much as one shot over the border. Now, rogue U.S. agents plan to provoke North Korean soldiers into doing just that. What Nam Se-hun, Edward Clark, and the other imbeciles involved in Diophantus didn't know was that the North was prepared to respond to force with force, a level of force no nation on Earth could have anticipated from the Hermit Kingdom. What will happen if we're too late? Kincaid said as they neared the DMZ. Janson drew a breath. Once the North retaliates, hostilities will escalate and the South will take advantage of the United States' security guarantees, drawing the world's only superpower into a second Korean War. Once the U.S. is involved, Janson went on, China will issue a statement condemning the action. Then they'll act in a way consistent with Chinese interests, which include not having the U.S. or her ally sitting right on the Chinese border. China will enter the conflict, and hostilities will immediately spiral into a proxy war between the first and third most powerful militaries in the world. It was a war the United States would ultimately win. But at what cost? Having studied the plans he stole from the palace, Janson knew at least part of the answer to that question. Early in the conflict, the North would attempt to take Seoul. Failing that, they'd burn the city of over 10 million to the ground. Once the war became unwinnable for the North, the regime would turn their weapons on Pyongyang and their own people. Millions would die. If the North successfully launched its nuclear weapons, tens of millions. Because no one in the West, except Paul Janson, knew that the new supreme leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un, had secretly adopted the ultimate scorched earth policy. Chapter 54. Janson slashed through the dense mist hanging over the demilitarized zone, one of Cal Auster's M15s slung over his shoulder. He listened for shots, but heard only Kincaid's footfalls as she thudded against the dampened earth just behind him. In the distance, Sinbei and Gina Jiun were swallowed by the fog. Janson wished for a moment that they hadn't separated, but it was the right call. Dawn was fast ascending on the horizon, and they needed to find the embedded agents before the first shots were fired. In less than 10 minutes, however, Janson realized it was an impossible mission. There were too many soldiers, spread out in too many directions. There was too much ground to cover in too little time. The darkness and fog were working against them. It was difficult enough to see a few feet in front of them, let alone spot an individual soldier who looked as though he was on the verge of firing. Even if they did spot him, could they stop him in time? Only with a perfect shot in far from perfect conditions. The team regrouped, all four of them breathing hard. "It's no good," Janson said. "We'll never find them in time." "What do we do?" Kincaid said. Janson thought about it with his hands on his hips. "We've got to warn the North. If we can't stop the incursion, the only way to prevent a full-scale war may be to keep it from escalating." "How the hell do we do that?" "Pyongyang. Look, the palace doesn't want a regime change. They may be prepared to invade on the slightest provocation, but if they knew about Diophantus being a product of a rogue U.S. intelligence agency, they'd know it was a fight they ultimately couldn't win. Sure, they might burn Seoul and eventually Pyongyang to the ground, but they'd die in the fire. They don't want that. They want reunification with Kim Jong-un as the supreme leader of all Korea. The North's invasion plans are predicated on theirs being a surprise attack. If they know the South is ready for them, they'll hold back. At least, I hope so. As I see it, it's the only chance we have. How are we going to warn the palace? "Gina," Janson said, "call Mi-suk back. Ask her what her father's full name is and where he might be located at sunrise." "What are you thinking?" Kincaid said, as Gina Jiun dialed Mi-suk. "I crossed into the North before," Janson said. "I can cross into the North again." Gina Jiun spoke a few words in Korean, then lowered the phone. "Her father's name is General Han Yong-chol. This morning he should be somewhere near the joint security area." Janson nodded as he contemplated what that meant. No tunnels. The tunnel would eat too much time off the clock. That was a relief. If Janson never set foot in another tunnel the rest of his life, he'd be content. The joint security area was convenient given their current position, but it was highly dangerous territory. He'd likely be shot at from both sides of the border. He'd need some sort of a diversion. He looked from Gina Jiun to Sinbei to Kincaid. He made a decision. "Gina, you're with me." Kincaid shot him a look. "Sinbei, I need you and Kincaid to provide cover." "Why am I remaining behind?" Kincaid protested. "Because unless you speak fluent Korean, General Han is going to be carrying 2 dead Americans back to the palace instead of a warning." Through his field glasses, Janson watched the joint security area with growing unease. Crossing the demarcation line there looked to be an impossibility. Even with Kincaid and Sinbei providing suppressive fire, North Korean reinforcements would be on him and Gina in seconds. He lowered the field glasses and sighed. "We can't fight our way through, and a simple diversion won't work. So what do we do? That leaves us only one option, Gina. And that is surrender." Approaching the joint security area, Janson looked to the east, where a sliver of sun was now visible over the low mountain range. He couldn't help but think, this is where it all started, at the Truce Village, where the four-party talks went the way of all others. Maybe critics were right, that diplomacy here was impossible. 60 years ago, two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, had divided a nation along a line that held no significance to the people on either side of it. One side prospered, the other failed famously. To Janson, reunification did appear to be the only way to save the 25 million people who, through no fault of their own, were born and brainwashed on the wrong side of the line. But no, even if reunification was the only solution, it shouldn't be the result of secret actions taken by rogue factions of U.S. and ROK intelligence agencies. That was where Edward Clark and Nam Se-hun were wrong. If the past decade and a half had taught Janson anything, it was that you can't trick a public into going to war and expect a positive result. Transparency was necessary. Truthful dialogue and civilized debate were key. Those were the principles critical to democracy. Those were the principles that Americans died for in every war they fought from the creation of the Republic through Afghanistan. Transparency was what Linnell Yee had died for, what Gregory Wyckoff continued fighting for, what Janson would give his life for, if need be. He raised his hands high in the air, and Gina Jiun did the same. Within seconds of doing so, they were spotted by a soldier from the Republic of Korea. The soldier lowered his binoculars and turned to a superior officer who immediately lifted a walkie-talkie to his mouth. 3 more soldiers materialized from around the corner of the blue building. "Remember," Janson said quietly, "our objective is to get as close to the demarcation line as possible, close enough so that we can run to the other side without getting tackled or shot. What if the South Koreans arrest us before we can get close enough? We're not going to give them the opportunity. On my mark, we split. You go left, I go right. Just be sure to keep your hands visible, and hopefully we won't get ourselves gunned down on this side of the line. And the other side? You can communicate with the North Korean soldiers. Just tell them that you're a defector and you want to surrender yourself. And you?" "A fair question," Janson said. "I'm just going to play it by ear." Janson was pleased to see that the ROK soldiers were not approaching. As long as they remained in the joint security area at their posts, getting to the demarcation line shouldn't present a problem for either of them. Glancing over at Gina, Janson noticed that her raised hands were trembling. He felt a similar sensation in his stomach, but it hadn't yet manifested itself to watchful eyes. The ROK soldiers remained frozen in place, though the 2 on the outer flanks had raised their weapons. Just a precautionary measure on their part, Janson tried to assure her, but the truth was, he didn't know their orders. A soldier stepped forward with his right hand held out in front of him and shouted in Korean. "He's telling us to stop," Gina said. "Yeah, I gathered that. We're too far away. Wait for my mark." The soldier with the raised palm called out to them again. When they didn't respond, he too raised his assault rifle. In the distance, Janson could see the 3 North Korean soldiers standing at attention, watching their counterparts' interaction with the trespassers. To Gina, he said, "Tell them that we—" Janson never finished the sentence, because the soldier who just raised his weapon fell down dead, a wide entry wound visible just below his left eye. Janson looked around. He had no idea where the shot had come from. He and Gina lowered their hands. "Run," he told her. They ran. A few moments later, all hell broke loose. Chapter 55. This week, most of Nam Se-hun's colleagues at NIS had become accustomed to seeing him arrive at the office before daybreak. So as not to arouse suspicion, he made this morning no different. Once he walked into his office and closed the door behind him, he sat at his desk and logged on to his computer. As he did most days, he went directly to his email client and entered his 7-digit passcode. There were 9 new messages, most of which were addressed to the agency at large, as opposed to him personally. One, however, instantly caught his eye. This email, addressed directly to him, was from his deputy. Since he'd become involved in Diophantus, Nam Se-hun had taken a decidedly less hands-on approach to his job. He'd delegated many of his duties to his deputy, Jae-suk. Prior to Diophantus, Nam had gotten great pleasure out of debriefing North Korean defectors. Many were diplomats or high-level officials who had received permission to exit the country temporarily and therefore could be sent back. Under Nam Se-hun's control, of course. In the past decade, Nam Se-hun had recruited a number of members of the North Korean Guards Command and even a few agents from the Ministry of State. Because the palace in Pyongyang was so compartmentalized and secretive, these agents seldom provided much actionable intelligence. After a year, Nam Se-hun would typically let them off the hook and bring them back to Seoul, providing them with an additional $20,000 to start their new lives. Once in a long while, Nam Se-hun caught a very big fish, someone in Kim's inner circle. And when he did, he never let them go. Now, Jae-suk was alerting him to a new defector whom Jae-suk referred to as the wife of a deputy director. He nearly dismissed it. After today, he would have far greater things to concern himself with, not the least of which was the reunification of the country. But then he realized how foolish it was to think that way. Once Diophantus was in play and the conflict began, he would need intelligence from the North more than ever. Even once the conflict ended, intelligence would be crucial to easing the inevitable pains of reunification. Nam Se-hun picked up the receiver and dialed the campus where the defectors were kept. After identifying the defector by name and number, he instructed the official to have her brought to the NIS. "I would like to conduct the brief here in my office," he said. "Very well, sir. Is this afternoon convenient?" No, Nam said, glancing out the window at the approaching dawn. "Bring her now." At Hickam Field on the Hawaiian island of Oahu, Lawrence Hammond ended his call. He hesitated several seconds before rising off the couch in the otherwise empty office. He walked toward the refrigerator. Halfway across the room, he stopped, his head rushing with thoughts that made him woozy. It was one thing to provide information. It was quite another thing to kill. Could he actually go through with this? Hammond's eyes welled with tears as he considered his options. There were no options, were there? Clark had made it clear enough. It was either the kid or Hammond himself. What had started as a simple deal to make a few extra bucks providing ammunition to the senator's political adversaries had become Lawrence Hammond's worst nightmare. It would seem to be a great leap from collecting opposition research against his boss to murdering that boss's only child. But it had all happened so fast that there had never been a moment to reflect on where all this was heading. But now he knew. Now he had no excuse. This had been their plan all along, to use him for whatever their needs were, however diabolical they might be. Once Hammond accepted that first envelope, he'd surrendered the life of which he had dreamed. He opened the refrigerator and collected the bottle of Snapple green iced tea, Gregory's favorite drink. Then he moved to his briefcase and set it on the desk. He unlocked the briefcase using his 4-digit code and extracted the vial of arsenic. As he stared at its contents, his cell phone buzzed on the desk. Grudgingly, he answered. The plane, he was informed, was beginning its descent. It would touch down at Hickam in roughly a half hour. Chapter 56. Janson and Gina Jiun darted, unarmed, across the joint security area as the sound of automatic weapons fire cut through the bitterly cold air. In the mix of confusion and fog, they were mercifully ignored by the soldiers on both sides. As the bullets flew, Janson felt as he'd felt during firefights in Afghanistan, felt as though he was caught in the middle of a war no one would ever fully understand. As they approached a large hill, Janson slowed down, taking Gina's arm as he did. Peering at its peak, he saw a mass of North Korean soldiers charging forward, breaking through the thick, pre-dawn mist. "Hands up!" he shouted to Gina. "Start calling to them! Tell them we surrender!" Janson quickly withdrew a white hanky and swung it high above his head. As soon as the soldiers spotted them, they raised their weapons. For a moment, Janson thought this was the end. Then Gina Jiun shouted out in Korean. Though they shared a language, Janson knew that the North and South possessed two distinct dialects. He hoped like hell that these soldiers would understand her. Several of the soldiers at the front of the line halted. They dropped to their knees and gazed into their sights. Janson watched in horror. He and Gina Jiun were facing a firing squad. 2 troops emerged from the pack and moved forward, their weapons still raised. As they neared, they spoke words Janson didn't understand. Without turning his head, he glanced in Gina's direction for the translation. But she was already engaged in a conversation with them. He listened carefully, heard her utter the name Han Yong-chol. The moment she did, one of the 2 soldiers looked back at his group. Then both shouted at Janson and Gina, Gina suddenly screaming in Janson's ear, "Get down!" Janson dropped flat on his stomach. One of the soldiers helped him along, pressing him hard into the ground, stepping on the back of his neck. He heard Gina cry out in pain, and he immediately burned with a desire to pick himself off the ground and kill the 2 soldiers with his bare hands. Once they were thoroughly frisked and found to be clean, the soldiers shouted out new commands. Janson looked hopefully to Gina Jiun. "Stay down," she said. "They're bringing General Han." General Han Yong-chol was a large man by North Korean standards. He stood a full 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders, a wide chest, and a uniform every bit as crisp as the January air. He exuded authority. His booming voice did nothing to dispel the effect. Although Janson was entirely comfortable with Gina Jiun doing the speaking, she immediately made clear that she intended to translate instead. "The general wants to know why he shouldn't shoot us." That wasn't the question Janson had been expecting. Still lying flat on the ground, Janson said, "Tell him we're friends of his daughter, Mi-suk." Gina translated Janson's words, then the general's response. "He says, 'Where is she? What have you done with her?' Tell him she defected." General Han didn't wait for Gina's translation. "You lie," he shouted in English. "She would never betray the fatherland." "She didn't do it for herself," Janson shouted back. "She did it for your granddaughter." The general pulled a handgun from its holster, knelt, and held the gun to Janson's head. "Gina," Janson shouted, "do you still have your phone?" "Yes." General Han, you can speak directly to your daughter. We can call her right now. Han kept his weapon, trained on Janson, but held his other hand out for the phone. Gina cautiously pulled it from her pocket and set it in his outstretched palm. "We're here to warn you," Janson said. "The firefight in the joint security area, it was planned. The first shots were fired by U.S. intelligence officers acting on the authority of the director without the White House's knowledge or consent. They're trying to draw you into a war that will ultimately collapse your regime." Janson dared to look up. The gun was still leveled at his head, but the general had Gina Jion's phone to his left ear. "Misuk," Han said. As the general spoke to his daughter in Korean, Janson listened for familiar words. Hearing Yoon Jin Ho's name, Janson felt as though his heart might break into two. When General Han ended the call a few seconds later, Janson didn't know what to expect, a bullet or further dialogue. He tried to prepare himself for either event. Han said, "According to Misuk, this war poses an existential danger to both Chosun and South Chosun." "It's true," Janson said. "If Pyongyang retaliates for this morning's incursion, it will draw U.S. forces into the conflict. In days, North Korea will be leveled." "Up!" Han shouted. Janson slowly rose to his knees, then to his feet. "What do we do?" the general said. "We need to get to Pyongyang before this gets too far out of hand. We need to get to the palace." The general shook his head, lowered his voice, even though none of his soldiers was in earshot. "Surely you know that the supreme leader is a madman," Han said. "He will never listen to us." "Even madmen respond to psychology," Janson told him. "If Kim Jong-un knows he's being tricked into going to war, he'll respond to that. We can get him on the phone with the U.S. president." "You know the U.S. president personally?" "Let's just say I have contacts." When Han didn't respond, Janson added, "It's our only chance, General. It's our only hope to avoid a second Korean War that will lead to the destruction of both Seoul and Pyongyang and the deaths of millions of Koreans on either side of the 38th parallel." After a moment of silence, Han said, "You may have direct access to your White House, but I do not have access to the palace. The Guards' command would never permit us to enter, especially after the incident that occurred at the Ryong-song residence earlier this week." "Just get us to Pyongyang," Janson said. "I'll get us into the palace." "You? Yoon Jin Ho showed me the way. You have to trust me, General. I know what we have to do." Chapter 57. 20 minutes later, Janson was back on the reunification highway on his way to Pyongyang. This time, however, he and Gina Jiun rode in the rear of a troop transport with 24 North Korean soldiers under General Han's command. The troop transport breezed past the numerous KPA checkpoints without incident. "We have reached the city," the general announced in English over a walkie-talkie Gina Jiun held in her hand. She nodded to Janson, who pulled Han Yong-chol's smartphone from his pocket. As a general, Han was one of the privileged few in the Korean People's Army who could make calls outside North Korea with his cellular phone. Janson dialed Park Kwon, who immediately turned the line over to Kang Jung. "Eagle has landed," Janson said. Kang Jung had insisted on the use of the code. "Acknowledged," she replied. "T-minus 180. Janson glanced at his watch. To Gina, he said, "In 3 minutes, Kang Jung is going to shut down the grid." Because rolling blackouts were a regular occurrence in North Korea, the palace and other elite areas operated on a separate electrical grid. to which, thanks to North Korea Uncovered, a Google Earth project made public by the U.S. Korea Institute at Johns Hopkins, Kang Jung knew the precise coordinates. "Amazing kid," Gina said. Janson slipped General Han's phone back into his pocket. "Yes, she is." With the electrified fence unelectrified, General Han's troop transport crashed through the gate, sending unsuspecting soldiers and guards fleeing for their lives. 100 yards inside the compound, the vehicle screeched to a stop. The tailgate opened, and out spilled the 24 troops under Han's command. Leading the way with smoke grenades, Han's soldiers moved briskly and brazenly toward the palace. When they reached the palace doors, General Han demanded that the guards' command throw down their weapons and surrender, and they did. Janson had seen nothing like it since the First Gulf War, when the Iraqi army surrendered to American military forces immediately upon their arrival in the deserts of Kuwait during Operation Desert Storm. Once the guards' command surrendered, Han summoned Janson and Jiun to the front. He ordered several of his soldiers to stand guard outside the palace doors, then commanded his remaining troops to drop their weapons. "We're going inside the palace unarmed?" Jiun exclaimed. "Repeated attempts on the lives of Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un by their own bodyguards have resulted in a new palace policy," Han explained. "No weapons allowed in the same building as the supreme leader. No exceptions." Marching forward, he continued speaking over his shoulder. "Rest assured, we will not meet with any armed resistance inside the palace walls. In fact, if our experience on the grounds outside the residence is any indication, we should not meet with any resistance at all." Kincaid and Sinbei lowered their weapons and dropped back even farther once they received word from Park Kwan that Janson and Gina Jiun had made it to Pyongyang. Kincaid couldn't help but look on Sinbei with revulsion. His mere image stirred up the fear and anger she'd experienced sprinting through Dosan Park. The helplessness she felt diving into the rear of the taxi, ducking down into the subway station, disguising herself in the dressing room of that Seoul department store. She glanced at him over her shoulder and saw him as he was when he entered the Tea-Lounge nightclub. Though the sounds of automatic weapons fire replaced club beats, he appeared as he'd appeared on the upstairs dance floor, ruthless and relentless. This is the same monster, she thought, the same monster who'd nearly sliced through her windpipe with the garrote he extracted from his cufflink, the same monster who would have ended her life without a scintilla of remorse had Park Kwan not stepped into the coat room and spotted his gun at the exact moment that he did. "He's a lot more like you and me than either of us could have imagined," Janson had said. Speak for yourself, she thought, but then that was exactly what Janson had been doing. Janson saw himself as a monster, Kincaid realized. Still, after all this time, severed from consular operations, he'd said as much in the car on the way to Chuncheon this morning. She suddenly felt for Janson, something she'd never dreamed she'd feel for him, had never dreamed there would ever be a need. Never dreamed there would ever be so much as an excuse, even if she'd wanted to. Pity. For the first time in her life, Kincaid pitied the man she loved. The most beautiful, most intelligent, most caring man she'd ever met didn't believe he was a good man, didn't believe he was a man at all. He thought he was a monster. Like Sinbei. He's a lot more like you and me than either of us could have imagined. Janson still thought of himself as a machine. In a magnificent room of vaulted ceilings and green marbled walls, Janson stood rigidly with General Han Yong-chol on his left and Gina Jiun on his right. Following their forced entry into the compound, the last thing Janson had thought would become a priority was proper decorum. But the enigmatic Hermit Kingdom continued to live up to its reputation. A white-haired official stepped into the room, followed by 2 members of the Guard's command. He issued orders to the 3 visitors, orders that Janson, of course, couldn't understand. "You have to remove your watch," Gina Jiun whispered. The official shouted at her. She responded in Korean, apparently informing the official that Janson spoke only English. This is surreal, Janson thought. If someone told him last week that in a few days he'd be standing in Kim Jong-un's palace, he'd have tried to smack them out of their derangement. Janson waited for one of the Guard's command to pat them down, but no one else approached. He supposed visitors to the palace never made it this far without getting frisked, maybe not without enduring a full body cavity search. Bad security, he thought. Janson regretted not snatching one of the handguns from the troop transport. He'd known that with the grid down, the entrance metal detectors wouldn't be functioning, but he presumed the Guard's command would fall back on wands. And there was something far more important Janson needed to get past security, something largely made of plastic that alone probably wouldn't have set off a metal-detecting wand. So he hadn't wanted to risk inviting additional scrutiny. After all, foiling Diophantus was far more pressing than his own personal safety, or even Gina Jiun's. 10 full minutes later, 10 full minutes of standing, 10 full minutes of silence, a second official entered the room, followed by 6 others. Janson couldn't help but notice that each official who entered was several inches shorter than the last. Janson thought of Nam Se-hun. Immediately, he felt an overwhelming heat rise up his neck till it colored his cheeks and the tops of his ears. He took several deep breaths and waited for his pulse to slow. Once the 7 dwarfs were lined up against the wall, in size order, the original white-haired official walked to the middle of the grand room and spoke in a voice majestic enough for Yankee Stadium. "The chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea will now enter." Janson glanced to his left at Han Yong-chol, who whispered, "Officially, he serves as head of state, the supreme leader's number 2. And in reality? In reality, he is Kim Jong-un's puppet, his mouthpiece. Nothing more than a stooge." Chapter 58. Lawrence Hammond gazed out the office window and watched the Embraer 650 touch down at Hickam Field. He'd convinced the senator and Mrs. Wyckoff to allow him to board the jet first, for their safety, of course. Hickam had lost communications with the Embraer long ago, and they didn't know quite what to expect. The senator suggested that a pair of soldiers greet his son on the plane, but Hammond argued that a military presence would only frighten Gregory after all he'd been through. The senator and Mrs. Wyckoff finally agreed. Hammond would take the lead. Watching the jet taxi along the runway, Lawrence Hammond lightly shook the contents of the bottle of Snapple green iced tea. The knock at his door meant that it was time to step onto the tarmac. The knock at Nam Se-hun's door meant that his interviewee had arrived. He straightened his tie, removed his glasses, and cleaned the lenses, checked his email for updates, but there were none. Initial reports had come in. There had been an incident at the DMZ, but details were murky at best. Nam had ordered his deputy, Jae-suk, to keep him informed. If the situation worsened, Nam Se-hun would take a motorcade to the Blue House to consult with the president. "Enter," Nam said in Korean. The door opened. In its frame stood 2 guards, between them one of the most beautiful women Nam Se-hun had ever laid eyes on. Nam remained seated, not out of impoliteness, but because he was ashamed of his height, especially around beautiful women. He motioned to the leather chair opposite his desk and asked the woman to have a seat. Then he dismissed the guards. One began to protest, but Nam shot him a look that made it clear this was not an issue subject to debate. When the door closed behind the guards, Nam said, "Let me be among the first to welcome you to the Republic of Korea." He bowed his head. "Please, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nam Se-hun. I am the Director of North Korean Affairs here at the National Intelligence Service." A lovely smile materialized on the young woman's face. "I know who you are," she said. 9 members of the Guards Command preceded 3 high-ranking military commanders whom Janson didn't recognize. Only once everyone was standing at attention did an old man in a black suit appear in the frame of the double steel doors. He wore a steel-gray tie, small, gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair, what little was left of it, was dyed jet black. As the chairman stepped forward, the line of Guards Command members parted to allow him through. He was followed by one of his military commanders, who Janson could now see held the rank of general. As the pair moved forward, the general touched a finger to his right ear. The old man halted roughly 10 feet from Janson, Ji-un, and General Han. From this distance, Janson realized the chairman had to be approaching his 90s. If he wasn't there already. "I am General Jang Yong-sun," the uniformed man said in English. "You are standing in the presence of the chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly, Comrade Tok Dong-gun." On either side of him, Han and Gina bowed, so Janson did too. "State your business," General Jang ordered. Janson glanced at Han, but immediately realized all eyes were on him. "My name is Paul Janson," he said. "I am a former covert agent for the United States government. I presently work as a private security consultant. I was recently hired by United States Senator James Wyckoff of North Carolina to locate his teenage son, Gregory Wyckoff, who has been falsely accused by the South Korean government of murdering his girlfriend, Linnell Yi. Ms. Yi had been working as an interpreter for the U.S. envoy in connection with the 4-party talks currently being held in the joint security area of the Korean Demilitarized Zone. I'm here because my colleagues and I, in the course of our investigation, learned that Linnell Yi was murdered by an agent working on behalf of a rogue faction of a United States intelligence agency. Gregory Wyckoff was subsequently put in the frame in order to remove him from the equation. Ms. Yi was murdered because she overheard a conversation between the U.S. and South Korean envoys. The conversation was about a clandestine operation called Diophantus. The objective of Diophantus, we have since learned, is to provoke the North into starting a second Korean War that would ultimately collapse the current regime here in Pyongyang. That is why shots were fired across the border in the demilitarized zone this morning. And that, General, is why you must refrain from escalating hostilities. Rogue U.S. factions, in cooperation with rogue factions within South Korea's National Intelligence Service, want you to respond with an attack on the South, so that the United States military will be drawn into the conflict in accordance with U.S. ROK security agreements. Once the United States is involved, this war, as you know, General, will result in the slaughter of your military and eventually your civilian population. General Zhang remained expressionless as he placed a finger to his right ear. At his side, the chairman appeared profoundly bored. "Comrade Chairman," Janson said to the old man. It was General Zhang who responded. "We find it difficult to believe that the United States government is unaware of this so-called plot, Mr. Janson. What you describe would cost massive sums of money, particularly if, as you suggest, the ultimate objective is to remove the regime here in the Democratic People's Republic and reunify Korea. All of us on the peninsula appreciate the fact that reunification, no matter how desperately we want it, will cost billions of your U.S. dollars." Janson narrowed his eyes. It was something he'd lost sight of in all this, the financial cost. He'd been so caught up in the human price that would have to be paid to reunify the peninsula that the monetary aspect had escaped him entirely. The United States black budget had recently been exposed, and Congress was tracking every penny. How could he have missed this? Someone else, another nation, had to be backing this operation. But who? "Cui bono," Janson said aloud to himself. General Zhang appeared nonplussed. "Excuse me?" "Cui bono," Janson repeated. "It's a Latin adage, General. It essentially means, who benefits?" There had to be a hidden motive beyond regime change. When Janson started his career with consular operations, an agent's worst enemy was often his own government. Directors like Edward Clark, who were so goddamn certain of their cause, they cared nothing of the cost of collateral damage. But these days, with slashed budgets that could be exposed by wayward NSA contractors, intelligence directors couldn't wield that kind of power. At least, not without help. But help from whom? Today, nothing made sense unless it made financial sense. Violations of human rights, even the worst atrocities, only spurred action when they affected someone's bottom line. Shanghai. In his mind, he heard the shots ring out, felt the pounding of his heart in his chest as he tried to lose himself in the crowd, picturing himself in the sights of a sniper's rifle as he pushed his way to the taxi stand. He thought of silent links and of his own narrow escape from the People's Republic of China. He flashed on his client, Jeremy Beck, who'd spent millions just for evidence of the Chinese government's ongoing campaign of cyber espionage and data theft. "Who else is going to do it?" Beck had said when he first hired Janson. "Certainly not the Justice Department, certainly not the U.S. Congress. Washington won't go to war with Beijing over this, at least not in the current geopolitical climate." "So," General Zhang said, "are you going to answer the question, or are you posing it to us? Who benefits, Mr. Janson?" Governments no longer wield absolute power, General. Global corporations do. They've been running countries for decades. Now they're running superpowers. The general held a finger to his ear. Janson continued. Once the North Korean regime is gone and Seoul has control over the entire peninsula, the United States will have an ally directly on China's border. Beijing's days of stealing billions of dollars worth of trade secrets from U.S. corporations, including the military-industrial complex, will be over. The baby-faced private first class who had days ago driven Lawrence Hammond and his guest Paul Janson from the tarmac to the very administration building in which he was now standing, knocked again at the door. There was still no response from the senator's chief aide, and Senator and Mrs. Wyckoff were getting antsy, understandably so. Given what they'd been through over the past few days, the private's own parents would have been antsy too. He glanced down the hall and knocked once more. "Mr. Hammond," he called out. Finally, he twisted the door handle to the office and poked his head inside. "Mr. Hammond?" he called again. The first thing the private noticed was the shattered bottle on the floor near the refrigerator. It appeared to have been a bottle of Snapple green iced tea. Then he saw Hammond's hand lying open on the floor. He followed it up Hammond's arm, past the shoulder, all the way to his face. "Mr. Hammond?" he said quietly, though he knew it was unnecessary. The private recognized a dead man when he saw one. He'd seen dead men before. "You present an interesting set of facts, Mr. Janson," General Jang said. The chairman had yet to utter a word. "But it is for the very reason you state that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea will never fall to the American bastards and their puppets to the south. Our neighbor China has far too much to lose to ever allow it." Janson said nothing. "You see, Mr. Janson, South Chosun is not the only nation on the peninsula with security agreements in place. China will never enter a war started by the North," Janson said. "Indeed, you are right. And what transpired in the demilitarized zone this morning is insufficient cause to escalate the conflict. Which is why, within the next 10 minutes, our covert agents in the south will launch a ballistic missile at Pyongyang." Janson and Gina Jiun exchanged nervous looks. "Of course, we have nothing to fear," Jang said with a tight grin. "The missile will land harmlessly in a field hundreds of kilometers from here. It will only appear as though it was fired at the palace." "You son of a bitch," Janson said, looking the general directly in the eyes. "You've been waiting for this." General Jang said, "We are well aware, Mr. Janson, that the world will not accept a unified Korea born of a successful invasion by the North. But the Democratic People's Republic has every right to defend itself against the imperialist aggressors and their puppets." Janson said nothing. "Unfortunately," Jang said, motioning to members of the Guard's command, "the three of you will not be around to witness the triumph of a unified socialist Korea." Several of the Guard's command lined up directly behind Janson, Jion, and General Han. In a booming voice that echoed off the vaulted ceilings and green marble walls, Jang announced, "Having been found guilty of espionage against the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the three of you are sentenced to be executed by firing squad immediately." He removed a small device from his ear and motioned to the men standing behind the convicted. "God's command, take them away." "You can't get away with this," Janson said calmly as one of the guards gripped him by the arms. Jang smiled. "What a wonderful way to conclude this meeting, with one of your awful Hollywood cliches." Little did Jang know that Janson had already initiated Plan B. In fact, he'd stolen a page from Gregory Wyckoff's playbook. If North Korea won't heed your warning, warn China. The double doors behind the general suddenly swung open. Janson watched as a member of the Guard's command scurried forward, calling General Jang's name. The general turned, and the guard spoke to him urgently in Korean. Janson pulled away from the soldier who was holding him by the arms. The soldier who was listening did not attempt to regain control of his prisoner. The double doors slowly began to close. Gina started to say something, but Janson held up a hand. No translation necessary. With his other hand, he reached into his waistband and raised Han Yong-chol's smartphone. He aimed the phone's video camera into the next room just in time to capture the image of a surprised young man standing awkwardly before a group of military commanders. Dressed in a black tunic, the young man was short and heavy, with a round face creased deeply with concern. Janson muttered, "Say cheese," just before the heavy doors swung closed. Chapter 59. In his office in Washington, D.C., Edward Clark watched the live stream of CNN's coverage on his desktop in silent disbelief. For the past 10 minutes, Clark had been focused on Wolf Blitzer's qualification. "We remind you that we at CNN have yet to verify the authenticity of this recording, which is apparently coming to us via a feed from the former Soviet Republic of Estonia." Thus far, there had only been audio, but then, all of a sudden, an image appeared on the screen. The image was of an opulent room with vaulted ceilings and green marble walls. The camera then zoomed in on another luxurious room located behind two slowly closing steel doors. Standing in that room were a group of military commanders and a young man in a black tunic. Christ, it can't be. On screen, Janson muttered, "Say cheese," and then the doors finally closed. Nam Se-hun stared up at the beautiful young woman holding the gun. Sweat had started pouring down his face, but he didn't dare reach for a hanky or attempt any other furtive movements. "Please," he said in Korean, "I beg you to reconsider." The woman, still smiling, shook her head. "There are people out there," Nam said, as he tried to catch his breath. He was beginning to feel faint. "You will be arrested before you leave this office. You will spend the rest of your own life in prison. Are you certain you want to live behind bars?" A white glaze suddenly framed his vision. "Are you sure you want to do this?" The smile finally melted from the young woman's face. Nam Se-hun thought he might have broken through. But then, in clear English, the young woman said, "Sure as shit," and squeezed the trigger. General Jang snatched Han's phone from Janson's hand and squashed it underfoot. "Kill them!" he shouted. One of the guards' command immediately grabbed Janson from behind and wrapped his arm around his throat. With his right hand, Janson gripped the guard's fingers and bent them backward until they broke. With his left elbow, Janson delivered a vicious blow to the guard's solar plexus. Another guard approached. Janson slammed his forehead into the guard's chest, then whipped his head back up, cracking the guard's jaw. With the heel of his palm, Janson drove another guard's nose upward, knocking him out cold. Then he threw an elbow into another guard's throat. From behind, he snatched by the ears one of the two men grappling with Gina Jiun and hurled him across the green marble floor. He then ran toward Han, delivering a sliding kick to the knee of the man who had the general in a headlock. Another guard turned toward him, and Janson thrust his boot up into his groin. When he got to his feet, Janson found that most of the men left standing were running as quickly as they could toward the exit. General Jang and the officials had fled into the next room behind the closed steel doors. "Let's get the hell out of here!" he shouted to Han and Gina Jiun. They ran out the door they'd entered and retraced their steps toward the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, they found Han's men holding their weapons on the runaway members of the guard's command. Janson led the group out of the palace and jumped into the rear of the waiting troop transport. He turned and extended his arm to Gina Jiun, pulling her up onto the tailgate. The other soldiers piled in after them. General Han hurried toward the front passenger side, opened the door, and climbed in. A moment later, the troop transport was off, speeding down the empty streets of Pyongyang. In Edward Clark's office, his private line began ringing. He sat motionless, in the dark, as a second line rang, then a third. His cell phone lit up and vibrated across the smooth surface of his desk until finally falling over the edge and landing on the carpet. How did a man who already lived in the shadows disappear? Paul Janson's true audience was Beijing, not Washington. Beijing because China was essential to the North's strategy. Without China, Pyongyang would fall within weeks, if not days. But China could no more enter a war openly started by the North than the United States could enter a war openly started by the South. Sure, Beijing was Janson's target audience, but Washington was where Janson's conversation with the leadership in Pyongyang would resonate loudest. Albright and Hildreth and Ella Kwan would bitch and complain at their next conference at the Meridian, but in the end, they'd have no choice but to cover their own asses. The same was true of Nam Se-hun and Ambassador Young in Seoul. Everyone now needed to focus their efforts on damage control. Even Javers, Hastings, and Paltrow, they didn't have jobs to lose, but they had reputations. Even the filthy rich had asses that could be sent to federal prison, Wall Street bankers notwithstanding. There would be inquiries, to be sure. The press would initially latch on like a dog to a bone, but only until a squirrel scampered into their peripheral vision and drew their attention away. This entire fuck-up went down in Korea, not Kansas City. The American public would lose interest in no time. Hell, half the public couldn't find Korea on a map. There was a reason the first Korean conflict was known as the Forgotten War. So a few soldiers died in the Korean demilitarized zone. So what? If no one paid attention to Iraq and Afghanistan, who the hell was going to give a damn about this? Not Congress, not with elections around the corner. They'd fling some shit at each other across the aisle, and maybe 5 years from now, some obscure House committee looking to score political points would hold a hearing that no one would attend. Clark's phones continued ringing, but he hardly heard them anymore. Paul Janson. He was the son of a bitch Clark would have to worry about going forward. But then, Janson didn't believe in revenge. It wasn't in his blood. By live streaming his conversation at the palace in the North Korean capital, he'd effectively diffused Diophantus, shut it down for good. Made it so that Pyongyang couldn't retaliate, couldn't escalate, not after Beijing had heard their plans. Now, Seoul and Washington would simply deny everything, and some poor schmuck who got killed in the shootout in the DMZ would be blamed for discharging his weapon into North Korea. Janson got what he wanted. No one he cared about died, and he'd completed his mission the moment that chicken shit Hammond drank the poison meant for the Wyckoff kid. The phones continued ringing. Clark finally pulled the jack out of the wall and reveled in the resulting silence. Leaning back in his chair, his thoughts slowly drifted from Korea to the Russian Federation. Vladimir Putin was hell-bent on rebuilding the Soviet Union. Pyongyang didn't pose half the threat Moscow did. Clark rose and stepped out from behind his desk. It was time to move on. The hell with a second Korean War. There was a second Cold War coming, and U.S. intelligence needed to prepare. Kincaid first spotted them through her field glasses. They were now on foot, scrambling toward her through the joint security area. She lowered the glasses, lifted her weapon, and charged forward, providing suppressive fire against North Korean soldiers as Janson and Gina Jiun pushed south. Kincaid ran along the tree line, motioning Janson and Jiun into the forest. Once they were clear of gunfire, she dropped her weapon and wrapped her arms around Janson and held him close. There were so many times over the past few days when she thought she'd never be held by him again. Gripping her just as tightly, Janson glanced around. He first nodded to Gina, then looked Kincaid in the eyes with an exhausted expression. "Sinbei," he said. Kincaid frowned. "Last I saw him, he was walking up the dirt path, heading north, mumbling something about a girl named Su-Ra." Epilogue. Wailea Beach, Hawaiian island of Maui. Janson set the paperback down on his lap and gazed at the horizon through his wayfarer sunglasses. Jessie stood in the shallows with one hand held over her brow to soften the glare of the sun off the water. She'd spotted a pair of humpback whales the day they'd touched down on Maui. She'd been searching the azure Pacific for more ever since. Leaning over the side of his lounge chair, Janson dug into his duffel and fished out his phone. He'd been meaning to make this call since arriving in Hawaii, but it kept slipping his mind. He scrolled through his list of contacts and hit send. "Tell me why I shouldn't hang up." "No reason that I can think of anymore," Janson said. "I'm just calling to tell you that your services are no longer needed. I have someone else." Janson hung up before Morton could reply. "You didn't need to do that, you know," Jessie said as she dropped into the lounge chair next to him. "You could have just stopped calling him." Janson laid a hand on her tanned wrist and dragged his fingers lightly up her forearm to the crook of her elbow. "Sometimes it's okay to do things just because they feel good." "You'll get no argument from me," she said. "Besides, after what Lord Wicked, pulled off with a borrowed laptop and General Han's cell phone, I don't think we'll need anyone else with her particular set of skills, ever." He smiled at the thought of the girl going straight at 13, with a legitimate role in Cat's Paw. Now there was something out there for her. Not just a job, but friends she could always count on, friends who loved her, friends who would give their lives for her. A few minutes later, Jessie picked up her new cell phone and dialed for her messages. When she hung up, she said, "Park Kwan called. He's getting major props from the department for his role in solving Linnell Yee's murder." "Good for him. Any further word about Mi-suk?" "She's still in jail. The judge didn't grant bail. But Park Kwan said the lawyer you hired for her is the best in South Korea. Kwan thinks that given Nam Se-hun's involvement, the prosecutor will want to deal. If she goes to trial," Janson said, "I'll be first in line to testify." "How's Mi-suk's infant daughter?" "Gina says she's doing great. Her mother's helping to take care of the baby, and Gina's going through the necessary channels to facilitate an adoption. It should be no problem. Mi-suk consents, and Gina and her mom have a luxurious brand-new home in one of the most prestigious areas of Seoul." Jessie smiled. "How much did that run you?" Janson smiled back. "Don't ask. Next house I blow to pieces, I'm going to make sure the owner has adequate insurance first. Who knows? Maybe you won't have to blow up any more houses in the future. Let's be realistic, Jessie, shall we?" Jessie lifted a bottle of Fiji to her lips. "We know the usual suspects in government were behind this, but who do you think was financing Diophantus?" Janson shook his head. "I don't know. And I'm not going to dig. If our client Jeremy Beck was involved, I don't want to know about it. Shall I grab a shovel so you can bury your head in the sand?" Janson sighed. "I know. I'm a bad man, Jessie." "The hell you are, Paul Janson. You are the kindest, most loving, most generous man I've ever met. You need to realize that sooner or later." Janson heard Heath Manningham's words in his head. "Walked away, did you? Tell me, How many have you done since you walked away?" Janson would always regret what happened in Daiseong-dong. Although Phoenix had no set place, the foundation was Janson's home. Its graduates were his family. Yet he was ultimately responsible for Heath Manningham's death. Even though he'd intended for Manningham to survive the fall, he felt as though he'd killed one of his own. But Janson knew damn well that the things he'd done couldn't be undone. He closed his eyes, thinking how much he would have liked for Phoenix to help Sinbei. But the assassin had vanished into the mist in the DMZ. Had he really, after all this time, gone back to Yuduk to find his sister? Sura. Sadly, Janson was sure that as long as Kim Jong-un was in power, all Sinbei was likely to find in North Korea was suffering and death. Janson opened his eyes and glanced at his watch. "It's almost happy hour, Jessie. You still want to go dancing tonight?" She bit down on her lower lip. If only my dance partner hadn't stayed behind in Seoul. I'd be happy to send the Embraer to pick him up if you'd like. She turned to him. What about you, then? Who are you going to dance with, Paul? He shrugged. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to give Kayla a whirl. Jessie smiled. You can be a monster at times, Paul Janson. He smiled back at her. So I've been told. This has been Robert Ludlum's The Janson Equation. Written by Douglas Corleone. Read by Kevin T. Collins. Produced and directed by Christine M. Farrell. Recorded by Charles McCrory. Post-production by James Bennett. Text copyright 2015 by Min Pin LLC. Audio production copyright 2015, Hachette Audio, all rights reserved. The duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without the permission of the publisher constitutes unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the audiobook other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
Night, when we're together, it's an arc. Love makes everything so bright. Hearts are racing, can't slow down. Every step we burn the ground. In this city we own the sound. Shouting love is all around. The power of love won't be denied. Through the rain and stormy tide, in your eyes I see the prize. Together we can touch the sky. In your laughter I find peace. Every worry seems to cease. With our love we never freeze. Temperatures up, we feel the breeze. Colors blend when we
Epilogue. Wailea Beach, Hawaiian island of Maui. Janson set the paperback down on his lap and gazed at the horizon through his wayfarer sunglasses. Jessie stood in the shallows with one hand held over her brow to soften the glare of the sun off the water. She'd spotted a pair of humpback whales the day they'd touched down on Maui. She'd been searching the azure Pacific for more ever since. Leaning over the side of his lounge chair, Janson dug into his duffel and fished out his phone. He'd been meaning to make this call since arriving in Hawaii, but it kept slipping his mind. He scrolled through his list of contacts and hit send. "Tell me why I shouldn't hang up." "No reason that I can think of anymore," Janson said. "I'm just calling to tell you that your services are no longer needed. I have someone else." Janson hung up before Morton could reply. "You didn't need to do that, you know," Jessie said as she dropped into the lounge chair next to him. "You could have just stopped calling him." Janson laid a hand on her tanned wrist and dragged his fingers lightly up her forearm to the crook of her elbow. "Sometimes it's okay to do things just because they feel good." "You'll get no argument from me," she said. "Besides, after what Lord Wicked, pulled off with a borrowed laptop and General Han's cell phone, I don't think we'll need anyone else with her particular set of skills, ever." He smiled at the thought of the girl going straight at 13, with a legitimate role in Cat's Paw. Now there was something out there for her. Not just a job, but friends she could always count on. Friends who loved her. Friends who would give their lives for her. A few minutes later, Jessie picked up her new cell phone and dialed for her messages. When she hung up, she said, "Park Kwan called. He's getting major props from the department for his role in solving Linnell Yee's murder." "Good for him. Any further word about Mi Suk?" "She's still in jail. The judge didn't grant bail. But Park Kwan said the lawyer you hired for her is the best in South Korea. Kwan thinks that given Nam Se-hun's involvement, the prosecutor will want to deal. If she goes to trial," Janson said, "I'll be first in line to testify." "How's Mi Suk's infant daughter?" "Gina says she's doing great. Her mother's helping to take care of the baby, and Gina's going through the necessary channels to facilitate an adoption. It should be no problem. Mi Suk consents, and Gina and her mom have a luxurious brand-new home in one of the most prestigious areas of Seoul." Jessie smiled. "How much did that run you?" Janson smiled back. "Don't ask. Next house I blow to pieces, I'm going to make sure the owner has adequate insurance first. Who knows? Maybe you won't have to blow up any more houses in the future. Let's be realistic, Jessie, shall we?" Jessie lifted a bottle of Fiji to her lips. "We know the usual suspects in government were behind this, but who do you think was financing Diophantus?" Janson shook his head. "I don't know, and I'm not going to dig. If our client Jeremy Beck was involved, I don't want to know about it. Shall I grab a shovel so you can bury your head in the sand?" Janson sighed. "I know. I'm a bad man, Jessie." "The hell you are, Paul Janson. You are the kindest, most loving, most generous man I've ever met. You need to realize that sooner or later." Janson heard Heath Manningham's words in his head. "Walked away, did you? Tell me, how many have you done since you walked away?" Janson would always regret what happened in Daeseong-dong. Although Phoenix had no set place, the foundation was Janson's home. Its graduates were his family. Yet he was ultimately responsible for Heath Manningham's death. Even though he'd intended for Manningham to survive the fall, he felt as though he'd killed one of his own. But Janson knew damn well that the things he'd done couldn't be undone. He closed his eyes, thinking how much he would have liked for Phoenix to help Sinbei. But the assassin had vanished into the mist in the DMZ. Had he really, after all this time, gone back to Yuduk to find his sister? Surah. Sadly, Janson was sure that as long as Kim Jong-un was in power, all Sinbei was likely to find in North Korea was suffering and death. Janson opened his eyes and glanced at his watch. "It's almost happy hour, Jessie. You still want to go dancing tonight?" She bit down on her lower lip. If only my dance partner hadn't stayed behind in Seoul. I'd be happy to send the Embraer to pick him up if you'd like. She turned to him. What about you, then? Who are you going to dance with, Paul? He shrugged. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to give Kayla a whirl. Jessie smiled. You can be a monster at times, Paul Janson. He smiled back at her. So I've been told. This has been Robert Ludlum's The Janson Equation. Written by Douglas Corleone. Read by Kevin T. Collins. Produced and directed by Christine M. Farrell. Recorded by Charles McCrory. Post-production by James Bennett. Text copyright 2015 by Min Pin LLC. Audio production copyright 2015, Hachette Audio, all rights reserved. The duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without the permission of the publisher constitutes